Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 4 of The Will of Fire, Reignition. Summary: War, politics, and a Hokage who does not hold back. The shinobi world is on the brink of collapse, and Konoha needs a leader who can navigate the bloodshed. Enter Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the Crimson Storm. Rising to the position of Hokage at a shockingly young age, this Naruto is a different breed, ruthless on the battlefield, yet fiercely dedicated to forging a lasting peace. In this alternate universe, Naruto is 4 years older than in canon and must survive political treachery, master high-stakes diplomacy, and outsmart enemies who want to see the Leaf Village burn. He is about to prove that true leadership requires more than just raw power, it requires a brilliant, unyielding mind. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Shea 1819, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. The Embers of Alliance Part 2. Chapter 35, Pirates and Flirts. Tides and Terms. The Curie Council Chamber was a circular room of misted glass and etched stone, half open to the sea breeze. The walls bore the tide-carved history of the village, seals, clan markings, and swords embedded in the polished walls as tributes to the lost. A wide, sunken table dominated the center, ringed with high back seats that faced each other without hierarchy. Naruto stood near the southern arc of the chamber, his hands loosely clasped behind him. He wore his formal Hokage robes but had left the heavier armor pieces behind. This was diplomacy, not battle. The rest of the Konoha delegation was in place. Temari and Kuratsuchi sat flanking Naruto, both composed and sharply attentive. Fu was seated off to the side, legs crossed, hands folded tightly in her lap, trying hard to suppress her usual excitement. Tenzo and 2 Sierra Anbu stood quietly near the doors. Representatives from Suna, Oto, Taki, and Kusa were also present, seated in marked positions around the table. Each wore the formal colors of their village and bore the subtle posture of those who knew the weight of diplomacy. Though they had different goals, they all shared a vested interest in what came next. Mei Terumi entered last, escorted by Haku and 2 Curie counselors. Her arrival was graceful, deliberate. The soft rustle of her teal robes matched the sea breeze that trailed in behind her. She offered a courteous bow to the room, and her eyes found Naruto quickly. "Hokage-sama," she said warmly. "I trust your first night was restful? Peaceful, Mizukage. Your hospitality is appreciated." Mei took her seat across from him, her hands folded neatly. "Then let us begin." Naruto nodded once, stepping forward to address the room. "The alliance we've built is more than paper. It's momentum," he began. "But every alliance is only as strong as its weakest point. And Kiri, you've fought through your civil war with courage. We know the price you paid. We're here because we want to help you rebuild, not direct you." There was a quiet shift in the room, subtle approval from Haku, and interest from the Kiri counselors. "Konoha is prepared to assist with rebuilding trade infrastructure," Naruto continued. "Especially your naval exports. We've also opened discussions with Wave countries' shipwright guilds. If you're willing, we can broker a joint effort to bolster your fleet." That got a full pause from Mei. Her eyes flicked up, studying him. "You move quickly, Hokage-sama," she said. "Most leaders don't offer ships and trade corridors in their opening move. Most leaders aren't trying to prevent the next war before it starts," Naruto replied calmly. A murmur of quiet discussion rippled through the room. Kuratsuchi glanced sideways at Naruto, her expression impassive, but her eyes narrowed slightly as Mei leaned in, her voice softening just a shade. Your confidence is refreshing, Mei said, her tone still diplomatic, but her gaze lingered a moment longer than necessary. And unexpected. Why is she sitting so close to him? Kuratsuchi thought, her brow twitching. It's just diplomatic positioning. Body language. Tactics. Still. There was no tactical reason for the way she tucked that strand of hair behind her ear while looking only at Naruto. Kuratsuchi's fingers drummed once on her thigh. Then stilled. Ridiculous. This has nothing to do with anything. Temari, seated beside her, was watching too. The faint smirk on her lips didn't help. Naruto, for his part, didn't rise to the flirtation. His focus remained on the matter at hand. We want to see Kiri thrive, he said. The stronger you are, the stronger the block becomes. Mei studied him a moment longer, then gave a small nod. Very well. We'll hear the full proposal. As aides from both sides began unfurling scrolls, the negotiations entered their first full turn: terms, tariffs, reconstruction zones. Temari was the first to speak from the representatives, her tone clear. Suna has an excess of medicinal herbs native to the northern canyons. Our Healers Guild has expressed interest in trading alchemical materials with Kiri, in exchange for specialized mist-grown moss used in pain relief salves. A Kiri counselor nodded thoughtfully. We can arrange harvest schedules. The marsh harvest season aligns well with your dry season. Rinji of Oto leaned forward next. Oto's engineering core has developed sound-dampening building materials, designed to reduce seismic vibrations and enhance underwater resonance. If Kirigakure is rebuilding its docks and naval production yards, this technology could be beneficial. Mei gave him a measured nod. Sound-dampening designs may help insulate our coastal villages from typhoon tremors. We'll explore integration. Hisashi of Taki followed, speaking with measured confidence. Taki proposes collaboration on water purification methods. We've refined filtration systems using chakra-sensitive stones from our riverbeds. In exchange, we're interested in your maritime storage techniques, especially for preserving medicine and reagents at sea. Mei tapped her fingers once, thoughtful. A valuable exchange. Your riverstone techniques could also enhance field kits for our mednin. Then Ayam Son of Kusa, poised and eloquent, spoke next. Kusa's agricultural exports are abundant, but logistics have long limited our reach. We'd like to establish shipping routes that run through Kirigakure's southern ports, perhaps even a shared merchant fleet. In return, we can offer unique wetland fertilizers and crops that thrive in mist-heavy climates. Naruto folded his arms and let the room breathe. This is what we came here for, he said. Each village brings something unique to the table. If we build something interdependent, where no single village can stand alone without the others, then we create stability. Real stability. Mei's lips curled faintly. You think long-term, Hokage-sama. It's the only way to make sure our children don't inherit another generation of war. Mei met his eyes again, thoughtful, appraising. And Kuratsuchi, watching that exchange, felt the smallest, uninvited knot form in her chest. She didn't understand why. And it irritated her all the more. The formal negotiations had recessed for the midday break, and the Konoha delegation had been escorted to a private pavilion overlooking one of Kirigakure's glassy inner canals. Mist curled over the surface of the water like silk, diffusing the sunlight and softening the sharp edges of the surrounding stone buildings. Kuratsuchi leaned with her elbows on the stone railing, arms folded, gaze unfocused on the water below. Beside her, Temari picked delicately at a tray of sliced fruit, the only sound between them for a while the faint chirp of seabirds. So, Temari said at last, casually flipping a slice of melon onto her tongue. You noticed it too, right? Kuratsuchi didn't respond at first. She didn't need to. Her narrowed eyes and the tightness in her jaw were answer enough. Temari smirked. Yeah, I thought so. Mizuki's got a good eye. Kuratsuchi sighed. It's not like that. Temari said, noncommittal. She was leaning pretty close for a purely professional interest. Kuratsuchi straightened slightly. It doesn't matter. Naruto can handle himself. Temari arched an eyebrow. Of course he can. That's not the question, though. Kuratsuchi looked away. I'm not worried about her. Temari chuckled. No. But maybe you are about you. Kuratsuchi didn't respond. She wasn't sure she had a response. The knot in her chest wasn't jealousy, exactly. It was something else. Something quieter but heavier. Temari, to her credit, let the silence linger for a bit. For what it's worth, she said eventually, I think she sees what everyone sees. Kuratsuchi gave her a sidelong glance. What's that? Temari popped another slice of fruit into her mouth and chewed before answering. That he's not just a kage, she said. He's the future. And people gravitate to that. Some because of ambition, some because of admiration. She shrugged. And some for reasons they haven't figured out yet. Kuratsuchi frowned. You make it sound like he's not a person. He is, Temari said, her tone softer now. And that's why it matters more. Because he's also someone who's figuring himself out too. The words settled between them. Down by the water's edge, Fu skipped a small stone across the canal, then turned back to wave to the others before disappearing with 2 local shinobi to survey the training district. Kuratsuchi watched her go, then turned back to the canal, expression unreadable. This alliance matters, she said quietly. To all of us. Temari's eyes flicked to her. And Naruto? Kuratsuchi was silent for a long moment. Then, he matters too. Temari smiled faintly, but said nothing more. Mist drifted past them again as the sun began its slow descent. Negotiations would resume soon. But here, in the hush between moments, something had shifted. The Mizukige's private chamber was quiet, tucked within one of the higher towers overlooking Kirigakure's main canal. Mist laced the open windows, and the room held a peaceful stillness that belied the tension of the morning's diplomacy. Mai Terumi stood with her back to the room, arms crossed behind her, as she gazed through the mist at the shifting light on the water. Her long hair was pinned up in a formal twist, but a few strands had escaped during the negotiations, curling around her temple. Haku entered silently, bowing his head. Zabuza followed, arms folded, leaning against the doorframe without ceremony. They came prepared, Mai murmured without turning. Naruto Uzumaki does not posture, but he doesn't flinch either. He doesn't need to, Haku said softly, stepping closer. He acts like someone who knows the storm will bend to him. Mai finally turned, her expression thoughtful. You saw that once, didn't you? Back and wave. Haku nodded, his eyes distant now. I was barely a genin then. But I remember the red glow off the water, the wind screaming around him, and the look in Gato's mercenaries' eyes, like they'd seen something divine and terrible. Zabuza grunted. He wiped out an entire criminal flotilla like it was made of driftwood. Didn't even break stride. Mai raised a brow. And now he offers to help rebuild our docks. Maybe because he's tired of breaking things, Haku offered. Or maybe because he knows better than most what needs to be rebuilt, Zabuza added, his tone low. He was a weapon once. You can tell. Doesn't wear it like shame, but it's there. Mai returned her gaze to the mist. He's not the child from the stories. He's become something else. Something rare. There was a long pause. And the others? She asked. Haku stepped to the low table and unrolled a small scroll. Temari of Suna, sharp, competent, politically seasoned. Ayam of Kusa has a merchant's cunning. Hisashi from Taki plays the humble veteran, but he's no fool. Renji of Oto, guarded. Loyal to his mission. Mai hummed. And Kuratsuchi? Haku hesitated. Cautious. Watchful. But she only ever watched one person. Zabuza snorted. She's got that IWA pride. Not the type to say it out loud, but if anyone's going to put a kunai through your ribs for smiling at Uzumaki, it's her. Mai gave a quiet laugh, amused but not dismissive. Good. Let her. It means he's not as alone as he looks. She walked toward the table, trailing one hand along its edge. The marriage proposal between them, she said after a moment, Her tone was more curious than critical. Do you think it's real? Zabuza shrugged. Wouldn't surprise me. Political marriages don't always start with affection, but they end in stability if handled right. It's being watched closely, Haku added. The other villages are curious if this is a symbol or a sincere bond. Mei's expression turned slightly more introspective. She watches him like someone trying not to. And he's careful, but not cold. There's something there. You think it's working? Zabuza asked. I think it could, Mei said. And if it does, then IWA and Konoha become inseparable. Which means the rest of us must keep pace. She glanced back toward the mist. Do you trust him? Haku asked. Mei considered the question, then looked out the window again. Not yet, she said. But I want to. Outside, the mist continued to drift across the still waters, silent, watching, waiting. Negotiations would resume soon. And the storm, once more, would be asked to speak. The council chamber had regained its quiet hum as the afternoon sun filtered weakly through the mist-glazed windows. Scrolls lay open once again, maps spread across the central table. Servants had refreshed the tea, and aides lingered on the edges of the room, quills poised. Naruto took his seat, eyes scanning the table. Mei sat across from him, her poise as elegant as ever, flanked now by two different Kyrie advisors. To her right, Zabuza leaned with arms crossed, silent and intimidating. Haku sat to her left, eyes observant but kind. Kuratsuchi reclaimed her seat beside Naruto with her usual quiet precision. Temari, to her other side, offered a brief nod to both her and Mei, her fan now resting open across her lap in a signal of readiness. Mei folded her hands atop a diplomatic scroll. Let us speak of defense, she said calmly. Kirigakure is rebuilding, but our coastlines remain vulnerable. We've seen increasing pirate activity along the eastern waters. Same in the south. Hisashi of Taki agreed. Waterborne raiders have been testing our border harbors for weeks. They avoid open confrontation, but they're organized. We've encountered similar movements, Ayam of Kusa added, her voice smooth. Not just along riverways, there's been sabotage. We suspect mercenary involvement. Rinji of Oto leaned forward. Oto has intercepted chatter that some of these cells are being financed. Not freelance opportunists, someone is consolidating forces. Naruto nodded. Then this isn't a local issue, it's continental. We'll need a coordinated naval watch. We should consider shared patrol routes, intel pooling, and maybe joint task units with jurisdiction in flagged danger zones. Mei's brows rose. You're suggesting open cooperation between our shinobi forces? Yes, Naruto said plainly. Not permanent integration, but active joint operations with limited scope and defined command trees. Temari crossed one leg over the other. Suna has no navy, but our analysts are trained in desert pursuit. I can lend some to the Central Intelligence work. Suna can coordinate with Wave's merchant routes as well, if they agree. I'll contact them personally, Naruto said. They trust me. Kuratsuchi cut in then, her tone crisp. If we're forming joint patrols, IWA wants a seat at the strategic planning table. Not after plans are drafted before. That's fair, Mei replied, voice measured. We won't allow Kirigakure to become a staging ground for decisions made elsewhere. There was a subtle edge in her voice that Kuratsuchi didn't miss. Agreed, Kuratsuchi said evenly. Then let's draft protocols that reflect shared leadership. The two kunoichi locked eyes for a moment, neither challenging nor retreating. Just two women of power testing the strength of one another's stance. Temari's eyes flicked between them, one brow arched in amusement. Haku cleared his throat gently. We can start with a three-phase proposal. Intelligence sharing, then joint naval drills, and finally, a mobile unit stationed in rotation at each village's coastal outposts. Let's also include a clause for response time protocols, Ayam added, tapping her notes. If one patrol encounters a breach, who takes lead? What's the handoff procedure? We can outline that, Naruto said. I'll have Sasuke and Konoha's logistics team draft the first framework by morning. Renji gave a nod. Oto will contribute chakra relay markers for CT-Shore transmission. Short range only, but reliable. Hisashi folded his arms thoughtfully. If we act swiftly, we could run our first drills before the season changes. Strike before these attackers fortify their numbers. Mei offered a small smile. Then we have movement. Naruto leaned back, eyes thoughtful. We're building something. Let's make sure it lasts. The mist outside had thickened, but inside the chamber, clarity had begun to take shape. And beneath the surface of every word, currents shifted. It was nearly dusk when the sealed scroll arrived, marked with Jiraiya's unique insignia, a hastily drawn frog lounging on a sake jug. Naruto opened it in the privacy of his guest quarters. The moment the seal unfurled, a puff of chakra activated the message. If she has a great rack and an army, marry her, brat. Naruto sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. This wasn't going to stop anytime soon. Then, with a shimmer of chakra, Jiraiya's real message revealed itself in invisible ink. All right, bad joke, I know. Had to get it out of my system. But listen, kid. I've been watching things move from afar, and I just wanted to check in. You're doing good work, but this trip? It's delicate. You're juggling more than weapons and treaties now. You're managing hearts, egos, legacies. Don't let the momentum fool you. Keep your instincts sharp. There was a long, scratched-out line. Naruto noticed it, a smudge where Jiraiya clearly changed his mind about what to say next. You've got Kuratsuchi, Mei, a growing alliance, and half the continent watching. Just remember, not everyone shows their hand. Some hide theirs until the last round. Then another pause. Tsunade's fine. Not much sleep lately. She's been avoiding me a bit more than usual. Don't read too far into it. Or maybe do. I don't even know anymore. Naruto blinked. That wasn't Jiraiya's usual tone. No offhand comments about bathing habits. No flirty teasing. Not even a poorly disguised plea for a spy report on Mei's dress choices. It was quiet. Measured. Almost like Jiraiya was rattled. Anyway. I won't crowd you. Just wanted you to know I'm here if you need to unload. You've got support, don't forget that. And if something feels off, trust your gut. It's saved you before. Sign. Jiraiya, still your pain-in-the-ass mentor. Always will be. Naruto folded the scroll slowly, expression thoughtful. A knock interrupted his quiet. Tenzo entered, face alert. We've received word, he said. A coastal village to the north, one of Kiri's outer settlements, was hit. Pirates. Fast, violent, precise. Naruto's expression hardened. Casualties? Minimal. But the attackers escaped. Sierra team was nearby and drove them off, but they didn't capture any. Naruto rose. Get the envoys ready. I want a visual of what we're dealing with. Tell Mei I'll be joining her. Tenzo hesitated. Are we going in, sir? Naruto's eyes narrowed. We're not diplomats today. We're shinobi. Outside, thunder rumbled over the sea. And the storm moved again. The war room in the Mizukage Tower was dimly lit, its walls lined with tide charts, shipping maps, and magnetic seals pulsing faintly against the cold stone. Mei stood at the center, dressed in field-ready gear, dark blues and grays reinforced with armor plates and reinforced gloves. Her expression was cool, but her tone was sharp. This isn't a tour, Hokage, she said, arms folded. You came to discuss treaties. Leave the pirates to us. Naruto didn't blink. He stood across from her with his arms at his sides, cloak draped over his shoulders but unbuckled, ready. His silence wasn't passive, it was weight. Mei faltered for a breath, then turned away. Zabuza, mobilize the new 7. I want them in formation by the time we reach the docks. We'll sortie within the hour. Zabuza straightened from where he'd been leaning. Already prepped. They've been itching to cut their teeth. A sharp rasp of steel echoed as one of the younger swordsmen adjusted his weapon nearby, an oversized cleaver etched with mist sigils. Naruto stepped forward. The envoys come with me. Not all of them, but a few. Kuratsuchi, Temari, Renji, and Haku if he's willing. We need their eyes. Their villages need to see this firsthand. May turned back to him, gaze narrowed. This is not a theater, Uzumaki. No, he agreed. It's a battlefield. And we're building an alliance. That means standing together, not just signing papers. Silence. Then May looked to Haku, who nodded once, quiet and resolute. Fine, she said. But I won't protect them. You won't have to, Naruto replied. Minutes later, they gathered at the mist-slick docks. The sea was restless, wind slapping across the bay, sails straining against their moorings. The assembled shinobi were sharp-eyed, tension thrumming through the group like wire. Zabuza's rookie stood in formation, 7 distinct figures, each bearing one of the new blades, not the originals, but reborn in steel and legend. They eyed Naruto warily, but with curiosity. Some recognized him from whispered stories. Others from rumors passed down. Kuratsuchi arrived beside him, armor fitted, and sleeves rolled. Her gaze was all business. Temari adjusted her bracers, scanning the horizon. You always take your dates to pirate hunts? Naruto smirked. Only the memorable ones. May gave the signal. And the ships pushed off from the docks, the sea parting before them. Steel, wind, chakra, and rising storm clouds gathered as the allied shinobi force set out. Toward blood. Toward smoke. Toward reckoning. The small coastal village was a broken skeleton of what it had been hours ago. Charred rooftops lay collapsed, and fishing nets burned in piles of ash along the cracked stone pier. Smoke curled lazily into the dusk sky, and the air was thick with the sharp stench of salt, soot, and blood. But the pirates hadn't expected a response this fast. From the cliffs overlooking the harbor, Kuratsuchi descended like a thunderclap. Her hands flew through seals with practiced fury. Chakra surged through her limbs as she slammed her palms to the earth. Earth-style, jagged rise! The ground obeyed her will. A line of serrated stone pillars burst upward, forming a brutal fence that splintered 2 pirate skiffs in the bay. Timber cracked like ribs under pressure, and one of the boats tilted violently, its crew thrown into the churning tide. Without pause, Kuratsuchi pressed her knuckles into the dirt again. Chakra flared as the terrain beneath the pirates fractured and writhed. Earth-style, tremor net! A grid of seismic fissures snapped into place beneath enemy feet. The soil rolled like waves. Pirates stumbled, shouting in panic as the ground collapsed under them or erupted in shards. One tried to counterattack with a blade. Kuratsuchi met him head-on and knocked him flat with a spinning back kick that cracked the dock. Across the battlefield, Mei Terumi moved with terrifying elegance. Her long fingers wove through signs as she walked, calm, composed, devastating. Boil-style, corrosion mist. A thick cloud billowed from her mouth and slithered across the docks, bubbling softly like a cauldron. Metal shrieked. Swords dissolved in pirates' hands, armor plates buckled, and wood hissed and popped under the acid heat. Screams echoed as a wave of corrosive steam swallowed the enemy vanguard. May stepped through the mist untouched, her stride graceful and unhurried. A group of pirates rushed her blindly. She flicked her wrist, and twin geysers of water burst from the broken planks, snaring 2 men in boiling ribbons that tightened like nooses. Water-style, binding vortex. The swirling streams flung them aside like rag dolls. One crashed through a stack of burning crates. From the ridge above, Naruto stood beside Temari, arms folded, eyes narrowing slightly with every technique. Down below, Zabuza's rookie 7 swordsmen stormed into the fray. The youngest, a silver-haired prodigy wielding a crescent-shaped blade, spun through enemy lines like wine through paper, his weapon arcing with crackling chakra as he used misstep to vanish and reappear in flurries. Another, a hulking brute with twin serrated cleavers strapped to his back, roared into the center ranks, slamming both weapons down with explosive force. The dock splintered, and bodies flew. A third, masked and silent, danced between shadows with twin sickles, striking unseen from behind collapsed scaffolds. Pirates screamed, fled, fell. Temari, watching, popped a piece of dried mango into her mouth and tilted her head. You sure you don't want to jump in there and flex too? Naruto exhaled. I don't think we're needed. She smirked. Your girlfriends are trying to one-up each other. Should I be concerned? Naruto side-eyed her. They're not. Temari raised a brow. He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck, his ears a little red. Kuratsuchi is the one I'm arranged to marry. That's not a small thing. And Mmacheb, Temari hummed. And May? I have seen the subtle advances, I'm not stupid. But I'm also nothing if not loyal. Sure, she teased. You just happen to be loyal while watching two lethal kunoichi melt an entire battalion for you. Down below, the battle's climax arrived. Kuratsuchi slammed her fists together and yelled, Earth style, shattering drop. She stomped once. A controlled quake split the earth beneath a cluster of fleeing pirates, sending them tumbling into a pit she had carved seconds earlier. Dust and debris whirled around her, caught in the aftershock. May raised both arms, hands glowing with condensed steam. Boil style, Miss Blade. A side-shaped burst of scalding vapor arced across the beach, shearing through the remains of a barricade and cleaving a trio of pirate ships clean in half at their moorings. The boiling seawater hissed as the ruined ships listed and sank. Naruto muttered, They're going to kill me if they ever fight each other for real. Temari snorted. That's assuming they don't team up first. Naruto paled slightly at the thought. Down on the sand, the last conscious pirate dropped his sword and collapsed to his knees. May approached slowly, steam curling around her ankles. Smart. Kuratsuchi dropped beside her in a small slide, arms crossed, her tone dry. You left a few standing. So did you. They locked eyes, breath still rising in faint trails. It wasn't rivalry. It wasn't affection. It was acknowledgement. Naruto, still watching from above, let out a long breath as the sea wind carried away the final smoke. But even as the battlefield seemed calm, his senses prickled. Something was off. A flicker in the treeline. A chakra signature too faint, too still. Naruto's hand snapped out, a single seal forming as he vanished from the ridge. Down below, Mei and Kuratsuchi stood near the surrendered pirate, unaware of the sniper hidden just behind the crag overlooking the water, blade drawn and laced with poison. In a blink, Naruto reappeared behind the pirate, flash step, his hand already closing around the man's wrist before the blade could leave its sheath. A precise strike to the neck followed, dropping the would-be assassin silently. Kuratsuchi spun, startled. Mei's eyes narrowed. Naruto stood casually, dusting his gloves. Job well done, he said lightly, eyes flicking between them. But next time, maybe don't leave your flanks open while competing for style points. Mei raised a brow, unamused. Kuratsuchi just frowned, but not at him, at the fallen assassin. Naruto crouched, inspecting the gear. This wasn't a common pirate, he muttered. Where did they come from exactly? His voice was low, serious. Fires beneath the waves. Far from the fog-wreathed cliffs of Kirigakure, deep within the maze of jagged islands dotting the eastern sea, a warship loomed like a leviathan, black sails snapping, hull streaked with rust and salt. Aboard the highest deck stood a broad-shouldered man in a deep crimson coat lined with fur, gold bands glinting along his wrists, and a long, shark-toothed saber at his hip. Pirate King Erasure, scourge of the eastern routes, watched the horizon with one eye narrowed, the other hidden beneath a patch sewn with bone. His dark hair was pulled into a rough braid, and his skin bore the sun-creased scars of decades at sea. Behind him, his lieutenants murmured nervously over the news. They raised the vanguard in under an hour, one said. That girl from IWA and the Mizukage herself. And the Hokage was there too. Erasure spat over the side of the deck. Bah! That wasn't a real force. Just one of the hunting crews. You don't judge a tide by the foam on its edge. Another lieutenant, younger, spoke cautiously. They say Uzumaki Naruto broke a pirate blockade once using only his blade. Sank 10 ships. Arisha grinned, baring rows of jagged teeth, too many to be natural. And I've broken 50 ships with just a glare, boy. Don't let ghost stories rattle your knees. They want a storm? He turned, lifting his saber. Then we'll give him one. Full sail. We torch the coast. Every dock, every port, Kirigakure will drown in smoke and blood. That red-cloaked boy and his precious kunoichi can watch their alliance burn. His crew roared approval, their war drums echoing across the waves as the armada shifted course. Back in Kirigakure, dusk had deepened into a blue velvet sky. The wounded had been tended to, the final prisoners secured. The docks glowed with torchlight, but shadows stretched long. Kuratsuchi lingered near the warehouse, arms crossed, eyes on the ocean. Naruto approached quietly. I figured I'd find you here. She didn't turn. Didn't realize I needed to be found. You didn't, he said. But I wanted to talk. Kuratsuchi's jaw flexed. Naruto stepped beside her, his voice gentler. You've been off today. Sharp in battle, but something's eating at you. She didn't reply. Look, he said. You were incredible out there. But we're here to build trust. I need you and Mei to keep it together. Kuratsuchi let out a quiet breath, arms tightening. She's too smooth. Naruto blinked. What? Mei, Kuratsuchi muttered. The way she moves. Talks. Smiles. It's... Naruto tilted his head. She's a Kage. She's something, Kuratsuchi muttered. And she keeps looking at you like she's sizing up her next conquest. Naruto raised a brow. And that bothers you? Kuratsuchi stiffened. No. Not really. Not in a personal way. Naruto just looked at her. She groaned, turning away slightly. It's not like that, alright? We're supposed to be partners, and she treats me like a pebble in her sandal. Jealousy isn't a bad thing, you know, Naruto said quietly. Kuratsuchi rounded on him, eyes flashing. I'm not jealous. He smiled, soft and knowing. She faltered. Her voice dropped. I don't even know what I'm supposed to feel. We've been getting along, yeah? But this whole thing, this marriage arrangement, the treaty, politics, I never thought I'd have to share space like this with someone like you. Naruto nodded slowly. Someone like me? You know what I mean, she muttered. You're overwhelming. In every way. Silence stretched. Then Naruto looked out at the waves. They'll be announcing our engagement at the Chunin exams. Kuratsuchi's head snapped toward him. I know that, she said quietly. They told me. Naruto nodded. Still, I wanted to hear from you. If you're unsure, I can speak to Inoki. Talk to the IWA Council. We don't have to go through with it if it doesn't feel right. Kuratsuchi looked away, her brows drawing in. I'm not saying no. I don't know what I feel right now. About all of this. It's been decided. All the villages will be there. They agreed it's the right time. Makes a statement. She stared at him. He hesitated, then added, For what it's worth. I'm sure of this. Maybe we're not in love, not yet. But I like you. I trust you. And I don't want to hurt you by going through with something you're unsure about. He turned slightly, his eyes meeting hers. So if your heart tells you this isn't right, I'll stop it. I'll talk to Inoki myself. But if there's a part of you that wants this too, then I want to walk into it together. Eyes open. Kuratsuchi turned back toward the water, quiet. He waited. Thank you, she said finally, voice nearly lost in the tide. They stood in silence as the moonlight shimmered on the sea, either ready to leave. And far beyond the horizon, sails blotted out the stars. The Pirate King was coming. Next day. The meeting chamber inside Kirigakure's naval command post buzzed with tension. The salt-tinged air hung heavy as the council gathered again, Mei seated at the head of the long map-strewn table, flanked by Zabuza and Haku. Naruto sat across from her, calm but alert, his Konoha cloak left open as a sign of deference. Kuratsuchi, Temari, Renji, Hisashi, and Ayam stood behind him, silent but attentive. To one side, the newly minted 7 swordsmen of the mist leaned against pillars or stood in scattered formation, their blades either strapped to their backs or resting against the walls like sleeping beasts. Mei's voice was brisk. Multiple sightings from our eastern scouts. 3 sails confirmed, but smoke suggests a larger fleet behind them. They're headed for Azure Bay. Civilian evacuation is already underway. Zabuza grunted. Could be 30 ships by morning. Maybe more. Then we intercept, one of the younger swordsmen said, a wiry teen with a hawk tattoo and a hook saber. We hit them in the throat before they anchor. Naruto's gaze flicked to him, but his expression didn't shift. We don't know their full strength yet, Naruto said evenly. They could have mines, sea-bound traps, or chakra-enhanced ballast. We should recon the bay before committing a full assault. Or we lose the advantage, another swordsman muttered, a broad-shouldered woman with a great sword taller than herself. This is our land. Letting them step foot here is already a failure. Kuratsuchi's eyes narrowed. No one's surrendering ground. He's saying we be smart. The youngest swordsman, the silver-haired one from before, smirked. With respect, Hokage-sama, the mist doesn't wait to be hunted. We hunt first. A murmur of agreement rippled through the group. Mei said nothing, but her gaze sharpened slightly. Naruto leaned forward slightly. You think I don't understand war. But I do. I've fought in battles older than some of you. His tone wasn't angry. It was quiet. Weighted. But this isn't a show of ego. It's about preventing bloodshed. Recon is not weakness. It's how you make sure your blade only strikes once. Still, the swordsman didn't seem impressed. One scoffed under his breath. Another rolled his eyes. Zabuza watched it all silently, his arms crossed. Mei tapped a finger against the map. We'll do both. Advance scouting at nightfall. Strike force on standby by first light. Naruto nodded once. Agreed. He turned slightly, directing his next words to the back of the room. Sasuke, take point on the recon unit. I want a full layout of Azure Bay before sunrise. Elevations, choke points, wind conditions. Use your Sharingan to map the terrain and track any hidden movements. Sasuke, standing near the edge of the delegation, gave a sharp nod. Understood. I'll report by dawn. Several of the mist swordsmen exchanged skeptical glances, but Naruto didn't acknowledge them. His focus was already forward. The meeting dissolved soon after. Delegates filtered out. Plans were sketched into scrolls. The mist prepared. But in the lower barracks, Zabuza caught the rookie 7 alone. You think just because you've survived bloodshed you understand what it means to lead? The silver-haired one shrugged. We just don't think he should be telling us what to do in our own home. Zabuza's voice dropped like gravel. He's seen more death than all of you combined. You think he smiles because he's soft? He smiles because he's carrying graves you can't count. They shifted, but none of them apologized. Zabuza stepped closer. You'll see it soon enough. And when you do, don't say I didn't warn you. Outside, the fog deepened. And far across the sea, the drums of war grew louder. The war map remained stretched across the command room table, but the mood had shifted. The last of the diplomats had filed out. Even the younger swordsmen had cleared the room, leaving only Mei, Naruto, and the quiet crackle of a nearby brazier. Naruto stood with his hands braced against the edge of the table, staring down at the projected path of the incoming pirate fleet. His jaw was set. The mist outside grew thicker with each minute. Mei approached quietly. Her heels made no sound against the stone floor, but her presence still announced itself. Diplomatic talks will have to pause, she said simply. Naruto didn't look up. They were always going to. There was a long pause before Mei added, her voice softer than usual. I apologize for the tone of my swordsmen. They're proud. Young. They think their scars make them experts. Naruto straightened slowly and turned to face her. You don't need to apologize. I've dealt with worse in my own ranks. And I'm not here to be liked. Mei tilted her head, a small, wry smile tugging at her lips. No. But I think they'll respect you soon enough. I don't need their respect either, Naruto replied. His gaze shifted back to the map. I just need them to survive. A beat passed. The brazier crackled. Mei stepped beside him, her eyes following the red ink across the sea routes. You're not what I expected. From the stories. Naruto offered a faint smirk. I rarely am. She glanced sideways at him. And your Uchiha? The one you sent to scout? He's ready, Naruto said without hesitation. He's not his brother. But he's going to become someone better. Mei nodded slowly. Good. We'll need him. They stood in silence for a moment longer, the soft hum of war plans between them. Then Naruto rolled his shoulders and said, Let's get to work. Outside, the wind howled down the mountain pass. And from the east, storm clouds gathered fast. The coast south of Azure Bay was a jagged sprawl of cliffs and tide-bitten ledges, blanketed by an ever-churning curtain of mist. The air carried the scent of brine and moss, and the crashing surf below was muffled, as if the ocean itself held its breath. Perched on a narrow outcrop, Sasuke Uchiha crouched with his elbows on his knees, Sharingan eyes aglow like twin embers in the fog. Every breath he took was slow, deliberate, in then out, syncing with the faint movements in the darkened bay. Behind him, a team of 4 Kiri Recon shinobi moved cautiously. Their movements were sharp, efficient, but not quiet enough. Their whispers drifted through the mist, thin as thread but clear to Sasuke's ears. Why is the Hokage's protege leading our operation? Because he's an Uchiha. That's all the Leaf ever needs to throw around. TCH. We grew up in a war zone. He's barely out of school. Sasuke didn't flinch. He heard every word and ignored all of them. His fingers flexed briefly, and then he stood. 3 primary ships, war-classed hulls, anchored just beyond the reef crescent. 2 cutters on a sweep pattern farther east. They're feeling for gaps. The Kiri leader, a veteran named Suda, squinted into the gloom. You can see that far? Sasuke's reply was matter-of-fact. Reflections off the wave peaks. They're mirrored wrong. That means displacement. Look there. He pointed, finger still. And there. The shinobi followed his direction, but their eyes couldn't cut through the fog. Sasuke turned slightly, his tone sharpening. This mist dances around chakra pressure. Their sailors have low levels. Their commanders? Higher. Look for the distortion pockets. Suda exhaled. You read chakra flow through fog? Yes. Then Sasuke froze, head tilting slightly. Someone's watching. He moved before any of them could react. Vanished. There was a flicker of breath, a snap of steel, a grunt muffled into the soil. Moments later, Sasuke reappeared in a crouch, dragging a struggling body behind him, a lean, ragged figure with black painted hands and a belt full of signal flares. Paralyzing wire glinted at his throat. He dropped the body unceremoniously at their feet. Forward scout. Wasn't using chakra masking. That's how he got this close. I want every terrain marker checked for sabotage. The youngest Kiri shinobi stared. How'd you know he was there? Sasuke's gaze didn't waver. His heart rate spiked when I named the eastern cutters. The team fell quiet. Map the full coastline. No, Sasuke ordered. Use chakra ink and relay tags. We send terrain overlays to the Hokage before first light. If even one mine is hidden under these tides, we find it. Yes, sir, Suda said quickly. Sasuke stepped forward, unfurling his own scroll and unsealing a compact field slate. His Sharingan flared again, scanning every ridge, eddy, and unnatural glow. He spoke as he wrote. Reef shelf is too shallow for a direct approach. They'll beach the cutters inland and flank through the old fish villages. There's an abandoned canal to the north, dry now, but it's a good blind path. He paused, looked over his shoulder. If we wait for them there, we end this before they even dock. The Kiri shinobi now moved quickly, silenced by proof. As they fanned out, Sasuke stayed perched at the overlook, watching the fleet shadows drift through the sea like predators. His red eyes glimmered, not with malice, but with clarity. Breaking waves. The night was ink black by the time the pirate armada came into view, jagged silhouettes slicing through the mist like the spines of sea monsters. Lanterns swayed from the beams of the lead ships, their flickering light casting grotesque shadows across warped decks and broken sails. Beneath the surface, the steady pounding of war drums rose like the heartbeat of a coming storm. At the bow of the largest vessel stood Pirate King Erasure, his crimson coat flaring behind him, salt-damp braids whipping in the wind. His shark-toothed grin gleamed in the firelight as he looked toward the land barely visible through the fog. "They won't see us coming," he growled to his gathered lieutenants, each one a scarred terror from the eastern seaways. "Burn the docks. Salt the bay. Let their Mizukage choke on the ashes. When the Red Hokage finally crawls out, I'll put his head on a pike." Laughter echoed across the deck, followed by a thundering chorus of oars hitting water. Dozens of longboats fanned out, silent and low, slicing toward the coast. Back on shore, the initial warning bells rang late. Despite Sasuke's recon, a secondary pirate fleet had used a hidden canal to flank from the southwest. Smoke bloomed over the inland ridges. 3 signal towers were already ablaze. Inside the main command tent nestled in the cliffs above Azure Bay, Mizukage Tsurume stood over a stretched-out map, her fingers pressed firmly against its creased corners. Her usual poise was intact, but her eyes were hard. 3 breaches. 2 inland, 1 coastal. They split to bait us, she said, voice low. I want Zabuza's unit to the southern bluff immediately. Tell Haku to support the second line near the dock town. A Kiri officer bowed. Hi, Mizukage-sama. Naruto stood beside her, arms crossed, his brow furrowed. You saw this coming. I saw Arashi's ego coming, Mei replied. He would never come at us straight. But this flank, this was sharper than I expected. Naruto glanced to the side as a stream of messengers darted in and out of the tent. Command's yours. I'll keep your flanks covered. Mei looked at him, a touch of gratitude hidden behind her smirk. Try not to show off too much, Hokage-sama. I make no promises, Naruto replied, and vanished in a flash. Sasuke led a spearhead on the western ridge. His Sharingan spun as he weaved through shadows, cutting down pirate saboteurs before they could set charges on the bridges. A flash of lightning chakra burst from his blade as he tore through a row of incoming reinforcements. Push them back, he ordered. Cut off their canal escape. Kiri scouts, now silent in their respect, followed without hesitation. Down near the forests bordering the cliffside, Kuratsuchi emerged from the haze like a specter. Her face was marked with soot, her armor scorched, but her eyes were burning. Earth-style, bedrock coffin! Stones surged around a dozen invaders, pinning them in screaming clusters. Lava-style, scorching river! Magma poured from her palms, sizzling down the slope and swallowing barricades in a surge of molten fury. Naruto arrived just as the last enemy was reduced to ash. His breath caught. Lava-style! Kuratsuchi didn't spare him a glance. What? You thought I was all bark? He grinned. No. Just surprised. She shook her head and strode past him, smiling internally. Keep up, Hokage. On the high ridge, Temari stood with her giant fan open to its third mark. With a mighty sweep, she unleashed a slicing wind tunnel that sent pirate siege platforms tumbling like leaves. You idiots brought boats to a storm fight? She snarled, wind crackling behind her. She pivoted and launched another gale downward, blasting a pirate encampment into splinters. Zabuza was a wraith on the shore. Emerging from the tide with his sword trailing foam and blood, he cut through enemy lines like a reaper. No words. No hesitation. Just steel, grit, and fury. The rookies of the 7 tried to stay close, but none matched his brutality. Don't fall behind, he growled. This is our swamp. They die here. And Haku, beautiful and lethal, slipped through the trees in a mirror dance of death. Ice surged in his wake, freezing pirates to the roots of trees. His senbon struck with unerring precision. None heard him coming. All fell silently. But despite the brilliance of their defense, the tide turned. A deafening blast shattered the stillness. The eastern bluff erupted in a surge of light and force, sending chunks of rock and fire skyward. For a moment, it looked like the mountain itself was howling. The earth groaned as chakra-triggered explosives, expertly hidden beneath layers of rock and sand, detonated in sequence. The entire cliffside buckled, collapsing inward in a thunderous cascade that crushed a forward Kiri watchtower and sent dozens of shinobi scrambling to escape the collapsing terrain. A shockwave rolled through the bay, scattering defenders and shattering a defense perimeter meant to intercept the second wave of boats. Screams echoed in the smoke as the dust cleared, and from the heart of the crater, Erasure rose, wreathed in storm chakra like a demon ascending from the deep. 2 Kiri squads met him. He bisected one with a single swing. The second, he crushed under a wave of compressed air chakra unleashed with a roar. "Is that all?" Erasure bellowed, eyes glowing. "This is what the mist calls strength." From the high ridge, Naruto landed hard, boots skidding across loose gravel. Smoke curled around him, and his eyes took in the broken front, the faltering lines, the terror spreading like oil. He exhaled. Within his soul, Kurama shifted. "About time," the fox rumbled. "All this sneaking and subtlety was getting old." Naruto smirked faintly. "You were watching?" "I was yawning," Kurama growled. "Now I want blood." Naruto's cloak flared in the wind as he formed a single seal. "I'll give you a storm," he whispered. Red chakra surged at his feet. The sea would remember this night. With a sudden flare of crimson light, Naruto's body surged upward, Kurama's chakra exploding around him in spiraling tendrils of raw energy. The ground beneath his feet cracked from the pressure, the air humming with tension as his eyes opened, no longer just his, but slit-pupilled and glowing with predatory focus. "Let's begin," Kurama whispered in his mind. In an instant, Naruto vanished, Reignition flashing as he teleported mid-air to the ridge where Kiri forces were faltering. He reappeared above the battlefield, twin clones bursting from swirling seals on his wrists. One hurled a wind-laced Rasengan down into a packed pirate formation. The explosion sent dozens flying. The second launched a fire-style great dragon flame, forcing the enemy back into disarray. Then came the sword. Naruto drew Kizuna, its sealing runes flaring to life, and descended like a meteor. He cleaved through a pirate commander's shield, sealing his chakra as he passed. His blade spun through the next with fluid precision, each strike boosted by Kurama's strength, clean, brutal, and final. Another pirate charged him with a lightning-enhanced axe. Naruto pivoted, flickering behind the man with a Reignition tag, then ended him with a whisper. "Wrong element." A Rasengan drilled into the man's spine, erupting in a shockwave that flattened the surrounding forces. Clone after clone darted across the battlefield, laying down support fire, stunning jutsu, and sealing tags that immobilized advancing pirate squads. Chains of chakra erupted from Naruto's hands, binding 2 lieutenants in mid-attack before slamming them into the cliffside. The tide turned. Then Erasure spotted him. The pirate king let out a thunderous laugh, his own chakra storming higher. "Yes! That's it! That's what I came for!" He hurled himself forward, his cleaver tearing the earth in his path. Chakra-laced winds slammed toward Naruto, but the Hokage didn't move. The blast struck, and passed through a clone. The real Naruto appeared at Arashi's flank, blade drawn. Steel clashed. But where Erasure was brute force and relentless chaos, Naruto was precision and storm-forged instinct. Every strike Naruto delivered carried the weight of 1,000 battles. Every block, every parry, a symphony of control. "You've fought villagers," Naruto said coldly. "But you've never fought a Hokage." Kurama's voice echoed in harmony. "Let's show him why the world still fears the fox." Naruto's hand glowed. In a blur of motion, he slammed a sealing tag onto Arashi's shoulder. But it wasn't just to disrupt his chakra flow. It ignited instantly, spreading a web of glowing ink down Arashi's side like lightning across water. Arashir roared, not in triumph this time, but in pain, real pain. His storm chakra faltered for a breath. That breath was all Naruto needed. In a flash, Naruto appeared behind him, Kizuna swinging. The blade didn't cut, it slammed, sheathed, against the back of Arashi's skull with enough force to send him crashing into the ground, stones cracking beneath his body. Before Arashir could rise, Naruto was on him again. Rasengan to the ribs. A ceiling barrier to the knees. Chains burst from the ground, coiled around Arashi's arms. You think this is strength? Naruto growled, eyes glowing with fury and fire. You think fire and death makes you a king? He kicked Arashir hard across the jaw, snapping the pirate's head to the side. Arashir gasped, the first sound of fear. Kurama's chakra surged. Naruto stood over him, cloak burning like a living inferno. I am not your enemy. I am your reckoning. Arashir tried to scramble back. He, the butcher of coasts, the slayer of fleets, now crawling in the dirt. Stop! Naruto didn't. He raised his hand, chakra spiraling. Arashir screamed. And somewhere deep inside him, the madness broke. Terror replaced bloodlust. Naruto leaned down, speaking quiet and low. Crimson chakra pulsed across the battlefield. Pirate morale broke. Some screamed. Others ran. And still Naruto stood there, cloak rippling, eyes glowing, Kurama at his back. The battlefield had gone still. Smoke clung to the broken stone and scorched earth, curling around the shattered remains of trees and the glimmering residue of chakra-infused jutsu. Naruto stood at the center, his breathing steady, a faint flicker of red chakra still trailing from his shoulders like torn banners in the wind. His blade, still coated in sealing formula, hung low in his hand, bloodless but pulsing with latent menace. The Rasengan had long since dissipated, but its memory lingered in the concave crater behind him. Arashir lay crumpled against a broken pillar, half buried in rubble, no longer laughing. His wide eyes stared not at Naruto, but through him, like he had glimpsed something ancient and unspeakable beneath that foxfire gaze. No one spoke at first. Then, slowly, the crunch of boots over debris began. Chojuro stepped forward from the mist formation, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. His grip on Hiramakerai had relaxed. For the first time in years, he felt like the blade was heavy. That was not power, he murmured, half to himself. That was control. A beat later, one of the younger swordsmen, Tatsuki, the brash one who had earlier scoffed at Naruto's title, swallowed audibly. His mouth opened, then closed again. When he finally found the courage to speak, it was a breathless, humbled rasp. We were fools to question him. His comrades looked away, guilt and awe wrestling in their eyes. Even Kaido, the most defiant among them, refused to meet Naruto's gaze now. The pride they had once wielded like their blades had been dismantled, not by humiliation, but by truth. They had seen why he was Hokage. Not because of politics. Not because of legacy. But because no one else could be. Naruto's gaze slid across them, sharp and unreadable. For a moment, it looked like he might speak, say something cutting or cold. But then, he sighed. Learn from it, he said quietly, sliding his blade back into the sheath. That's what being a shinobi means. You fight, you fall, and you rise stronger. He turned toward the Mizukage, who had watched everything in sharp silence. Mei regarded him now with something deeper than respect, something almost akin to fear. But she nodded. Your message has been received, Lord Hokage. Behind her, the mist forces began to shift, organizing triage, calling for medics. The new generation of swordsmen no longer moved with arrogance. They moved with intention. As Naruto walked back toward his team, Kurama's voice hummed in the back of his mind. You broke him. I had to. Naruto said nothing more as he vanished in a flash of gold, his form whisked away by Reignition. The red haze was beginning to clear. The battlefield looked like it had been struck by a meteor. Chunks of earth split open where sealing marks burned, and a line of glass stone shimmered where an explosion of wind and chakra had collided. In the middle of it all, the space where Naruto once stood was now just cracked stone, faint wisps of red chakra dissipating into the air. No one moved. Not the Miss Jonin, not the younger swordsman who had, minutes ago, scoffed at the idea of a young Hokage. Now they watched the ruins with wide, shell-shocked eyes. Among them, 3 figures stood at the edge of the clearing, silent witnesses. Temari let out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. Her eyes traced the destruction, not with fear, but with memory. Last time I saw him fight like that, it was during the Sand Invasion, she murmured. He was still in the Umbu then. Took down Gaara like it was nothing. I thought that was the peak. Her gaze dropped to the scorched field. I was wrong. Kuratsuchi was quiet. Her arms were folded, posture tense, eyes locked on the distant remnants of Naruto's presence. She wasn't afraid. She'd seen what he could do, she'd felt it once, when he leveled a mountain when he first came to IWA. But this was different. Her voice was low but firm. That was coordinated. Calculated. The way he layered the seals, used the clones to pin, he didn't just overpower Erasure. He outclassed him. Temari nodded. You surprised? Kuratsuchi didn't answer right away. Her jaw tightened. He used to fight like a beast caged in human skin. This wasn't that. This was surgical, finished a quieter voice beside them. Sasuke stepped forward from the trees. His dark eyes were focused, sharp, but calm. His arms stayed loosely at his sides, observing, not judging. Temari glanced sideways at him. Not like you to be so chatty. Sasuke ignored her. There was no admiration in his tone, just a quiet acceptance of fact. Like a student taking note of a master's technique. He was still a chunin in title, and moments like this made him wonder exactly how far is he from his Hokage. Every time we see him fight, Temari said after a pause, it's like we're seeing just one more piece of what he's really capable of. Sasuke gave the faintest nod. And he's still not showing everything. Kuratsuchi let out a slow breath. I wonder if he ever will. They stood in silence as medics rushed past them, tending to the stunned Mist forces and dragging Arashi's unconscious body from the wreckage. The younger swordsmen, all proud steel and arrogance just an hour earlier, now avoided each other's eyes. The weight of their mistake was written on every face. Kuratsuchi gave them one last look. Idiots, she muttered. They didn't know who they were talking to. Now they do, Temari said. Sasuke didn't speak again. But the look in his eyes was clear. So did they. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. The Embers of Alliance, Part 2. Chapter 36, All In. Warning: rated M scene included. Aftermath briefing and the pirate threat. The morning after the battle, the mist over Kirigakure hung heavy, denser than usual, as though the island itself hadn't fully exhaled. A hush had settled across the village since Naruto's display of power, rippling outward like a silent tide. Where once the foreign delegations had murmured doubts and half-muttered critiques, now there was only tense focus. Inside the war room, carved from coral stone and dark wood, the air was thick with the scent of seawater and ink. Scrolls littered the long table, scattered with maps, diagrams, and fleet deployment records. Kirigakure's symbol hung behind the Mizukage seat, faintly fluttering from the breeze slipping through the high windows. Naruto stood near the head of the table, arms crossed as he listened. His eyes were clear, steady. His forehead protector gleamed beneath the lamplight. It's no longer just Erasure, he said at last. He wasn't acting alone. Chojuro glanced up from a naval chart. We assumed as much. He had more resources than any single pirate lord should. But to hear you confirm it. Naruto nodded. He was just one head of a larger coalition. Half his men weren't even mist defectors. They were from outside the land of water entirely. Kuratsuchi, leaning forward, tapped a red-marked port on the edge of the map. That matches what we've seen in the west. Some minor attacks in the Taki Sea corridor, and one near Kusa's grain shipment route. They weren't just raids, they were coordinated. The Taki representative, a wiry shinobi with tired eyes, added grimly. They're targeting supply arteries. Food, medicine, building materials. Whoever's behind this, they're trying to choke our economies. Temari's arms were crossed. Or test how fast we respond. Silence fell again. Mei stood slowly, expression unreadable as she walked around the table. Her robes trailed softly across the stone floor. Erasure was a monster, yes, but also a smokescreen. If we relax now, we invite the next strike. Kuratsuchi grunted. So don't relax? Naruto turned toward Mei. We need to expand Kiri's patrol presence. Get more ships on the water. Fast. Chojuro winced. That's not as easy as it sounds. Our dockyards are already working at capacity. Naruto didn't flinch. Then we help. Temari raised a brow. Konoha and Suna still have merchant-class vessels. And we can allocate personnel, sensunin, field medics, barrier teams. The Kusa delegate leaned in, tone cautious. You're proposing a joint sea defense? Naruto nodded. Temporary convoy units. Shared intel. Shared protection. It'll make it easier to move goods, and harder for any coalition to gain ground. Mei arched a brow, lips twitching faintly. You're starting to sound like a true Hokage. Kuratsuchi muttered under her breath. He's been sounding like that all week. Naruto gave her a sidelong glance but said nothing. Chojuro adjusted his glasses. We'll need to draft terms. Who leads each patrol, where jurisdiction lies, how to handle engagements at sea. Mei waved a hand. We'll sort the details. But the principle stands. Kiri will accelerate our shipbuilding, double if we can. The Kusa and Taki reps exchanged nods. For the first time since arriving in Kiri, there was a genuine sense of unity. Naruto looked around the room. We all want peace. But peace doesn't survive on words. It needs shields. Patrols. Strategy. He paused, letting the silence hang. And sometimes force. Everyone knew exactly what he meant. Temari clicked her fan open with a dry snap. Then let's get to work. The war room had mostly cleared. Scrolls were being packed, maps rolled away. The Taki and Kusa envoys had departed for their quarters to begin drafting terms. Naruto had stepped out to speak with Haku and Zabuza. Only Temari remained, leaning by the high window, arms folded, watching the mist roll over the sea. Her fan was still secured at her back, but her stance never fully relaxed. Enjoying our weather? Mei asked smoothly as she entered, her steps silent on the polished stone. Temari didn't look over. Feels like the air wants to choke you if you breathe too deep. Mei smiled faintly. You'd get used to it. After a decade or two. Temari turned now, eyes sharp with amusement. I'll be back in Suna long before then. Ah, yes, Mei said with a dramatic sigh. Dry, sun-scorched, and politically rigid. Sounds like home. Temari chuckled under her breath. At least we don't have to swim between districts. The banter faded into quiet. Then Mei's tone shifted, softer but edged. You spoke confidently back there. You believe this pirate coalition's only going to escalate, don't you? Temari nodded. They've tested the waters. Erasure was just one move. Next time, they'll pick a softer target. A trade convoy, maybe. Or a port no one's watching. Mei moved to the table, pouring 2 cups of warm herbal tea. So soon as prepared to commit to the patrol plans? Already cleared it with Gaara before we came, Temari said. We've got resources, field units, intel teams. But don't expect full deployment overnight. I wouldn't dare, Mei said, handing her a cup. Temari took it with a slight bow of her head. Konoha and Suna have been stretched thin already. The wars may be behind us, but the scars aren't. Mei studied her a moment. And how's your brother taking all this? Treaties. Engagements. Naruto. Temari smirked. He's pretending it's all politics, but I can tell he's just glad Naruto's not marrying me. Mei laughed. A genuine one. Smart man. They sipped their tea in companionable silence. Then Mei tilted her head slightly. You know, you're a better politician than you let on. I'm a shinobi first, Temari said. But not just a shinobi, Mei replied, her eyes gleaming. That's why I like you. Temari raised a brow. I'm flattered, Mizukage. Mei finished her tea, setting it down gently. I suspect the rest of this summit won't be so agreeable. But for now, thank you. For being direct. Temari shrugged, already walking toward the door. Someone has to be. The chamber Mei had chosen for the final private talks was quieter than the main war room, less ornate, more intimate. A single round table sat at its center. The walls were thick with coral stone, silencing the wind outside. A pot of tea steamed gently on the table, untouched. Kuratsuchi entered briskly, posture squared, shoulders tense beneath her cloak. Her boots clicked as she crossed the room and sat, arms folded across her chest. You wanted to speak, she said flatly. Mei didn't sit immediately. She paced, graceful and slow, like a ripple on water. I did. You've been decisive. Focused. Diligent. You carry yourself well, Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi arched a brow. Is this flattery or foreplay? A soft, surprised laugh escaped Mei. You are your grandfather's heir. I'm here to confirm Iwa's treaty, Kuratsuchi said, tone clipped. Nothing more. Oh, come now, Mei said, finally taking a seat across from her. Let's not pretend this is just about ink and scrolls. You know why I asked to speak privately. Kuratsuchi's jaw tensed. She didn't answer. Mei leaned forward slightly. The marriage clause. Between you and the Hokage. Silence. Mei continued. It's not a traditional political tool, not in this era. Not since the clans unified. Which begs the question, why stake so much of your treaty on something so personal? It's symbolic, Kuratsuchi replied evenly. Of trust. Of merging old wounds and new futures. That's what the reports say, Mei said. But I'm asking you. Not IWA. Not Inoki. You. Kuratsuchi stared her down. Does it matter? It does, Mei said softly. Because it affects more than your village now. Naruto is Hokage. His choices ripple outward. Kuratsuchi didn't flinch. You think I'm not aware of that? I think you're fiercely aware, Mei said. Which is why I want to know if this is truly your choice. Kuratsuchi's fingers twitched against her sleeve. Her voice lowered. This isn't a game to me. I don't do things halfway. A beat. Good, Mei said, her eyes narrowing slightly. Because if I'm being honest, if this arrangement weren't already sealed, I might have made a proposal of my own. Kuratsuchi blinked. What? Mei smiled, gentle, poised, dangerous. Naruto is brilliant. Compassionate. He's got more spine than half the daimyos I've met. And he's not hard on the eyes, is he? Kuratsuchi stared, stunned. You're not serious. Oh, I'm always serious when it comes to diplomacy, Mei replied smoothly. Especially when family's involved. Unbelievable. Mei tilted her head. Does it bother you? No, Kuratsuchi said quickly, too quickly. It's just. Her words trailed. Her throat felt tight. Mei watched her carefully. You weren't sure when it started, were you? Just a mission. Just a clause. And now you're fighting to protect it like it's personal. Kuratsuchi looked away, lips pressed together. Then, quietly. It is personal. The silence that followed was heavier than before. She turned back, voice steadier. This isn't just Iwa's treaty anymore. It's mine. I want it to work. And I won't back down from it. Mei exhaled, then leaned back in her chair. Well, I had to try, she said with a smile. Kuratsuchi narrowed her eyes. Try what? To see if there was room for me to intervene, Mei said lightly. There's not. I can see that now. She stood, brushing down her robes. But fair warning, dear, if it does fall apart, I might still try to steal him. Kuratsuchi scowled. You'd have to pry him from my corpse. Mei laughed, rich and musical. I do enjoy a woman who commits. They moved to the treaty scrolls next, terms about shipping routes, shared ports, grain subsidies, and trade permissions. The final documents were stamped and sealed with quiet finality. As Mei escorted Kuratsuchi to the door, her voice softened. You'll make a fine Tsuchikage one day. Kuratsuchi looked at her, surprised. I hope so, she replied, then left without another word. The grand chamber of Kiri's council hall was more ceremonial than the war rooms, elegant with tall windows veiled by woven coral, the air heavy with salt and incense. The full council was gathered now, elders, aides, captains of the navy, and the remaining foreign dignitaries. Naruto stood at the center dais beneath the mist insignia, his Hokage cloak fluttering gently in the breeze that swept in from the sea. He glanced once at Mei, who sat upon the Mizukage seat with calm authority. Then he stepped forward. Before we depart, I want to speak plainly, Naruto said, his voice carrying through the chamber, clear and grounded. When we arrived, we knew the stakes. Erasure wasn't just a local threat, he was part of a growing danger. And the moment we put boots on your shores, we knew that what we were about to do wouldn't just affect Kiri, but all of us. The mist shinobi listened in silence, some with folded arms, some still nursing injuries from the last battle. But what stood out to me most, Naruto continued, was how quickly we put old tensions aside. Konoha and Kiri have a difficult past. We've fought, lost lives, spilled blood. But we came here to build something better, and thanks to the courage of this village, we did. He turned slightly, nodding to Chojuro and the naval commanders. Your agreement to form a joint sea patrol force, your commitment to help stabilize our region, that's what peace is made of. Not just promises. Actions. He paused. And I want to thank you, truly, for inviting us, for listening, and for stepping forward as equal partners in this alliance. He looked to Mei now. You've been a gracious host. Generous, patient, and terrifyingly good at negotiations. There were a few chuckles. Naruto grinned. So before I go, I'll just say this, thank you for helping us take down a threat. For signing the treaties. And for keeping me on my toes. Mei stood then, regal and poised. Naruto stepped forward and offered his hand. From Konoha to Kiri, he said, may this alliance hold strong, for the good of all our people. Mei accepted the handshake with a graceful nod. I look forward to working closely with you, Lord Hokage. Naruto gave her a wink. Careful, Mizukage. Someone might think you're still trying to charm me. Mei's eyes gleamed. Oh, I'm not trying. If I were, you'd already be mine. The room erupted in a few surprised laughs, some embarrassed, some outright delighted. Kuratsuchi folded her arms and rolled her eyes, muttering something sharp under her breath. Naruto just laughed, stepping back. Guess I'll consider that a compliment. Mei smiled. Take it however you like, as long as you remember who you're dealing with. They both turned toward the council. The final scrolls were unrolled, stamped with official seals from all attending nations. The Mizukage and Hokage affixed their seals with brushes and practice strokes. It was done. The alliance between Kiri and Konoha was now official. The mist harbor was quiet in the early evening, the mist curling low across the water like a blanket drawn over the sea. The Konoha delegation's ship was being loaded in the distance, sails furled, hull creaking gently as it rocked with the tide. Naruto stood at the edge of the dock, facing Zabuza and Haku, who had come to see them off personally. I won't forget your help, Naruto said, offering a firm nod. You both stood with us when it mattered. Haku smiled softly. Kirigakure may still carry scars, but the world's changing. You've made sure of that. Zabuza grunted. You Hokage types talk too much. But you've earned it. You're not your old man, but I see the same kind of steel. Naruto gave a half-smile. And you're not the demon of the mist anymore, huh? Zabuza shrugged. Still sharp enough when it counts. Naruto's smile faded slightly. His tone lowered. That's good. Because something's coming. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Naruto stepped closer, speaking just loud enough for them to hear. There's movement around the tailed beasts. I've been tracking patterns through our intelligence net. Someone's looking for them. Haku frowned. The other Jinchuriki? Naruto nodded. I don't think they're all accounted for. And there are whispers, rumors about Aisabu's chakra stirring again. If he reforms in these waters, he'll be vulnerable. And so will you. Zabuza's eyes sharpened. Who's behind this? Naruto glanced toward the fog beyond the harbor before replying. A group called the Akatsuki. No one knows who they all are. Not yet. But they're organized, dangerous, and they're not chasing power, they're chasing purpose. That's what makes them worse. Zabuza's mouth drew into a hard line. You're not telling me everything. I'll have more in Suna, Naruto said. Once I've cross-checked reports with Gaara's people. But I'll tell you this now. He looked Zabuza square in the eyes. One of their members is Kisame Hashigaki. For a split second, even the harbor wind seemed to stop. Zabuza's hands curled into fists. Kisame's alive? Naruto nodded grimly. And he's not alone. Which is why I need you to keep your ears open. Watch the coastal borders. If Aisabu reforms, seal the area. If you sense movement around the beast, send word immediately. Zabuza's expression was unreadable for a long moment. Then he growled softly. You should have led Konoha years ago. Naruto blinked. That almost sounded like a compliment. Don't get used to it. Zabuza snapped. But if this Akatsuki is real, then don't waste time. Start hunting. Naruto reached out, and the two men shook hands firmly. Shinobi to shinobi. No posturing. No ceremony. Just steel and respect. I'll be waiting for you in Suna, Naruto said. Zabuza gave a sharp nod. Then go. The real war might just be starting. As Naruto turned to leave, Haku offered a small bow. May your path be safe, Hokage. Naruto smiled gently. Same to you, Haku. And with that, he headed up the gangway toward the ship, the wind catching the hem of his cloak as the vessel's horn gave a deep, resonant call. The sea lay ahead. And Suna waited. The night sea stretched endlessly behind them, silver under the moon. At the stern of the ship, Sasuke leaned with one elbow on the railing, his eyes fixed on the horizon. His sword was strapped across his back, untouched since Kiri. His silence was deep, not brooding, just still. Temari approached, arms folded, her fan resting on her shoulder. You always this quiet, or is that a Konoha specialty? Sasuke didn't look at her. Do you always talk like you're trying to pick a fight? She smirked. Only with people I don't dislike. He glanced at her then, a twitch of amusement just barely touching the corner of his mouth. She took that as a win. They stood quietly for a moment, letting the sea speak between them. Then Temari sighed. Gaara's probably tearing up every document in Suna by now. I told him to delegate once. He gave me a death glare and rewrote the mission schedule by hand. Sasuke snorted softly. Sounds like someone I know. Let me guess, she said dryly. Blonde. Loud. Has a demon fox? No, Sasuke replied. Older brother. Emotionally constipated. Killed our parents. Temari barked a short laugh. Right. The infamous Itachi. We've heard rumors. Sasuke's tone turned just a hair heavier. Most of them are wrong. Temari tilted her head but didn't press. The shift in his voice was subtle, but she caught it. Instead, she offered something lighter. Well, Gaara's not a demon anymore either. He's just our problem now. Seems like you keep him grounded. More like I threatened to ground him, she said. Big difference. Sasuke finally allowed a quiet smirk. Then he asked, You heading back to Suna after this? Yeah. Temporary postings are up once the Sunakiri channel's secured. I'll debrief, check in with the elders, and then probably get reassigned. He looked at her then, really looked. Calm. Thoughtful. That'd be a mistake. Temari blinked. What? You're too good at this, he said. The talks. The way you handled the council. Even the way you managed Naruto. She gave him a suspicious look. Was that a compliment? Observation, Sasuke replied coolly. But yeah. You should be named Suna's official ambassador. Temari turned her head toward the sea, caught off guard by the blunt honesty. Her mouth quirked. I'll pretend I didn't enjoy hearing that. Sasuke gave a quiet shrug. Pretend all you want. Still true. The waves lapped gently below, the only interruption to the silence that settled after. I heard you're joining the Ambu, Temari said. Sasuke nodded once. Soon. After Suna. Dangerous line of work. So is diplomacy. She smirked. Touché. They stood side by side, not speaking for a long moment, not needing to. They didn't become fast friends. They didn't swap stories or start laughing over shared pain. But in that moment, with the world finally quiet around them, there was something simple and honest in their connection. Two warriors. Two siblings. Two shadows cast from the same kind of flame. Naruto and Kuratsuchi, a different kind of war. Toward the bow, Naruto leaned on the railing, letting the wind rush through his hair. Kuratsuchi stood beside him, arms folded, one leg propped up casually. You've been quiet, she said after a while. Just thinking. She raised a brow. Dangerous. He laughed under his breath. Guess I've had a lot on my mind lately. Kuratsuchi glanced at him, her expression softening a fraction. You handled Kiri well. Not just the fight, everything. Naruto turned to her. You helped. Having you there made it easier. She snorted. Don't get mushy on me now. But she didn't move away. A pause. Then Naruto took a breath. When we get back to Konoha, would you go out with me? I mean, not an official thing. Just a real date. Kuratsuchi blinked. That your way of asking nicely? I can reword it. Want me to draft a treaty first? She smirked. You're such a dork. Then her voice dropped, warm and serious. Yeah. I'd like that. Naruto's grin bloomed, boyish and bright. Really? Kuratsuchi nodded. I'm all in, Naruto. I want to see where this goes. He stared at her for a second too long before replying. Then so am I. They stood in that little bubble of warmth until Naruto looked over his shoulder and snickered. What? She asked. He nodded toward the stern. Look at those two. Sasuke and Temari. You think they'd make a good couple? Kuratsuchi made a face. Absolutely not. Why not? Two alike. Headstrong. Tactical. Stubborn. They'd implode in a week. Naruto laughed. So, like us? She turned slowly, her smirk smug. Please. You might be Mr. Big Bad Crimson Storm, but I'm running this show. Naruto looked at her, mock horror on his face. I should be worried, shouldn't I? Very. She turned and walked back toward the cabin, hips swaying just a bit more than usual, on purpose. Naruto stared, frozen for a beat. I'm so screwed, he muttered, grinning helplessly. The dim room smelled of ink and paper, tucked deep beneath the foundations of Konoha's administrative quarter, where only whispers and secrets moved freely. Danzo Shimura stood at the center, pale light filtering through the lone slit of a window above him. Before him, a scroll lay unfurled, stamped with the Mizuki's seal and the mark of Konoha. The ink had barely dried. A formal alliance with Kirigakure, he muttered. And the mist singing the Hokage's praises. He set the scroll down with a quiet thud. A root operative stepped forward from the shadows. Lord Danzo. The treaty is confirmed. All diplomatic representatives are expected to reconvene in Suna for final signatures and engagement ceremonies. Danzo's fingers drummed against the desk. Suna, he said softly. Of course. He turned, slowly pacing toward the shelves behind him, lined with old files, faded mission reports, and the redacted truths of decades of shinobi conflict. He moves faster than expected, Danzo muttered. Too fast. The root agent remained still, silent. He's drawing the world into his orbit, Danzo continued, voice low and measured. Treaties. Alliances. Symbols of unity. And now, marriage to the Tsuchikage heir. Clever. He turned sharply. Begin preparations. The root agent bowed. Infiltration of Suna? No, Danzo said. Not yet. Observation first. Mapping. Personnel rosters. Guard rotations. Guest lists. Schedules. His eye narrowed. I want to know everything about that summit before I decide how to tear it apart. The agent vanished into the darkness with a whisper of movement. Danzo returned to the scroll on the desk. He stared at the Mizuki's seal, then at Naruto's signature, scrawled boldly at the bottom. He tapped it once, almost thoughtfully. Enjoy your peace while it lasts. Hokage. Homecoming. The gates of Konoha stood wide in the warm afternoon sun, and for once, there was no tension in the air, no crisis waiting just beyond the horizon. The delegation walked side by side, dust still clinging to their cloaks from the sea and road. As they passed the final hill crest, the familiar rooftops of the village came into view, and beyond them, carved into the stone cliffs, stood the completed face of Konoha's fifth Hokage. Naruto stopped mid-step. You've gotta be kidding me. There it was. His likeness, sharp eyes, strong jawline, windswept hair sculpted in stone right next to his father's. The craftsman had somehow captured that balance of youthful energy and hardened leadership. He looked older than he felt. Damn, Temari muttered, squinting up at it. That's actually a good likeness. You don't even look that smug. Kuratsuchi gave a low whistle. Iwa's going to be furious you got chiseled into a mountain before they even carved a foundation for my future office. Fu clapped him on the back. Well, Crimson Storm, looks like you're official now. Sasuke didn't say anything. But Naruto caught the way his eyes lingered on the monument longer than anyone else's. At the gates, waiting for them, were Tsunade and Shikaku Nara, standing in the shade with arms crossed and matching amused expressions. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Look who's back. And look who finally got his chin carved in granite. Shikaku gave a small, approving nod. Took less time than I expected. And much more detail. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, laughing sheepishly. Didn't even know they were finishing it. You've earned it, Tsunade said, her smile genuine. Welcome home, Naruto. Cheers broke out from nearby villagers and shinobi. Word had spread quickly. The alliance with Kiri, the pirate defeat, the unity forming around the Hokage. It all came together in the faces of the people waiting at the gate. Naruto took it in, heart full. But as the diplomatic party began to break apart, he turned toward Kuratsuchi. I'll see you tonight? She tilted her head. That's still on? He nodded. Dinner. Your embassy. I'm bringing ramen and no diplomatic scrolls. Kuratsuchi smirked. You better not be late. The others broke off, Sierra team heading toward the barracks, Fu and Tenzo toward the Hokage compound for mission debriefs, Sasuke and Temari walking in casual silence toward the Uchiha district and Suna's embassy, and the foreign dignitaries led toward their embassies for rest. Naruto exhaled slowly, eyes drifting one more time toward the mountain. He didn't say it, but he felt it. I'm home. The Hokage's office door clicked open just as Naruto was halfway through signing off a joint naval coordination proposal. He looked up with a grin as Shikamaru walked in, scroll tucked under one arm, ponytail slightly windblown from the journey. Welcome back, Naruto said, leaning back in his chair. You're late. Shikamaru didn't sit. I got you ships. Don't push it. Naruto chuckled and waved him in. Let's hear it. Shikamaru dropped the scroll into the desk with a soft thud. The shipwrights in Wave Country are on board. They'll start construction as soon as Kiri sends the official design specs. They were impressed with the scale of the deal. Told them it'd improve their economy and put Wave on the international map. Naruto raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed. You pitched that? Shikamaru shrugged. Wasn't hard. I let them think it was their idea. Naruto flipped the scroll open, scanning the details. And the trade routes? Secured. They'll use the eastern port and stage near Whirlpool. Once patrols are formalized, they'll ship the hulls and parts to Mist for final assembly. Naruto grinned. That's perfect. Shikamaru reached into his vest pocket and pulled out a smaller, folded note. Oh, and they renamed the new suspension bridge connecting their main port. Naruto looked up. Shikamaru smirked. It's called the Great Naruto Bridge. Naruto blinked. Wait, what? Local council approved it last week, Shikamaru said casually. Apparently the story about you and that bridge builder Tazuna still floats around. I guess saving a country makes you a folk hero. Naruto sat there stunned for a moment, then leaned back with a giant grin on his face. Okay. Monument face and a bridge in the same week? This is the best day ever. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Don't let it go to your head. No promises, Naruto said, absolutely beaming. Then he cleared his throat, switching gears. Actually, I've got a new assignment for you. Shikamaru raised a brow. Already? You leave for Suna in 3 days, Naruto said, reaching for another scroll. The final alliance signing and engagement confirmation will be held there. You're being sent ahead to coordinate with Temari. Shikamaru sighed. Of course it's with Temari. She's already prepping the Chunin exams. Naruto continued, smirking. You'll help with scheduling, candidate evaluation, and security planning. This'll be the first time the exams are held jointly since the old war. And you want me managing that circus? You or no one, Naruto replied. You're the only one who sees the board before the pieces move. Shikamaru scratched the back of his head. TCH. What a drag. But he took the scroll anyway. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Shikamaru. As Shikamaru turned to leave, he muttered. Just don't let this whole engagement make you soft. Too late. Naruto called after him, still grinning. I'm already soft. Like bridge steel. Shikamaru didn't reply, but Naruto swore he caught the faintest snort before the door shut. The breeze atop the Hokage Tower was stronger than usual, carrying with it the scent of blooming trees and village life. Konoha stretched below in peaceful patterns of tiled rooftops, narrow alleys, and flickering lights. Naruto stood near the edge, hands resting on the iron railing, his cloak fluttering behind him. From here, he could see his face on the mountain, etched beside his father's. It still felt unreal. He was smiling, but it didn't reach his eyes. They'd be proud, he thought. Right. Minato. Kushina. Mina, well, kind of. There were no crowds here. No teasing diplomats. No reports. Just silence and wind. And then, I see you've finally joined us in stone. Naruto turned, not startled, but struck by a familiar warmth. There stood Hiruzen Sarutobi, pipe in hand, robes fluttering gently as if the wind itself had made room for him. He looked as he always had in Naruto's memory, tired, knowing, kind. Naruto gave him a faint smile. Took me long enough. Hiruzen stepped beside him, gazing out over the village. I remember when you were no taller than my knee. Running around the training fields, eating dango you didn't pay for. Naruto chuckled. Old man Ichiraku used to chase me down the alleys. I thought I was so fast. You were, Hiruzen said with a smile. Still are. And now, look what you've become. There was a quiet pride in his voice that made Naruto's throat tighten. I thought it would feel better, Naruto said softly. Being up here. Being Hokage. It does. But not all the time. Naruto was quiet. Then, I miss them. Every day. Hiruzen didn't reply for a long moment. That means you carry them well. The wind blew gently, and for a while, that was enough. Then Hiruzen's tone shifted, just slightly. Danzo's begun to move. Naruto's body tensed. He didn't turn. Are you sure? I've heard whispers, Hiruzen said. Shadows gathering in Suna. Old debts being revisited. There are games that play beneath even your radar, Naruto. Naruto's jaw tightened. Then I'll find them. Hiruzen nodded. You always do. But be ready. You're not the only one with a plan. He turned then, resting a hand gently on Naruto's shoulder. Don't forget, peace must be defended. Not just from enemies, but from ambition. Then, as quickly as he came, Hiruzen stepped back, and was gone. Naruto stood there for a while, watching the spot where his grandfather had vanished, pipe smoke still hanging in the air like memory. Then he exhaled. Thanks, Gigi. And turned to head inside. The Hokage's office wasn't quiet for long. Naruto barely had time to sit down when the door burst open and Shizen stormed in, a scroll clutched in one hand and an anxious look in her eyes. You're back, she said sharply, before even bowing. Naruto blinked. Nice to see you too. Shizen placed both hands on the desk. We have a problem. That's new, he said, rubbing his temples. What kind this time? Trade? Intel? Another nation pissed about the engagement? Shizen gave him a flat look. It's personal. Naruto stared. Like romantic? Worse. He leaned forward, suddenly curious. Okay, now I'm interested. Shizen sighed, clearly debating whether she should even be saying it. It's Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama. Something's wrong. She won't talk to me. She's cancelled 2 medical council meetings. She's not drinking, which, by the way, is more suspicious than if she was. And Jiraiya's been weird. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Weird how? He's hiding, Shizen said. He left this at your desk this morning. She handed over a note. Naruto unfolded it slowly. It read, Gone to clear my head. Don't worry about me. Frogs will always leap forward. You are the wind. Believe in storms. Jiraiya. Naruto stared at the note for a long time. Then looked at Shizen. What the hell does that even mean? Shizen threw her hands up. I was hoping you could tell me. Naruto groaned, pushing out of his chair. Fine. I'll deal with him. He's probably still in the village. He motioned toward the ANBU guard outside the door. Bring Jiraiya to my office. Now. The guard nodded and vanished. A few minutes later, the door creaked open again, and Jiraiya peeked in, grinning like a guilty child caught near the cookie jar. Hey, kiddo. Naruto didn't return the smile. Guard dismissed. The ANBU nodded and left. Naruto folded his arms and stared at him. Cut the crap. Jiraiya's smile faltered. What crap? You know what crap? Naruto snapped. Shizen's losing her mind, Tsunade's hiding in her tower, and you're leaving notes that sound like rejected haiku. What? Happened? Jiraiya looked around as if searching for a trapdoor to vanish into. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Don't make me use a truth seal. Jiraiya slumped. Fine. He sat down heavily on the couch, rubbing his face. It was after that dinner a few weeks ago, when you and the old man left. Naruto leaned against the desk, arms crossed. Jiraiya groaned. Tsunade and I were walking back to her place. We were tipsy. She started it. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Jiraiya panicked. I mean the argument. Not ugh. Okay. Flashback begins. The night air was warm, and the village glowed in quiet golden lantern light. Jiraiya and Tsunade were weaving down the street, bumping into each other with every other step. You always disappear after a fight, she barked. You always start the fights, he snapped back. I show up and you throw chairs at me. You deserve the chair. You hit me in the spine. It healed. They stomped up her stairs, still bickering. Then, just outside her door, they stopped. Tsunade huffed. You're still a damn fool. Jiraiya stared at her, breathing hard. Then he said it. I still love you. Tsunade blinked. What? I never stopped. Not once. And she kissed him. Hard. And they slammed the doors shut behind them. Rated M. They fiercely battled their tongues together as their hand roamed all over each other. Then as Jiraiya tried to maneuver them towards any type of bed-like furniture but ended up on the floor next to the couch as Tsunade straddled him. The more they made out, the harsher Tsunade's bites got on his lip, which led to Jiraiya finding his way a bit more south, to the holy land he had fantasized for since he was a genin. As always, he was waiting for the moment she would knock him out of the village, but this time the only resistance he found was from her kimono straps that fell apart very easily. Tsunade's breast spilled out, revealing the pinkest of nipples atop the largest breasts Jiraiya had ever had the pleasure of playing with, and now that he finally had the chance, he would do it to his heart's content. Tsunade in return only moaned at Jiraiya's lewdest of actions. There are more things to explore down there, you know, she whispered. It's about the journey heim. Especially one I have been wanting for so long. Well, don't finish at the first stop. Jiraiya in return just smiled. Moving from a straddle to putting her on her back and kissing his way down from her luscious boobs to her navel to her lovely vagina, where Tsunade first met with a feeling she would not forget for the rest of her life, as Jiraiya went down on her. It didn't take long for her eyes to roll back. It continued with her getting wetter and wetter and Jiraiya teasing her mercilessly with his tongue. He found it to be a poetic justice for all the times she pushed him away and broke something in him. This was Jiraiya's night as he flipped her on her chest, catching a surprise woe out of her before finally undoing his trousers and unleashing his hard-on from its restraints. He continued to tease her more with the tip to the point that Tsunade found herself getting frustrated. I swear to God, Jiraiya, if you don't follow through dash. She was cut off as he finally inserted himself deep inside the tightest depths of her pussy, getting another gasp from her. He didn't stop just there either, he continued pounding to her moans. Oh my god, Jiraiya! Rig HTTHERE. Deviant you dare stop! She kept going as Jiraiya kept going in and out as he ravaged her, pushing her head down as she arched her ass up for him. The plumping noise becoming a symphony to his ears. This is what he had dreamed of, and if anyone dared to wake him from this beautiful dream, he knew he would launch the third great ninja war on them. Before he knew it, Jiraiya could not hold himself back. Oh Heim, I can't, oh yes, oh I can't. He finished inside her, before collapsing on top of her, spilling his cock out. Heaving hard, they could not fathom this had happened. But Tsunade wasn't done just yet. Not so quick, you pervert. She pushed him next to her before getting on top of him, making way to his rising cock again. We are not done yet. Not by long shot. Paying Jiraiya back for the orgasm by devouring his deep into the back of her throat, using the tongue he had not realized that it would feel so good. Jiraiya did his very best to hold himself back, but Tsunade came back with a vengeance, going up and down his precious rod. And just as Jiraiya was going to pop, Tsunade stopped as well. Tsunade then decides to take him in her again, but this time she was in control. And boy, she was. She rode him like a samurai rides a horse. Wild and with purpose, and rather than bounce, she grinded like a wave back and forth, back and forth. Throughout the entire night they fought for control and for pleasure with each other. For the first time in a long time did they find each other, without the weight of the past or the worry of the future on their shoulders. That night Jiraiya came 6 times, Tsunade 8. Flashback ends. Back in the office, Naruto was staring at Jiraiya with an expression of complete and utter horror. You had sex with her? Jiraiya flailed. Don't say it like that. You two are like my parents, Naruto shouted. I do not want to think about. He grabbed his head and groaned like he was physically in pain. Jiraiya pointed frantically. Don't look at me like that. I've been trying to talk to her since, but she won't even look at me. Naruto grabbed the nearest stack of papers and smacked him in the head. You idiot! Oh! You confessed and then disappeared like some second-rate romance novel. No wonder she's ignoring you. I had to think. Think with your brain next time. Jiraiya groaned. I was going to leave the village for a bit. Naruto's glare hardened. No. You're banned. What? You're banned from leaving until you fix this. Is that legal? I'm the Hokage. Jiraiya slumped over. This is the worst timeline. Later that evening, Naruto sat on the edge of his desk, arms crossed, staring at the still warm seat where Jiraiya had made his dramatic exit. The door opened again, and Shizen stepped in cautiously, carrying a tray of tea. Did you get anything out of him? She asked. Naruto looked up at her like a man who had just returned from war. They had sex. Shizen dropped the tray. Crash. Excuse me? Naruto rubbed his temples. Yup. Right after that dinner. Arguing, yelling, then he said he still loved her and boom. Next thing you know, he's acting like a runaway teenager and she's avoiding eye contact with every human in a 100-mile radius. Shizen's eye twitched. They're in their 50s. Try telling them that. She slowly lowered herself into the chair. So that's why she's been refusing every meeting. Naruto nodded. And he was gonna leave the village to go mope. I banned him. Shizen blinked. You banned the Toad Sage. I don't want to. But I have to. This is my childhood we're talking about. Shizen's face paled. I called them Mom and Dad once. Naruto pointed at her. Same. They sat in silence for a long moment, both visibly trying to erase the imagery from their minds. Then Naruto straightened. Okay. So. We fix it. Shizen looked up. What? They're too stubborn to fix it themselves. So we, us, you and me, we force them. You're proposing matchmaking? I'm proposing a mission. Operation Parental Reconciliation? He grinned. Operation Happily Ever After. Tsunade punches him into a wall, but then they talk it out. She groaned. You're serious. I'm Hokage. I'm always serious. Shizen looked at him with dead eyes. That's terrifying. Naruto turned toward the window, steepling his fingers in mock villain fashion. This is what they get for raising me. Time to use all the chaos they ever taught me, against them. Shizen slumped. You really are the kid. Naruto grinned. Let's make a plan. Konoha was glowing beneath the early evening sky, the last light of day bleeding into lanterns and street fires. The air buzzed with calm. No war councils. No treaties to sign. Just the city breathing. Naruto approached the IWA embassy in his civilian clothes, simple slacks, a dark short-sleeved shirt, and his forehead protector tied loosely around his neck. It felt strange not wearing the Hokage cloak, but tonight wasn't about being Hokage. It was about being Naruto. Kuratsuchi was waiting just outside the gate, standing beneath the embassy lantern, her arms crossed and her chin tilted up like she hadn't spent the whole day going over IWA Konoha trade drafts. She wore a sleek, unzipped flak vest over a black fitted tank and dark gray pants tucked into her usual combat boots. Her hair was in her usual short pixie cut but a little more loose without the headband, as if she'd thrown it together just before walking out. She looked sharp. And for a second, Naruto forgot how to speak. Hey, he said finally, slipping into his usual smile. Took you long enough, she replied. Was starting to think the paperwork swallowed you. Naruto scratched the back of his head. I had to sneak past 3 elders and a surprise council meeting. I'm officially a fugitive until morning. Kuratsuchi cracked a grin. Rebel Hokage. I like the sound of that. They started walking down the main village road, blending in with the nighttime crowd. A few people did double takes, but no one called out, not with how relaxed Naruto looked beside her. They reached Ichiraku Ramen just as Ayam was cleaning off the counter, but she paused when she saw them approaching. 2 tonight? She asked, already smiling. Naruto nodded. And somewhere quiet if you've got it. Always, she said, waving them to a private booth tucked under the red paper lanterns strung along the side alley. The light cast soft glows across their faces as they sat down. Kuratsuchi leaned back slightly, running her fingers along the edge of the menu without really reading it. So this is the famous Ichiraku. The holy Ichiraku, Naruto corrected, mock offended. Have some respect. I'll be the judge of that, she said coolly, though a glint of amusement danced in her eyes. They ordered quickly, pork miso for Naruto, spicy beef broth for Kuratsuchi, and when the bowls arrived, steaming and aromatic, Naruto watched her take her first bite like a chef awaiting a review. Her chopsticks paused. She took another bite. Okay. Fine. This is incredible. Naruto beamed. Told you. I'm going to hate myself when I'm addicted. He leaned in, resting his arms on the table, relaxed and warm. Wouldn't be the worst thing to be addicted to. You're safe as long as you don't drink all the broth. Kuratsuchi smirked. What happens if I do? You marry into the family. She choked slightly on her noodles, then gave him a sharp glare, blushing faintly. I hate you. You don't. No. I don't, she admitted quietly. There was a moment of silence between them. Not tense. Just thick with everything that hadn't been said yet. Naruto shifted, gaze steady. This us. It doesn't have to be just politics. Kuratsuchi's expression flickered. I know. I'm not asking for promises, he said. But maybe we see where it goes. She looked at him, unreadable for a beat. Then slowly she nodded. Yeah, she said softly. Let's see. They slurped through another few bites of ramen in companionable silence before Kuratsuchi sat back, arms crossed, watching him over the rim of her bowl. So, what's this I hear about your old sensei and the slug queen going off script? Naruto blinked. How do you know about that already? She gave him a flat look. You said you snuck past 3 elders. One of them was at the embassy when I walked out. You'd be surprised what old ladies whisper when they think you're part of the marriage treaty. Naruto groaned, dragging a hand over his face. I can't believe this. I didn't even have time to process it, and now half the village is going to be gossiping. Kuratsuchi smirked. You mean to tell me they weren't already a thing? Apparently not officially, Naruto said, voice rising. Which is insane because they've been sniping at each other like a married couple for years. And now that they finally, you know. Kuratsuchi leaned in, eyes glinting. Had sex? Naruto nearly dropped his chopsticks. Don't say it so bluntly. Kuratsuchi laughed, openly delighted. You poor thing. They're basically your surrogate parents, aren't they? He slumped forward. I walked in on that truth like a kunai to the face. I will never be the same. She rested her cheek on her hand, still grinning. So what's the plan? Shizen and I are going to force them to deal with it. Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow. You're matchmaking your own godfather and your godmother? Yes. She blinked. I have never been more attracted to you than in this moment. He snorted. Glad we're hitting new highs. You need help? Are you offering? Kuratsuchi straightened, eyes alight with pure mischief. You've clearly never seen the full extent of my talents. Should I be worried? Oh, absolutely. Naruto gave her a mock suspicious look. What exactly are you planning? She leaned across the table with a smirk. I have access to the embassy's ceremonial wine stores. I know Shizen's daily routine, and I'm very good at disguises. Naruto stared. You're terrifying. She winked. You like it? He did. A lot. The night in Konoha had settled into a gentle hush. The ramen shop lights faded behind them, the laughter and clinking bowls replaced by the sound of footsteps on quiet stone streets. Lanterns flickered above, and the breeze rustled the leaves in the distance. The village had slowed, slipping into peaceful sleep. Naruto and Kuratsuchi walked side by side, no real urgency in their steps. He kept his hands in his pockets. She walked with her arms relaxed, not folded for once. Ramen was a good call, she said after a moment. Told you, he replied, glancing over. I only bring the important people there. She glanced sideways, but didn't comment. They walked a little farther before she spoke again. You ever think about what comes after all this? Naruto tilted his head. After what? The treaties. The war memories. The pressure. You ever think about the part where it's just life? He thought for a second, watching the way the light danced on the stone. Sometimes, he said. Not often. It's hard to imagine getting that far, you know? But yeah, I'd like that. To not always be on edge. Kuratsuchi hummed softly. I think I'm still figuring out what I want my after to look like. He looked over again. And do you think I fit into it? She didn't answer right away. They kept walking. Then, as they turned the corner near the quiet border of the Uchiha district, she stopped. Naruto stopped too. Kuratsuchi turned to face him. Back in Kiri, she said, voice low. I meant it. I'm all in. This marriage thing. It's not just about alliances anymore. It's about you. Naruto's expression softened, all teasing gone from his eyes. And what happens? He asked quietly. If I fall for you too fast? She smirked, just slightly. Then we'll deal with it. Together. The space between them was quiet now, charged not with tension, but possibility. Naruto stepped a little closer, just enough for her to notice. You're really something, you know that? I've been told, she said, lifting her chin with mock pride. He laughed softly. Want to walk a little slower? She gave a shrug, feigning indifference. Sure. Wouldn't want the night to end too soon. They walked again, this time with no rush, their arms just barely brushing now and then as they moved through the stillness of the village. And somewhere along the path, without needing to speak it aloud, both of them knew. This wasn't just politics anymore. The Embers of Alliance Part 2. Chapter 37, Matchmaking and Growing Love. Naruto's office looked less like the heart of government, and more like a mission control room. Scrolls, inked plans, intercepted schedule notes, and even surveillance sketches, done poorly by Naruto himself, were spread across the Hokage's desk and walls. At the center, Naruto stood like a general over a war map, while Shizen paced with a hand on her forehead and Kuratsuchi lounged across the windowsill, legs swinging, half-eaten rice cracker in hand. I don't know whether I should be impressed or deeply concerned, Shizen muttered. Kuratsuchi raised a hand. Can it be both? Naruto jabbed his ink brush at the center parchment. Okay. Listen. This is the plan. He unfurled a detailed 3-part flowchart that looked suspiciously like a mission strategy from a B-rank infiltration op. Operation, parallel paths, mission goals. Primary objective, get Tsunade and Jiraiya in the same place at the same time. Secondary objective, force an emotional confrontation without causing a structural disaster. Tertiary objective, avoid traumatizing anyone under the age of 30. Phase 1, the emotional divide. Target Tsunade. Agent, Shizen. Objective, lure Tsunade out of the tower with a fabricated emergency. A falsified letter from the fire daimyo's wife requesting her presence for a private consultation. Route, escort her through the West Garden courtyard, stalling just long enough for Phase 2 to be prepped. Target Jiraiya. Agent Naruto. Objective, drag Jiraiya out of hiding with a fake, urgent memo from a high-ranking intelligence contact about Akatsuki movements near the Suna border. Bait, tell him it came with a sealed request to only be opened in a secure location, preferably the tea house overlooking the koi pond where Tsunade coincidentally will be sipping sake. Phase 2, ambush the feelings. The setup. Reserve the secluded tea garden for a Hokage private guest event. Have the room staged with subtle mood-setting elements, warm lighting, low music, and the good sake. Hide the civilian staff under the pretense of a security drill. No witnesses. No distractions. Kuratsuchi's task. Distract and remove any NBU tail or diplomatic chaperones from both targets. Stage coincidental, flowers in the room, peonies and bellflowers. Tsunade's mother's favorite combination. Naruto totally asked Hiruzen before he faded out. Phase 3, Strategic Detonation. Lock the garden's sliding door. Leave a note from Naruto on the table. You've both run long enough. Time to stop. Talk. Try. Underneath it, a fresh bottle of ceremonial vintage sake from the second Hokage's private collection, recently donated to Naruto's stash. Shizen leaves a backup key with Iam, just in case it becomes a hostage situation. Back to the office, the final touches. Naruto sat back in his chair, clearly proud of the whole operation. Kuratsuchi tossed the sabe into her mouth. This is disturbingly well thought out. You've definitely channeled your inner IWA strategist. Naruto grinned. I prefer to think of it as karmic justice. Shizen rubbed her temples. I can't believe I'm helping you emotionally ambush the two most dangerous Sannin. Naruto leaned in with mock seriousness. That's where you're wrong. We're not ambushing them. We're giving them an intervention disguised as a date, disguised as a hostage situation. Kuratsuchi held up a hand. To be fair, if anyone could turn a hostage situation into foreplay, it's Tsunade. Shizen choked on her tea. I did not need that mental image. Naruto laughed so hard he nearly fell out of his chair. West Courtyard Path, 3:43 p.m. Tsunade-sama, Shizen said, walking just slightly ahead, scroll in hand. The fire daimyo's wife was very specific about the location. Said she wanted somewhere private and calming. Something about needing space to speak freely. Tsunade followed, slightly annoyed, arms crossed and hair tied up tight. The wife of the daimyo wants to speak to me about marital health? Shizen winced. Yes, well, given your experience, she thought you might offer a unique perspective. I've shattered men's ribs for less. You've also helped several noblewomen with stress-related chakra blocks. Shizen offered quickly. She's technically within your medical expertise. Tsunade sighed. Fine. But if this turns into another you should remarry lecture, I'm throwing her into the koi pond. Shizen smiled just a bit too innocently, and led her on toward the secluded garden. Konoha Archives rooftop, 3:46 p.m. Naruto found Jiraiya reclining on the rooftop with a small bottle of plum wine and a pipe that hadn't been lit. He looked somewhere between distracted and nervous. You got a mission for me, or just here to shame an old man? Jiraiya asked, not turning. Naruto held up a scroll sealed in deep red wax. Got this from one of the sand contacts. Code Black clearance. Said it had to be opened in a secured, low-traffic location. Jiraiya glanced over. Code Black, huh? And there's a bonus, Naruto added with a smirk. The tea garden's got the good view. And good sake. Jiraiya stood slowly, brushing off his robe. Lead the way, Hokage. The secluded tea garden, 3:59 p.m. Tsunade walked into the private enclosure and froze. The room was softly lit, bathed in warm golden hues from lanterns strung above. The sliding doors were sealed behind her with an audible click. At the low table, a fresh sake set, 2 ceramic cups, and a note signed by Naruto. A bottle of ceremonial vintage. No fire daimyo's wife in sight. Shizen, Tsunade said flatly. The door behind her slid open. Sorry, am I interrupting something? Came Jiraiya's voice. She whipped around. You! Jiraiya blinked. Wait, you're the intel contact? They both turned to the table. Naruto's note sat centered between them, in bold ink. You've both run long enough. Time to stop. Talk. Try. Naruto. There was a silence so thick it pressed against the walls. Tsunade reached for the sake. Jiraiya sat down, sighing. This is entrapment, he muttered. Tsunade poured. Damn right it is. They clinked their cups. And drank. The bottle of sake sat between them, nearly half gone, condensation forming on the ceramic like sweat on skin. Tsunade leaned back against the wooden pillar, swirling her cup with calculated calm. Jiraiya sat across from her, foot resting on one knee, arms crossed like he was bracing for an explosion. You knew this was a setup, didn't you? She asked. Nope. he said flatly. Thought I was walking into an intel drop about the Akatsuki. Instead, I walk into my deepest regrets. Tsunade snorted. Could have brought flowers. Could have talked to me after that night. The air shifted. Either of them touched their cups for a moment. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. You were the one who ghosted. I woke up alone. I panicked, Jiraiya said, voice tight. Okay? I panicked. We were both drunk, we were yelling, and then suddenly we were having sex. Yeah. He ran a hand through his hair. And it wasn't just sex. Not for me. Tsunade looked away. You should have said something. You should have stayed. He fired back. They sat in bitter silence, the tension between them thick enough to bottle. Jiraiya poured himself another cup and downed it in one go. You think I haven't wanted to tell you that for years? That I haven't dreamed about it? She said nothing. He leaned forward, voice raw now. You think I didn't mean it when I told you I loved you? Tsunade's hands clenched tightly around her cup. I think I believed you, she whispered. That surprised him. She set the cup down slowly. I believed you, Jiraiya. That night, it was the first time I stopped pushing you away. And the next morning, when I opened my eyes and you weren't there. She shook her head. I felt like I was 20 again. Right after Dan. Right after Nawaki. Like the universe was just playing some sick joke. I didn't leave because I regretted it, Jiraiya said quickly. I left because it meant too much. I woke up and realized if I didn't get my head on straight, I was going to screw it up again. You still screwed it up. I know! He stood abruptly, pacing now, his sandals loud against the polished wood. I'm a fool. I've always been a fool when it comes to you. But I'm not going anywhere this time. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Not even to run off to some mysterious frog shrine for a new jutsu? No more shrines, he said. No more excuses. I'm here. If you want me. She looked at him for a long time. Then, and what if I don't? Jiraiya blinked. Do you? She stood up slowly and stepped close, their faces inches apart. I haven't been able to think straight since that night, she murmured. So either you kiss me again, or I'm throwing this entire bottle at your head. Jiraiya grinned, eyes crinkling. You always know how to ruin a moment. I always know how to end one. And this time, when they kissed, it wasn't drunken or desperate. It was real. 3 shadows crouched low on the tiled roof just above the tea garden, perfectly still, aside from the occasional crunch of dried seaweed snacks and the quiet hum of whispered commentary. Naruto squinted through a tiny periscope he'd borrowed from the sensory division. Kuratsuchi lay on her stomach, chin resting on her fists, legs lazily swinging in the air behind her. Shizen knelt beside them, alternating between chewing her nails and whispering sharp rebukes under her breath. Inside the softly lit garden below, Tsunade and Jiraiya were mid-argument, again. Oh no, Shizen whispered. They're yelling again. They're always yelling, Kuratsuchi muttered. That's practically foreplay. Naruto winced. Please never say that again. No, seriously. Kuratsuchi went on, pointing with a glint in her eye. Look at the way she's standing, hands on hips, chin tilted just enough to be dramatic, but not really angry. She wants him to say something stupid and romantic. Which he will, Naruto muttered. Because it's Jiraiya. They watched for another tense moment. Then, boom. He said it. I've loved you since the day you broke my nose in training. All 3 observers froze. Shizen covered her mouth. Kuratsuchi grinned. Naruto's mouth dropped open. Oh my god! Shizen whispered. He said it again. He's finally growing a spine, Kuratsuchi said proudly. Sure. They're hugging. Wait, no. Oh my god, they're kissing again. Naruto immediately dropped the periscope and turned away, covering his eyes. I don't want to see this twice in my life. Kuratsuchi cackled. This is the best mission I've ever been on. Shizen groaned. I feel like I need to bleach my eyes. Naruto peeked back cautiously. Okay, the sake bottle's still standing. No broken bones. That's a good sign. Below, Jiraiya and Tsunade were now sitting side by side at the table again, this time close, talking in low voices either spy team could hear. Naruto let out a long, slow breath and slumped back against the roof tiles. We did it. We're amazing, Kuratsuchi said smugly. I still hate everything about how this happened, Shizen muttered. Naruto looked over at them, a crooked, proud grin stretching across his face. We just made the two scariest people in the village fall in love again. I think that makes us heroes. Heroes with no shame, Kuratsuchi added, casually tossing a seaweed crisp in her mouth. Naruto chuckled, hands behind his head as he stared up at the star-scattered sky. I'll take it. The Hokage residence's private garden was quiet in the late morning, lit by the golden warmth of the sun and filled with the gentle sound of wind brushing through blossom-heavy trees. A narrow stream ran through the center, and soft stepping stones crisscrossed between patches of well-tended herbs and flowering plants. Shizen knelt in the herb beds, sleeves rolled up, gently pruning rows of medicinal greens. Nearby, Kuratsuchi sat on a low stone bench beneath a flowering pear tree, idly tossing pebbles into the stream with one hand, her other resting on the back of her neck. Their morning patrol had wrapped up early, nothing urgent, just escorting trade goods and overseeing road inspection. Shizen had offered tea before they parted. Kuratsuchi, surprisingly, hadn't said no. You know, Kuratsuchi finally said, breaking the quiet. When Naruto told me you were his closest support in the village, I thought I'd meet someone more uptight. Shizen laughed gently. You should have seen me before he became Hokage. I can imagine, Kuratsuchi said with a smirk. You've got well-meaning rule enforcer written all over you. Guilty, Shizen replied, standing and wiping her hands on a cloth. But it's hard to stay uptight when your Hokage climbs rooftops to dodge council meetings and flirts with his fiancée during mission briefings. Kuratsuchi snorted. That happened once. Twice, Shizen corrected with a smile. They made their way to a shaded bench beneath the pear tree, where a simple tea set waited on a lacquered tray. Shizen poured with practiced grace, 1 cup for each, then added a splash of honey to hers. Kuratsuchi took hers straight. No offense, she said, eyeing the setup, but this feels more like a peace talk than a tea break. Shizen smiled as she sipped. You're not wrong. It's rare we get moments like this, where everything isn't about politics, or war, or saving face. I thought it might be nice to just talk. Kuratsuchi leaned back, legs stretched out, sipping slowly. Talk about what? Hair oil? Cute jonin boys? Well, I was hoping for something more dignified, Shizen teased. But if you'd like to talk about the disaster that is Kotetsu's dating life, I have plenty of stories. Kuratsuchi laughed at that, the sound short but real. You're alright, Shizen. They fell into a casual rhythm, small talk, a few playful jabs about how loud Naruto chewed, the absurdity of IWA council meetings, and the silent war between Konoha medics and administrative staff over tea blend preferences. Eventually, the tone softened. He's changed, Shizen said, her gaze on the rippling stream. Naruto, I mean. But not all the way. Not in the ways that matter. Kuratsuchi tilted her head. You say that like you know him better than I do. I knew him before he understood power, Shizen said gently. When he thought strength meant being loud, being noticed. Now he understands the weight of it. That's what makes him dangerous, and remarkable. Kuratsuchi was silent a moment. Then, yeah. That part one get. You've been good for him, Shizen added. He doesn't feel like he has to perform around you. I've noticed. Kuratsuchi shrugged, sipping again. I don't let him get away with crap. Maybe that's why. Shizen gave a soft smile. He needs that. A quiet breeze stirred the blossoms. Petals drifted down across the garden, catching in the folds of their sleeves. Then Shizen added, almost absently, I cared about him long before all this. Before the title. Before the treaties. Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow. Cared how? Shizen hesitated. Her eyes flicked downward. He was my first. There was a beat of silence, sharp, crystalline. Kuratsuchi blinked once. Your first? Shizen immediately tensed. I didn't mean, I wasn't trying to make it weird. You mean first. Kuratsuchi sat forward, expression caught somewhere between curious and defensive. Shizen's voice lowered, flustered. We were both in a strange place. It wasn't love, and it wasn't casual either. It just happened. It was after a mission. We were injured. Vulnerable. He was struggling with his place in the village, and I. She cut herself off, wincing. It's not something I talk about. Kuratsuchi was quiet for a long moment. Then she leaned back, tossing another pebble into the stream. Well, that explains a few things. Shizen looked at her, worried. I didn't mean to drop that on you. Honestly, I forgot how young he still was back then. It never should have happened. Kuratsuchi smirked faintly, but it didn't reach her eyes. Hey, it's fine. It was years ago. He's with me now. No big deal. Shizen gave her a long look. You sure? Absolutely. Kuratsuchi replied coolly, sipping the last of her tea. But inside she wasn't so sure. The rest of the conversation drifted harmlessly towards small talk again, mentions of the Suna delegation, training drills, a new medic Nin who'd broken 3 supply drawers in a single shift, but Kuratsuchi's eyes lingered on the tea leaves longer than usual. And that knot in her chest? It hadn't gone away. A lesson in discipline. The main assembly hall of the Hokage Tower was quiet as the genin filed in, one squad at a time. Some looked curious. Others looked nervous. Team 8, Kiba stood with arms crossed, Akamaru curled at his feet. Hinata wrung her fingers behind her back. Shino stood stoic and unreadable. Team 10, Ino gave a half-hearted smirk, clearly trying to look relaxed. Sakura stood beside her, back straight, gaze alert. Beside them, Yukiko Yuzuki, calm and composed as always, watched everything with quiet calculation. Team Guy, Lee stood straight-backed, bandages still visible beneath his uniform. Tenten gave him a worried glance now and then. Niji stood stiff and proud, but the bandages around his arms showed he hadn't yet fully recovered either. When Naruto finally entered, cloak trailing behind him, no advisors, no fanfare, the room fell silent. He didn't sit. He walked straight to the front of the room and stood with his hands behind his back. No smile. Just eyes sharp enough to cut through steel. You're here because of what's coming, Naruto said. The Chunin exams in Suna. I don't care what you've heard. I don't care what you think you know. I'm here to tell you what I saw, what I remember, from the last time. He paused, gaze sweeping over them. Because I was watching. His voice dropped, cold and clipped. And I was disappointed. A ripple passed through the room. I watched you fold under pressure. Lose focus. Get outmaneuvered. I watched some of you treat the exams like a game, and others like it was your last day alive. Lee's hands clenched. Kiba looked away. I don't care about excuses. You wore this symbol. Naruto tapped the leaf on his headband. And that means something. And now you're about to go to another village, wearing it again, representing us. He walked a few steps forward, slow and deliberate. So here's what's going to happen. You will train. You will push yourselves harder than you think you can handle. And you will walk into Suna not just as genin, but as Konoha shinobi. He turned to Team Guy. Lee, I know what happened between you and Gaara. I know how hard it's been since then. But if you step into that ring again, you better be ready. You don't need to win. But you will not break. Lee bowed his head. Yes, Hokage-sama. Tenten. Niji. You've both had a taste of failure. That means you know how not to repeat it. Use that. To Team 8. Kiba. You're strong, but your temper is a leash someone else will pull if you're not careful. Kiba stiffened. Hinata. Stop waiting for someone to give you permission to act. Her eyes widened. Shino. No complaints. Shino nodded slowly. Understood. To Team 10. Naruto turned toward them slowly. Ino. You've got instincts. Start trusting them. Ino blinked, surprised. Sakura. You've grown. Now sharpen. She nodded, eyes focused. Yukiko. You're measured. Controlled. But don't hold back so much you forget to strike. Precision means nothing without timing. Yukiko's voice was steady. Acknowledged, Hokage-sama. Then Naruto locked eyes with Choji. Choji, you've got more power than half this room combined. A pause. But you hide behind food jokes and hesitation. If you go to Suna like that, you won't make it through round 1. Choji's eyes widened slightly. The hurt showed, but so did the fire lighting behind it. Prove me wrong. Naruto let the silence settle before he spoke again. I expect better. Not just from you. He turned toward the back, where Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy now stood watching. But from them. He stared at the Jonin sensei. You've had time. More than enough. I've seen your team stumble when they should have led. You want to protect them? Then teach them properly. This is your last chance before Suna. Guy opened his mouth, maybe to offer reassurance, but Naruto raised a hand. No speeches. Even Guy closed his mouth. Naruto exhaled once. You have 1 month. He turned toward the genin again. Dismissed. They filed out, quiet and thoughtful. Behind them, Naruto remained standing, alone with the Jonin. And the weight of his expectations hung in the air like thunder before a storm. Behind closed doors. The door to the briefing room shut with a soft click. Silence followed. Naruto stood with his back to the window, arms crossed, face impassive as the 3 Jonin remained standing across from him. Asuma exhaled through his nose, the unlit cigarette tucked behind his ear twitching as he shifted. Kurenai kept her hands folded quietly in front of her, eyes calm but concerned. Guy stood rigid, expression serious, but a hopeful gleam lingered behind his eyes. None of them spoke first. Naruto broke the silence. You've had more than a year with these kids. Some of them longer. And yet today, again, I had to remind them what it means to wear this. He tapped the leaf symbol on his collar. Asuma was the first to respond. They've been working. The last exams, yeah, they were rough, but most of them were barely past academy age. And now? Naruto asked, voice level. Do you think anyone in Suna or Kiri or Taki is going to care that our genin are still learning? They're improving, Kurenai said softly. But yes, some of them are not where they should be. Guy spoke next, his usual warmth still trying to surface. Youth is full of turbulence, my friend. Some fires take longer to ignite. Don't, Naruto said sharply, his tone cutting through Guy's optimism. Don't sugarcoat it. Guy fell quiet. These aren't just your students anymore. Naruto continued. They're Konoha's face. In 1 month, they'll be surrounded by enemies smiling through political handshakes. You think they'll go easy because Lee has heart? Because Ino is charming? Because Kiba is loud enough to convince himself he's strong? He let that hang. I watched the last exam from the shadows. I was an ANBU. Back then I couldn't interfere. But now? He stared each of them down. I don't have that excuse anymore. Asuma finally spoke up again, quieter this time. What are you asking us to do? Naruto looked at him. I'm asking you to raise your standards. Not just for them, but for yourselves. He turned to Kurenai. Push Hinata. She has power, she just doesn't believe it. To Guy. Lee's finally recovered. Don't treat him like he's still broken. To Asuma. You've got 3 minds on that squad that could surpass you. But they won't if you keep holding their hands. The 3 Jonin stood in silence, each taking the words in their own way. I've got eyes on all of them, Naruto said at last. Don't make me step in. Then he softened, just a little. I believe in them. But belief without discipline is useless. Make them ready. Because I'm not just sending them to Suna to compete. They're going to represent me. He turned toward the window again. You're dismissed. One by one, they bowed, and left without a word. As the door clicked shut behind them, Naruto stood alone, his reflection faint in the glass as he stared out across the village. The Jonin step up. The three Jonin walked in silence, moving away from the Hokage Tower and into the quieter outskirts of the village. The late morning sun filtered through the trees, casting long shadows on the paved path. They said nothing, until they reached the edge of Training Ground 11, where distant echoes of sparring could be heard from other squads. Asuma stopped first. He let out a long sigh and scratched his head, the cigarette behind his ear now held loosely between his fingers. Well, that wasn't exactly a friendly chat. Kurenai nodded. No. But he wasn't wrong. Guy crossed his arms, unusually quiet. His brow furrowed in thought. He's changed, Asuma said, half to himself. 6 months ago he was our friend, watching from the stands. Now? He's Hokage, Kurenai said quietly. And we just got the commander's briefing. Guy finally spoke, voice softer than usual. He's always had that fire. But today? That wasn't the boy we raised. That was the man who's been carrying us while we were too busy thinking we still knew better. They stood there a moment, letting that truth settle. Kurenai glanced toward the center of the training grounds, where their teams had just started warming up for drills. He's right about the genin. We've all been too soft, treating them like they still have time to grow. But time's up, Asuma said, eyes narrowed now. Suna's not just another exam. It's the first public show of strength since Orochimaru's assault. The whole shinobi world will be watching. And judging, Guy added. Not just the genin, but us. As teachers. As a village. They were quiet again. Then Kurenai squared her shoulders. No more excuses. Asuma nodded. No more hand-holding. Guy's usual smile didn't return, but his resolve did. Then we do what must be done. The genin from teams 8 and 10 stood scattered in groups, water bottles in hand, half watching one another stretch. Lee was already running laps. Tenten was doing warm-up forms. Niji was off meditating beneath a tree. But everything changed when their three Jonin senseis stepped into the center of the field. Asuma clapped his hands once, sharp and loud. Line up! The genin obeyed quickly, uncertain but alert. Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy stood shoulder to shoulder. Kurenai spoke first. As of today, your training is no longer casual. No more standard drills. No more half-measured sparring. Guy took over. This is no longer just preparation, it is your reforging. We have 3 weeks. By the end of it, every one of you will be ready to not just compete, but win. Asuma lit his cigarette, took one slow drag, then looked across the assembled genin with a hard, steady gaze. You are going to get promoted. All of you. We're not accepting anything less than 100%. Not this time. Sakura's brows furrowed. You really think all of us? Asuma cut in. It's not about what I think. It's about what you'll become. In 3 weeks, you won't be the same shinobi who stood in front of Naruto today. Because the next time you do? He exhaled, smoke curling around his words. You're going to make him proud. Pieces in motion. Naruto's office was quiet in the late afternoon light, scrolls piled in neat clusters, the window opened just enough to let the breeze roll in. The mountain air was calm, but inside the Hokage Tower, everything was moving. Sasuke stood near the window, arms crossed, silent and composed as always. Shikamaru lounged in a chair across from Naruto's desk, slouched low with one arm draped lazily across the backrest. Kakashi, in full ANBU regalia, stood off to the side, masked and waiting. Naruto leaned forward, elbows on the desk, his fingers steepled. All right, he said. Semi-annual evaluations. Let's get started. Sasuke's report. Naruto turned first to Sasuke. Your mission reports are sharp. Clean. Your stealth scores are on par with our current ANBU ranks, and your tracking and subversion stats came back excellent. He slid a short file across the desk toward Kakashi, who opened it with a practiced flick. I'm officially recommending you for ANBU candidacy. Naruto continued. Kakashi will oversee the full probe, clearance testing, and mental evaluations. Sasuke nodded once. Understood. You'll be shadowing ops with Beta Team over the next month. Once the exams are done, we'll prep you for Alpha. Kakashi closed the file. I'll get the paperwork started today. Naruto's tone shifted, colder now. You're going to be part of the next generation of leadership, Sasuke. Alpha Team is being rebuilt. They'll be running major operations against Akatsuki and their known affiliates. Sasuke's eyes flicked up. Just a fraction. You think they'll move soon? Naruto didn't answer directly. Let's just say, our window is narrowing. Shikamaru's report. Naruto turned next to Shikamaru, who sat with all the posture of a bored academy student. You've done well on the strategy front. Your coordination with the Wave shipwrights was surgical. The Curie expansion model and the IWA logistics exchange both show signs of your mapping. Shikamaru yawned softly. That's what I'm good at. Naruto didn't smile. But your physical evals? You've stalled. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. It's not like I'm slacking. No, Naruto said. But you're coasting. And after the exams are done, that stops. Shikamaru sat up straighter now, less amused. You'll be taking only B rank and above missions from that point forward. I want your experience sharpened, not just your brain. Shikamaru sighed. How far do you plan on pushing me? Naruto didn't blink. I want you at Elite Jonin standing within 2 years. Shikamaru stared at him. You're kidding. I'm not. You're trying to kill me. I'm trying to build leaders. Kakashi chuckled behind the mask. He has a point. You've got the mind for it, Shikamaru. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his neck. Troublesome. But he didn't argue again. The bigger picture. Naruto leaned back, voice even. Things are moving fast. In the next 2 years, everything changes. Suna, IWA, the Akatsuki, the clan system, the outer districts, even the council. We're going to restructure the village into something better. Something stronger. He looked between both of them. I need you both sharp. I need you in position. They nodded in their own ways, Sasuke with a silent glance. Shikamaru with a muttered curse under his breath and a resigned sigh. Naruto grinned slightly. Good. The two Chunin exited the office, leaving Naruto and Kakashi alone. Naruto stood, stretching briefly before reaching into his drawer and pulling out a sealed scroll marked in deep crimson wax. He handed it to Kakashi. Open it in your office. Level 0 encryption. Operation Ghost Lantern is greenlit. Kakashi's demeanor shifted subtly. How much time do we have? 3 weeks. I want preliminary sweeps along the Suna border, full tracking on known Akatsuki associates, and surveillance blind zones documented. We start drawing the web now. Kakashi nodded. We'll move quiet. Naruto looked out the window, eyes on the sunset casting shadows across the village. They'll never see it coming. The cliffs above the Hokage monument were quiet this time of night. The wind was soft, the stars spread in a pale scatter above the glowing village below. Konoha pulsed gently with light and life, but up here, the world felt like it belonged to only 2 people. Naruto landed softly on the edge of the overlook, still half lost in thought from the day's reports and security plans. He hadn't expected to see anyone up here. But there she was, Kuratsuchi, perched on a flat boulder near the edge, one leg dangling over, the other bent beneath her. The wind tugged gently at her short hair. Her vest was unzipped slightly, her sandals kicked off beside her. She was staring out over the rooftops, face unreadable. Naruto frowned and walked up quietly. You okay? She didn't look at him. Yeah. Just needed some air. He sat down beside her, leaving a respectful space between them. But even in silence, he could feel it. Something was bothering her. I had tea with Shizen today, Kuratsuchi said suddenly. Naruto blinked. Oh yeah? She's nice. Sharp. Knows her way around politics. But she's also got a terrible poker face. That got a sideways look from Naruto. Why do I feel like this is leading somewhere? Kuratsuchi tilted her head, eyes still on the horizon. She told me something. About you. From when you were younger. Naruto's brow furrowed. What did she say? She said you were her first. A pause. Then a quiet, stunned. She told you that? Kuratsuchi glanced at him. So it's true? He scratched the back of his head, suddenly feeling very much like the younger version of himself. Yeah. It is. He leaned forward slightly, arms resting on his knees, voice softer now. I was 15. Right after the archipelago incident. After the sinking of the islands, I was really messed up. Jiraiya and Tsunade dragged me back to shore. I was stuck in recovery for weeks, and once I was cleared, I started doing missions with Jiraiya. Learning fieldcraft, shadow ops, surveillance, stuff that didn't need a loud mouth to get noticed. We would stop to meet them once in a while, and whenever I needed healing, which happened a lot. His gaze drifted upward, as if seeing another time altogether. Shizen treated me every month. We were both awkward, tired, and trying to feel normal. One night we got too close. It just happened. He looked over at her. It wasn't love. It wasn't serious. Just two people clinging to something warm. Kuratsuchi was quiet. Then she exhaled, letting her shoulders drop. I told myself I didn't care. That I shouldn't. That it was before me and had nothing to do with us. But it stuck with me. I couldn't stop thinking about it. She paused. I'm not the type who gets hung up on romance. I was always too loud, too competitive, too rough for that. No one in IWA ever looked at me twice, except to challenge me to a spar. She turned toward him now, her expression clear and vulnerable. And suddenly I'm the future Tsuchikage, engaged to the Hokage. Things are moving so fast. I didn't even think I'd ever marry, let alone feel like this. And then I find out someone like her was your first, and I just... She trailed off. Naruto was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he reached out and took her hand. You don't need to be anyone but yourself. Not for me. She squeezed his fingers once, but didn't look at him. After a pause, she said, Was she the only one? Naruto hesitated. No. Kuratsuchi turned back to him. Who? He sighed. Anko. Kuratsuchi stared. Anko? He nodded slowly. Yeah. Started after my 17th birthday. Casual. A few years off and on. Kuratsuchi blinked. The loud woman in the trench coat who does splits in public? She prefers expressive. Oh my god! You had a fling with her? Naruto chuckled. I ended it before I agreed to the marriage. We were honest with each other. No drama. Kuratsuchi buried her face in her hands. That woman's got legs longer than my self-esteem. Naruto gently tugged her hands down. You're gorgeous. Strong. Smart. You challenge me in ways no one else ever has. She blinked, caught off guard. I catch myself staring at you all the time, he added. You don't even notice. I notice, she mumbled. He leaned a little closer. And I've always had a thing for girls with short hair. She gave him a sideways look. Any exceptions? As long as it's not red. There was a pause. Then, this is about your mom, isn't it? Naruto looked away, deadpan. No. Don't lie to me. She used to terrify my dad with a wooden spoon. Kushina Uzumaki, huh? I have trauma, alright? Kuratsuchi laughed, real and full, eyes creasing at the corners. She leaned into his side without even realizing it. And Naruto, softly, turned toward her. Their lips met for the first time, slow, certain, and tender. The morning air in Hiruzen's home garden carried the scent of jasmine, wisteria, and freshly turned soil. Birds chirped lazily from the trellis above, and the sun filtered through the leaves just enough to bathe the stone path in gold. Naruto sat cross-legged across a low lacquered table from Hiruzen, who poured steaming tea from a well-worn pot into 2 hand-thrown ceramic cups. The third wore his usual brown robes, slippers half kicked off, his pipe resting nearby, forgotten for now. They sipped in silence for a few moments. Then Hiruzen leaned back with a sigh. "You've been busy." "Just another quiet week in the village," Naruto said innocently. Hiruzen arched a brow. "Kiri negotiations, planning for the Suna exams, ANBU restructures, and a certain covert matchmaking op?" Naruto grinned, proud. "Operation Parallel Paths, complete success." Hiruzen chuckled. "You're lucky they didn't break the table. Or each other." "They're happier now," Naruto said, shrugging. "Someone had to shove them. You're turning into quite the meddler." "I learned from the best," Naruto said with mock formality, raising his teacup in a toast. "To sensei." Hiruzen laughed so deeply he nearly spilled his cup. Just then, the garden gate creaked open. A familiar voice echoed across the stones. "There you are, brat!" Tsunade, in loose travel robes and boots, stomped across the garden like a brewing storm. Behind her, Jiraiya ambled in, arms crossed, a smug grin on his face. Naruto stood grinning, but didn't dodge as Tsunade reached him, and delivered a firm smack to the top of his head. "You set us up!" "Glad you noticed," he said, rubbing the spot and grinning wider. "Do you have any shame?" she snapped. "Not when it works." "Careful," Jiraiya warned, clapping Naruto on the shoulder. "She almost threw me into the koi pond this morning." "You deserved it," Tsunade muttered. "I regret nothing," Naruto said, taking a triumphant sip of tea. Hiruzen chuckled, shaking his head. "You three are chaos." Tsunade sat down next to him, stealing his cup and sipping without asking. Jiraiya dropped onto the other side of Naruto with a groan, rubbing his back like an old man. "You've still got it, sensei," he said to Hiruzen. "This tea is better than the council's morale." "High bar," Hiruzen replied. Naruto leaned back on his elbows, watching the three of them, the former Sannin, reunited and still quarreling, but with a closeness that hadn't been there before. It felt right. "So, what's next for the lovebirds?" he teased. Jiraiya gave a lazy stretch. "Heading out on a mission. I've got a contact who might have Akatsuki intel, northwest border near Taki. Low profile." Naruto nodded. "Take ANBU backup." "Already requested it." Tsunade scoffed. "Meanwhile, I get to babysit your fiancé." Naruto blinked. "Kuratsuchi? She and I are heading to Suna together. Treaty finalizations, engagement logistics, dress designs, ceremonial garbage. Good luck with that." "Oh, don't worry." She smirked wickedly. "I'll make it fun. I've got so many embarrassing stories to tell her. The toddler tantrum over sweet potatoes. The time you tried to shave with a kunai. Oh, and that one time you—" "Nope," Naruto said quickly. "You're banned. You're cut off. Hiruzen, say something." Hiruzen was too busy laughing into his cup. Jiraiya leaned towards Tsunade, stage whispering, "Don't forget the ramen incident. Especially the ramen incident." Naruto threw his hands up. "I hate all of you. And yet," Hiruzen said fondly, "you brought us back together." Naruto sat down again, arms crossed but smiling. "Yeah, well, someone had to shove you too." Tsunade reached over and ruffled his hair with surprising gentleness. Jiraiya handed him a scroll with mission details. "Stay sharp while we're gone. Keep an eye on Danzo." "I will." They fell into easy silence again, drinking tea beneath the early sun, surrounded by laughter, threats of revenge, and the quiet love of a family finally healing. After a while, the tea had gone cold by now, but none of them seemed to notice. Jiraiya was reclining with his arms folded behind his head, Hiruzen was contentedly puffing on his pipe again, and Tsunade had removed her boots, feet propped on the edge of the table with absolutely no shame. Naruto looked at all three of them, bickering, warm, alive, and for a moment didn't speak. Then he said softly, "Kuratsuchi and I, it's growing. Slowly. But it's real." The others quieted. Naruto leaned forward, hands around his now cold teacup. "I don't know where it ends. We're figuring it out one day at a time. But I think it'll become something amazing." Tsunade gave a quiet, knowing smile. Jiraiya nodded once, serious now. "I'll be there," he said. "For the engagement." Naruto looked at him. "No," he said gently. "Not just that." He set the cup down, and his voice didn't falter. "I want all three of you there. At the engagement. At the wedding. As my family." The air shifted. Tsunade blinked. Jiraiya sat up straighter. Even Hiruzen took a long, quiet breath. Naruto didn't fill the silence. He let it hang. Let the weight of it settle. Because it was real. And then, "Of course, brat," Tsunade said, her voice rough. "You've always been ours." Jiraiya's voice came next, warm and uncharacteristically gentle. "I'll be there. I'll wear something stupid. I'll cry. I don't care." Hiruzen smiled slowly, his eyes glinting with age and affection. "Then it's settled. The boy has asked? The family accepts." Naruto smiled, soft, grateful, proud. And as the morning light stretched further into the sky, the four of them sat together a little longer. Not just Hokage and legends, but a family. Looking forward to great things. Embers of Alliance Part 2. Chapter 38, Surfacing Roots. The sun over Sunagakure was relentless. Even in spring, the desert heat hung in waves across the golden stone walls and narrow alleyways. The wind carried with it fine dust and the scent of sun-baked clay. But despite the harsh setting, there was a vibrancy to Suna, banners fluttering, scaffolds being pulled down, and preparation in full swing for the arrival of shinobi from across the continent. Kuratsuchi, dressed in a light gray shawl over her usual black and olive garb, wiped sweat from her brow as she stepped off the carriage. She adjusted the strap of her travel bag and glanced around the sandstone courtyard with a skeptical eye. "Dry," she muttered. "Crumbly. Way too beige." Beside her, Tsunade stretched, cracking her back with an audible pop. "That's the desert for you. Good for aging skin. Bad for drinking contests." Kuratsuchi snorted, then grinned. "You sure you'll survive?" "Please. I've been through worse. I once did 6 sake shots with a Sand Council member, and walked out with all his money." "You drank him into bankruptcy?" "No," Tsunade said proudly. "I drank until he passed out, then left with all the money." Kuratsuchi laughed, but the sound faded as she looked out at the main street winding toward the heart of the village. She exhaled slowly. "Hard to believe this is where it'll happen." Tsunade glanced at her, smiling softly. "Nervous?" Kuratsuchi shrugged, then admitted. "A little. The whole thing still feels surreal." They started walking through the village, the sand crunching under their sandals as they passed merchant stands and genin runners posting flyers about the upcoming Chunin exams. After a moment, Tsunade said, "You know, it was around this time Naruto was recovering from the archipelago incident." Kuratsuchi looked up, surprised. "You were treating him back then too?" "Off and on. Shizun handled most of it. But sometimes he'd show up at my place unannounced. Injured. Hungry. Or sulking." Kuratsuchi raised a brow. "Naruto sulked?" "Oh, like a sad little fox cub." Tsunade smirked. "Especially when he thought he'd disappointed Jiraiya. Or after he'd do something incredibly idiotic." Kuratsuchi's smirk grew. "Like what?" Tsunade waved a hand. "Well, there was the time we went out shopping. He was limping from a thigh injury, mind you, and he spotted this hideous bright orange onesie. Thought it was the coolest thing ever. No. Oh yes. He wore it for 3 days. Tried to convince Anbu it was stealth gear." Kuratsuchi burst out laughing. "You're lying. I wish I were. He even wore it to spar. Jiraiya tried to burn it. Naruto made 3 clones just to save it from the fire." Kuratsuchi shook her head in disbelief, her laughter echoing through the narrow streets. Unreal. And this is the guy I'm marrying? You're getting the grown-up version, Tsunade said, amused. Less ramen-scented. Slightly more responsible. Emphasis on slightly, Kuratsuchi muttered fondly. Before Tsunade could respond, they turned a corner and came face to face with Temari, arms crossed, hair already disheveled from her latest round of meetings. Oh, she muttered, spotting them. Finally. Reinforcements. Kuratsuchi grinned. Shikamaru giving you trouble again? He acts like coordinating the exam is a war strategy. Grumbles about logistics, timelines, seating arrangements. It's like babysitting a genius hedgehog. Kuratsuchi elbowed her lightly. You know you like it. Temari's eyebrow twitched. Don't start. Oh, come on. You two talk like an old married couple. What's next? Matching fans and clan tattoos? Tsunade chuckled as the two girls started bickering in earnest, already walking toward the village square where the engagement venue was being prepped. Sunagakure had officially become the stage for celebration, alliances, and the quiet beginnings of something far more dangerous brewing beneath the surface. As they weaved through the merchant stalls, Tsunade followed with her sake gourd in one hand and a lazy smirk that said she was enjoying every second of this chaos. Temari casually glanced toward Kuratsuchi as they passed a row of jewelry displays. So, Temari drawled. How's it going with the Hokage? Kuratsuchi didn't miss a beat. You mean Tomato Head? Temari blinked. The what? Kuratsuchi smirked. His hair, Temari. You could signal ships with that thing. Tsunade immediately choked on her drink and wheezed into her sleeve. Nope. Nope. Just don't ever call him that to his face. Why? Kuratsuchi grinned, clearly enjoying this. Tsunade sighed like someone who had seen some things. It's an Uzumaki thing. His mom got called that in the academy. Temari leaned in, curious. And? She once broke a window and 3 noses in under 10 seconds. After that, they called her the red-hot habanero. She wore it like a badge of honor. Kuratsuchi whistled. She sounds awesome. She was terrifying, Tsunade corrected. Naruto inherited all the worst traits, stubborn, sharp-tempered, loud, but with the face of a stray fox someone accidentally fed. You're lucky he is more reserved now. I saw him at all of those stages, even his emo stage. God, that was the worst. Temari chuckled. Okay, but did he ever get a nickname like that? Oh yeah? Tsunade smirked. Back when he was 15, some kid in the Umbu called him Tomato Head. Naruto didn't even react. Just nodded. And then the kid found his sandals frozen to the Umbu battle school roof with ceiling tags in the soles. No one saw anything. After that, someone dubbed him the Scarlet Menace. Kuratsuchi cracked up. Oh my god! I can't unhear that. You're welcome, Tsunade said smugly. They passed another vendor displaying formalwear. One of the attendants, eyes lighting up, presented a long, smoky gray robe with soft silver embroidery along the sleeves. The fabric caught the light like moonlight on stone. Kuratsuchi paused. She touched the silk, letting it run through her fingers. Maybe this one. Temari gave an approving nod. Strong lines. Subtle detail. It's you. Tsunade raised her gourd. You'll bring him to his knees. Kuratsuchi gave a small laugh, but it faded into something quieter. Is it weird that I'm still nervous? Temari glanced at her sideways. No. It'd be weird if you weren't. Kuratsuchi shrugged, a little unsure. It's just, I've never pictured myself doing any of this. Dresses. Venues. Rings. And now it's not just a political arrangement anymore. It's something else. Tsunade's eyes softened. That's how you know it's real. Kuratsuchi hesitated. It's easier to fight wars than figure out what to wear when the guy you're falling for sees you in it. Then wear something that reminds you who you are, Temari said. If he's smart, he'll fall for that even harder. Kuratsuchi looked at her, surprised, then gave a small, appreciative smile. Thanks. They moved toward another row of vendors, still talking when Kuratsuchi's grin sharpened again. By the way, Tsunade. You and Jiraiya. Tsunade stopped mid-step. Don't. You guys are so obvious. Temari perked up instantly. Wait, seriously? I helped orchestrate it, Kuratsuchi said proudly. Me, Shizen, and Naruto. We ambushed them in a tea house and locked the door. Temari nearly dropped her fan. You're kidding. Tsunade muttered into her drink. It was entrapment. And it worked, Kuratsuchi said, elbowing her. You two have been snarking at each other like a married couple ever since. Tsunade gave her a sideways look. You realize I could still drop-kick you into that pottery stall. But you won't, Kuratsuchi said sweetly. Because you're in a good mood. Temari snorted. This whole trip is chaos, and I love it. They stood for a moment beneath the sandstone awning of the dress vendor, letting the wind pass through and scatter the edge of the silk displays. Kuratsuchi watched the fabric shift and shimmer, then murmured under her breath. This is really happening. Tsunade clapped her hand on her shoulder. Yeah. And you're going to look good doing it. Thanks, Kuratsuchi said, her smile soft but steady. And for what it's worth, you're glowing too. Shut up, Tsunade said, but didn't deny it. Beneath the surface, Root Archive, Sector C. The torches burned cold blue. Somewhere deep beneath the cliffs of Konoha's northeast sector, in a chamber not marked on any map, Sasuke Uchiha stood in silence, his eyes moving methodically across the scrolls, sealed dossiers, and unmarked black ledgers laid out before him. Sai stood across from him, rigid and passive, hands tucked behind his back. Neither spoke for a long time. The room was silent, save for the occasional crack of old paper being unsealed. Finally, Sasuke broke the silence. This is it? Sai nodded once. All information tagged as restricted by Danzo. These are the only unencrypted physical records. Digital files are split and scattered. That was intentional. Sasuke reached for a thin folder marked only with a single kanji, I. Inside, he found exactly what he expected, and far too little. Shursui Uchiha. Prodigy. Master of Genjutsu. Known for the Kodoama Tsukumi, the most subtle and powerful mind manipulation technique in the clan's history. A few mission reports. Partial psychological evaluations. A blurred photo from a mission in the Frost Archipelago. And then, a footnote. Interaction logged, Shursui/Itachi/N. Uzumaki, classified ANBU black, date, 4 months post-return. Sasuke's brow furrowed. He flipped the page. The report ended. No summary. No detail. Redacted in thick brushstrokes. Do you know what this is? He asked Sai quietly. Sai hesitated. I know Naruto was assigned to Itachi's team shortly after he returned. Shursui had just been placed in the Uchiha military police. So they all met. Yes. Briefly. Danzo viewed it as volatile. Sasuke's voice was flat. And what happened? I don't know. No one does. Whatever happened between them, Danzo erased it. Sasuke stared at the empty page. What the hell did you see, Naruto? He set the folder aside and reached for another. This one was sealed with wax. He broke it carefully and unfolded a yellow document. Subject, Kushina Uzumaki. Status, classified Jinchuriki. Containment record, Kyubi no Yoko. Sasuke scanned quickly, his pulse ticking faster. Birth records. Redacted entries on Mito Uzumaki. A note from Sarutobi warning against civilian knowledge. And then, something else. Multiple unauthorized surveillance orders signed by Danzo Shimura. Monitored interactions with Sandaime, Jiraiya, Itachi, and Naruto Uzumaki, age 9 to 13. Sasuke froze. He closed the folder slowly. He watched all of them. Even her. Sai's voice was subdued now. I didn't know it went that far. He watched Naruto grow up, Sasuke said. And he did nothing. He let him suffer. Sai didn't respond. Sasuke stepped away from the table, staring at the metal walls of the chamber. You told me you wanted to know the truth, Sasuke said. Then help me find it. Sai's expression didn't change, but something in his posture did. I will. Danzo's office, one level below. The lights in Danzo's chamber were dim. No windows. No sunlight. He sat behind a polished ironwood desk, one eye scanning a mission scroll, the other hidden behind bandages. Across from him, Sasuke and Sai stood in silence. Danzo set the scroll down and folded his hands. You'll be traveling to Suna. Assigned under direct Hokage supervision. But you'll report to me. Sai inclined his head slightly. Mission parameters? Danzo's voice was cool. There is a complication. The IWA girl. Kuratsuchi. Sasuke said nothing. You'll ensure she does not return. Danzo continued. Make it look like Kiri. The Mizukage stands to benefit from an alternative marriage alliance. A war between IWA and Kiri would destabilize both. Sai's expression didn't change. Understood. And when the boy loses control, Danzo said, his tone sharpening slightly, we'll leverage his failure with the civilian council. They already mistrust him. When the time is right, we'll restore order to this village. True order. Danzo's fingers tightened. Konoha must remain dominant. Across the continent. There was a pause. Then both boys bowed. Yes, sir, Sai said. Danzo returned to his scroll. Dismissed. The metal door hissed shut behind them. Sai and Sasuke walked in silence down the stone corridor, lit only by the occasional flicker of wall-mounted flame. Their footsteps echoed like soft threats in the dark. They turned a corner, into an unused archive alcove. Sai halted. You don't believe him, do you? He asked quietly. Sasuke didn't look at him. I believe Danzo thinks he's saving the village, he replied. And that he'll burn anything to do it. Sai glanced sideways. And us? We're tools to him, Sasuke said flatly. But that also means we can be used to dig deeper. He folded his arms, leaning against the stone. We're getting close. The truth about Itachi. About Shursui. About my family. Whatever happened with Naruto's mother and the Kyuubi, it's all in the same tangle. Sai looked at him closely. Then what about the girl? Kuratsuchi? Sasuke didn't answer right away. He looked down the corridor, toward the exit. Toward sunlight he hadn't seen in hours. She's not the target, he said at last. She's the cost. Sai blinked. You're going to follow through? Sasuke's voice was low and distant. If it means unraveling the truth about what happened to my clan, then yes. He pushed off the wall and started walking again, hands in his pockets, eyes narrowed with steel. Looks like we're killing Kuratsuchi. He paused. Sorry, Naruto. Then he disappeared into the shadows ahead, face unreadable. Hokage Tower, late night. The lantern on Naruto's desk flickered low, casting long shadows over the scrolls laid out like a chessboard of Konoha's future. Kakashi stood by the window, hands in his pockets, watching the rooftops beyond. Naruto signed the last page of the mission order and sealed it with a soft click of wax and stamp. Without looking up, he passed it across the desk. Kakashi caught it easily. Is that the final confirmation? He asked. Yeah, Naruto said. Operation Ghost Lantern is officially active. There was a beat of silence. Kakashi didn't ask what the operation actually entailed. He already knew. Instead, he flipped the scroll once in his hand, testing its weight. Still no additional codename? You're usually more dramatic. Naruto smirked faintly. Subtlety's a dying art. Coming from you? Kakashi asked, arching a brow behind the mask. Naruto chuckled under his breath. They stood in quiet camaraderie for a moment, two shinobi who'd both bled for this village in different ways. You've been quiet lately, Naruto said after a beat, glancing up. I heard Beta Squad's been reshaped? Kakashi nodded. Sandaime-sama gave me full latitude. I've been replacing dead weight. Reassigning trackers who think stealth means walking in the dark and hoping not to trip. Rude habits die hard, Naruto murmured. Kakashi didn't comment. Instead, he said, Beta's tighter now. Alpha's close to full restoration. I'm keeping them fluid, no more fixed captains who forget what the field feels like. Naruto leaned back, arms folded. It's working. Your field intel is days ahead of the T reports. I'm impressed. Kakashi turned from the window, letting the scroll slip into his vest. Credit goes to the people under the masks. I just gave them the room to breathe. Although it wouldn't have been possible without you making the big changes to Umbu after you took over. I figured this will just be more efficient for them now that they have been properly established. They don't need your iron fist rule. Naruto nodded. That's what I wanted when I named you commander. Not just another mask. A leader. There was a moment of silence. Then Naruto continued. I'm not taking Anbiyu with me to Suna. Kakashi tilted his head. You're going in light? Naruto shrugged. The genin teams and their jonin will be enough. Besides, I don't want to thin our reach. Not with this in motion. Kakashi glanced down at the scroll again, then tucked it away carefully. Understood. Sandaime-sama will be traveling with us, Naruto added. Quietly. He wants to see the next generation up close again. Kakashi gave a rare smile. Good. They still listen to him. Naruto smirked. So do we. Another pause. The quiet of the Hokage Tower pressed in, a peace always too brief. Once this is done, Naruto said quietly, I want a full internal review. Quiet. Deep. No flags. Kakashi didn't nod, but his eyes sharpened. I'll prep the teams. Naruto exhaled slowly, then pushed away from the desk and walked to the window, standing shoulder to shoulder with Kakashi as they stared out at their home. One working in the light. The other in shadows. Together, watching the ghosts of Konoha shift. One last breath before the desert. The courtyard near Konoha's eastern gate buzzed with controlled chaos. Gear was strapped down, squad banners furled tight, and the soft clatter of kunai and mess kits echoed beneath the early morning sun. Naruto stood just beyond the stone arch, arms folded, his white cloak drifting in the spring breeze. Hiruzen stood beside him, leaning slightly on his staff but sharp-eyed, watching the next generation fall into line. One by one, the genin squads assembled. Team 10 arrived first, Ino, Sakura, Choji, and Yukiko, led by Asuma, who still looked half asleep despite his efforts to act composed. Ino immediately lit up when she spotted Sasuke already waiting with his arms crossed, and that same cool stare. Sasuke-kun! She called, waving far too enthusiastically. Sakura elbowed her but looked equally excited. He looks even cooler than last time. Sasuke raised one brow but said nothing. Yukiko merely gave him a short nod. Uchiha! Sasuke returned the nod. Yuzuki! There was no fanfare, just mutual acknowledgement. She already had her blade at her back and a journal tucked into her vest. No blushing. No sighing. Just readiness. Still training with Hayate-sensei? Sasuke asked her. And you gal? Yukiko said. They've been rotating me through weapon masters. Sasuke gave a faint nod. You'll go far. Yukiko didn't answer. She didn't need to. A moment later, Team 8 filed in, Kiba, bouncing on the balls of his feet with Akamaru perched on his shoulder, Shino quiet behind dark glasses, and Hinata, ever shy but walking a little taller than she had 6 months ago. Kurenai followed closely, her eyes scanning the formation like a hawk. Kiba grinned wide. Yo, Sasuke! Ready to get shown up in Suna? Sasuke gave a noncommittal grunt. Sure! Akamaru barked once, clearly agreeing with his partner. Shino didn't even look at Sasuke, just stated. Your chakra signature has stabilized. You've been working. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. I have. Hinata blushed and bowed politely. It's good to see you again, Sasuke-kun. Then came Team Guy, Lee, full of energy as always, practically skipping as he arrived with his hands clenched into fists of youth, Niji calm and focused, and Tintin, already arguing with Lee about their scroll loadout. Guy, of course, stood proudly behind them with his arms folded and his teeth sparkling like the rising sun. Lee spotted Sasuke and immediately struck a pose. Sasuke! I sense you have reached new heights of brooding elegance. I sense you still yell too much, Sasuke muttered. Ino giggled. He's getting witty. Sasuke's gaze shifted across the group, not with disdain, but something else. Observation. Familiarity. You all made it, he said, voice quiet. That almost sounds like you missed us, Sakura teased. He shrugged. Maybe I did. Even Niji looked up at that. Is it just me? Choji murmured to Ino. Or is he nicer? He's been hanging out with the Hokage, Ino whispered back. Too much Hokage apparently rubs off on anyone, Tenten added, nodding knowingly. Asuma and Kurenai stood off to the side near Guy, watching their students quietly. He's changed, Kurenai said softly, glancing at Sasuke. ANBU does that, Asuma replied. So does being around Naruto. Guy nodded sagely. Ah, the fire of youthful trust. It rekindles even the most frigid of Uchiha. Sasuke, without turning, said, I can still hear you. Laughter broke out again, but this time it was warmer. Natural. Naruto took a step forward then, voice carrying across the courtyard. You've trained hard. Fought harder. And you've earned this journey. They all turned toward him. I'm proud of you all, he said. Even if some of you still make me want to bang my head against this gate. General chuckling. Naruto grinned. Get ready. Suna isn't just a test, it's a message. And I want Konoha's message to be loud. Loud and full of youth. Lee shouted, pumping his fist. Sasuke looked at him with genuine amusement and muttered. Your lucky Godaime-sama is here. Then, for the first time in a long while, he smirked. Embers of Alliance Part 2. Chapter 39, Alliance. Beneath the sand, Suna Council Hall, War Room. The sandstone walls of the Suna Council Hall held a deep silence, broken only by the rustle of scrolls and the dry creak of aged wood beneath a shifting wind. The room was small, rectangular, and buried just beneath the Kazekage Tower, a place for matters too important for public eyes. A round table dominated the center, covered in maps of borderlands, supply routes, and marked territories. Naruto stood at one end, dressed in a sleeveless black tunic and his Hokage cloak folded over a chair behind him. Gaara, no longer the blood-stained weapon of his childhood, stood across from him in crisp desert robes, Kazekage in training, calm and deliberate. Baki lingered to Gaara's left, arms folded, a man who had seen enough to know how dangerous peace could truly be. Naruto finished outlining his request, his voice low and firm. We need quiet surveillance across the minor border paths leading out of Wind Country. No Konoha insignia. No tracking tags that can be traced. Just a handful of watchers who know how to disappear. Gaara studied the map with narrowed eyes. You think the network is still alive? Naruto didn't blink. I think it never died. Baki exhaled slowly. That kind of silence is expensive. I'll cover the logistics from Konoha's side. Funds, scrolls, manpower, whatever you need. What I'm asking for is trust. A long pause. Then Gaara nodded. You have it. We owe you more than this. Naruto nodded, grateful. We all have ghosts. Some louder than others. Gaara's voice remained even. If this turns out to be what you suspect, Naruto, this could shake everything. Naruto looked at him. Then we'll make sure it shakes the right people. Sunegakure's main diplomatic plaza was draped in crimson and gold. Silken banners rippled between stone archways, and rows of armored Suna shinobi lined the grand gate as the delegations began to arrive. One after another, the representatives of the Great Shinobi Alliance passed beneath the sandstone arches. Taki's envoy, masked and understated, bringing scrolls of river trade deals. Kusa's diplomats, wrapped in green silks and heavy perfumes. Odo's reformed delegation, marked now by steadier leadership and restrained pride. Iwa's contingent, led by Inoki himself and his towering son Katsuchi, flanked by elite stone shinobi. And finally, Kiri, with the elegant Mei Terumi at the head, escorted by none other than Zabuza Momochi, whose eyes surveyed the crowd like a waiting blade. Naruto stood at the top of the welcome steps with Gaara beside him. His eyes moved from arrival to arrival, greeting each delegation with a nod and a measured smile. But his mind wasn't fully on the politics. Not yet. Later. The inner garden was a tucked-away sanctuary, cooler than the blazing streets beyond, shaded by carved sandstone archways and creeping desert ivy. A small stream ran through the center, feeding into a shallow reflecting pool bordered by smooth stones. Kuratsuchi sat cross-legged at the edge, boots off, pants rolled up just enough to dip her feet into the water. Her hair was slightly windswept from the earlier delegation commotion, and her sleeves were pushed high on her arms, revealing light scars along her forearms, signs of the kunoichi she truly was. She looked up when Naruto stepped into the garden, cloak folded over one shoulder, his walk relaxed but purposeful. "I figured you'd be with the dignitaries," she said without looking away from the water. Smiling, shaking hands, making deals. Naruto stepped down beside her and sat with a quiet grunt. I smiled. I shook. I delegated. Kuratsuchi arched an eyebrow. Delegated, huh? Yep. He leaned back, arms behind him. Gaara's Kazekage in training now. Gotta get him used to doing all the boring stuff. She let out a small, amused breath. Smart. They sat in comfortable silence for a few moments, the sound of the stream filling the gaps. Naruto glanced sideways at her. You always this quiet when you're not swinging rocks at people? Kuratsuchi gave a dry smirk. Only when I'm figuring something out. Dangerous. Very. She paused. I just didn't expect it to feel this real. Naruto tilted his head. This, she continued, waving her hand toward the palace, toward the weight of the whole event. The dress. The venue. The stupid flower arrangements. People bowing to me like I'm some sort of dignitary. It's not me. Naruto looked at her carefully. No one said you had to stop being you. She looked at him, eyes guarded. You sure? Because sometimes. I wonder. Naruto sat forward a bit. Why? Because, she said, voice quieter now. You're the Hokage. The people love you. You're diplomatic, thoughtful, composed, most of the time. And I'm a blunt warhammer in comparison. You're more than that, he said without missing a beat. She hesitated. I wasn't raised to dream about ceremonies, Kuratsuchi murmured. I wanted to be Tsuchikage because I wanted to protect IWA. I never thought about this, rings and veils and walking down an aisle. I used to think love was a distraction. And now? He asked gently. She looked at him, and for the first time, there was no smirk, no teasing edge. Now I think it's the scariest thing I've ever had to fight through. Naruto shifted closer, their knees brushing. You don't have to fight it. I don't know how not to. You're doing just fine. She blinked, searching his face. I mean it, Naruto said. Every step forward you've taken, it wasn't because of a treaty. Or your grandfather. Or me. It's because of you. Because you chose this. Kuratsuchi looked away for a moment, trying to keep her emotions from bubbling up. When you look at me, she whispered, you really don't see some rough-edged Tamba who has no clue how to be soft. He leaned in, his hand finding hers gently. No, he said. When I look at you, I see the girl who fought like hell to stand beside me. Who calls me out when I get arrogant. Who makes me laugh, think, and want to protect something beyond Konoha. His voice dropped softer. I see the woman I want to wake up next to every day, boots, scars, jabs, and all. Kuratsuchi's breath hitched slightly, and she tried to look away, but Naruto caught her chin gently and tilted it toward him. I mean it, he said again quietly. You're beautiful. She tried to laugh it off. Even with sand in my hair? especially with sand in your hair. And then, he kissed her. Not a rushed moment. Not just attraction. Something deeper. When they finally pulled apart, she kept her eyes on him. I'm looking forward to the engagement, she said. Naruto reached up and brushed her hair back, a fond grin tugging at his mouth. I'm looking forward to the marriage. Her mouth twitched. That's pretty bold, Hokage. I'm making it official, he said, pressing his forehead lightly to hers. You're stuck with me. She exhaled slowly, heart steady now. Good. The reception chamber within the Suna diplomatic hall was modest by Fire Country standards, but the tall stone columns and etched wind symbols gave it a stately, desert elegance. Warm light filtered through paper-paneled skylights above, casting golden shadows across the mosaic floor. Naruto walked at a measured pace, Kuratsuchi at his side, now composed after their garden moment. A Suna aide announced them with a brief formal call. Waiting inside stood Katsuchi, arms crossed and expression serious but not unfriendly, and Inoki, perched, rather impatiently, on a low stone bench carved for the height of regular people. 2 IWA shinobi stood guard at the door, eyes forward. Kuratsuchi approached with a polite nod. Grandfather. Father. About time, Inoki muttered, though there was no bite behind it. We've been breathing in this desert air for 10 minutes longer than necessary. Naruto gave a small bow. Lord Inoki. Lord Katsuchi. Thank you for coming. And for the honor of your presence at tomorrow's engagement. Katsuchi raised an eyebrow, then glanced at Kuratsuchi. You don't need to be so formal, he said gruffly. We're about to be family. Kuratsuchi's eyes flicked up, surprised, but touched. Naruto allowed a light smile. Still, I owe you both respect. Inoki snorted. Well, at least this Hokage has manners. I was worried he'd be more like his mother. Kuratsuchi smirked. He is. But it's buried under diplomacy. Inoki gave a huff that could have been amusement. Katsuchi stepped forward, resting a hand on Kuratsuchi's shoulder. You've done well. The reports from Konoha have been surprising. Kuratsuchi blinked. Surprising? Your work with the Kiri treaties. The coordinated operations with Suna and Taki. Your mission analysis. You've done what many in IWA never thought possible. Inoki, in his own way, nodded. You made a stubborn village trust a leaf. That's no small thing. Kuratsuchi swallowed quietly, then gave a short, firm nod. I just did what needed to be done. Inoki's eyes twinkled slightly. You did more than that. Katsuchi glanced at Naruto. She's always been tough. But this is the first time I've seen her carry something bigger than just pride. Naruto met his gaze. She carries everything. And she does it well. Kuratsuchi shifted awkwardly, clearly unused to the praise. I'm still me, she muttered. Just with fancier clothes. Inoki waved her off. Good. Don't go turning into some sash-wearing yes-girl. Just keep making them work for their respect. Kuratsuchi smiled. Always. Naruto gave them another respectful bow. I'll leave you 3 to catch up. I know she's earned this moment. As he turned to go, Katsuchi gave him a firm nod. We'll talk again. Soon. Inoki leaned back, already preparing to launch into some long-winded story Kuratsuchi was clearly bracing for. And as Naruto stepped back through the doorway, he glanced over his shoulder, watching her laugh quietly with her father and grandfather, their expressions no longer as hard, their pride shining through. She was no longer just Satsuki's granddaughter. She was Kuratsuchi of IWA, diplomat of the Alliance, and soon to be the Hokage's wife. The guest wing of the Suna Palace was quiet, at least for the moment. Tsunade stood barefoot on the cool stone floor, drying her hair with a towel in front of the window. The desert wind had done a number on her blonde locks, but she didn't seem to mind. She wore a loose, pale robe tied hastily at the waist, steam still drifting from the bath behind her. There was a quiet knock at the door. She didn't turn. If that's you, Shizen, I swear if you forgot the sake. The door creaked open. Sorry, a familiar voice said, smug. No sake. Just an old man with excellent timing. Jiraiya stepped into the room, his travel cloak slung over one shoulder, a faint dust trail still on his boots. But his grin, oh, it was as obnoxiously charming as ever. Tsunade stared at him for a long moment. Then she tossed the towel into his face. You took your sweet time. He caught it, laughing. I figured I'd let you miss me a little. I didn't. You did. She rolled her eyes but didn't deny it. He stepped in closer, not bothering to drop his pack, just taking her in. The undone hair, the casual robe, the half-annoyed look on her face that never quite masked the affection in her eyes. You're still the most terrifying thing I've ever loved, he murmured. Tsunade snorted. You're still an idiot. I miss you too. He leaned in, brushing her damp hair behind her ear. His other hand came to rest on her waist. Just a minute. Just this. For once, she let him. His lips met hers, soft, familiar, slow. The kiss lingered a bit longer than either of them would admit they wanted. When they finally broke apart, Tsunade gave him a mock glare. You try anything else, and I'll fracture your pelvis. Jiraiya raised both hands innocently. Hey, you're the one pulling me in. I'm not pulling you anywhere. You literally just... I said later. I can wait. He grinned. She sighed, grinning despite herself, then shoved him toward the clothes rack. Get changed. We've got parental duties to handle. He paused halfway to the robe hanger. You mean Naruto? No, Jiraiya. The other Hokage I'm emotionally invested in. He chuckled. Fair point. Still feels weird. What does? Being this. He gestured between them. Stable. Trusted. Family. Tsunade gave him a look, one part fond, one part teasing. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We still have to go meet Inoki and Katsuchi without killing anyone. Speak for yourself. If Inoki calls me a toad pervert again. He's not wrong. Okay, that's slanderous. She tied the last knot on her sash and threw him his outer robe. We'll behave, she said. Jiraiya caught the robe, still grinning. But later, she added, lips curving with mischief. If you still want that kiss, I might make you work for it. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. Oh, now that's motivation. And with that, the two Sannin, one barely reined in, the other already planning countermeasures, headed off to perform their official duties as Naruto Uzumaki's honorary parents. The grand corridor of the Suna Palace echoed with steady footsteps. Sunigekure shinobi stood at full attention as the final delegation stepped through the outer gates, the hidden mist. At the front, Mei Terumi walked with practiced grace, her teal robes flowing with every step, her confident smile both warm and dangerous. Beside her, radiating a silent and coiled menace, was Zabuza Momochi, dressed in a more formal version of his usual combat attire, still sleeveless, still carrying the massive sword on his back. Behind them were two aides and an elite pair of Kiri Jonin. The village of blood had changed, but not forgotten who it used to be. Naruto, alongside Gaara, stepped forward to greet them. Mei-san, Naruto said with a respectful nod. Zabuza. Mei's eyes sparkled. Hokage-sama. Always a pleasure to see you standing upright and not dodging an assassination plot. Naruto smirked. The week isn't over yet. She laughed, low and dangerous. I hope not. Zabuza gave him a curt nod. You look less annoying than usual. I've been working on it. They shared the smallest grin between warriors, one forged in old battlefields. Mei gave Gaara a firm handshake. It's good to see wind and mist standing side by side. And fire, Gaara replied. It's time. With the final arrival complete, the Golden Shinobi Alliance had fully assembled. The engagement, the treaty signings, and the exam finals would unfold over the coming days. But far away, back in the Hidden Leaf, Danzo's private chamber, Konoha. The room was quiet. Not the peaceful kind, the controlled kind. Danzo Shimura stood alone before a long scroll table, his bandaged arm resting lightly on its surface. The candlelight flickered over sealed correspondence and recent surveillance reports. Across from him sat 3 members of the civilian council, men and women in finely stitched robes, expressions tense but greedy. "You ask a lot," one of them said quietly. "Even for you." "I ask for vision," Danzo replied, voice as dry as parchment. "Naruto Uzumaki is many things. A war hero. A powerful shinobi. But a ruler?" He leaned forward slightly. "He's emotional. Naive. He believes that peace will protect this village. And you don't?" Danzo narrowed his eye. "Peace is an illusion if not reinforced by dominance. We have allowed the smaller villages to think themselves equal. If we don't remind them who holds the leash, they'll tug until the collar breaks." There was silence. Then the eldest of them said, "If you pull this off, you'll have our backing." Danzo nodded once. "Then prepare the transition. When the time comes, we act swiftly." A quiet knock at the door. It opened to reveal Fuyamanaka, his face unreadable. "Update," he said. Danzo turned. Fu stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "I've established secure comms with Sai. They're positioned in Suna. The plan is intact. They'll strike after the Chunin exam conclusion celebration." Danzo's lone eye glinted. "And Sasuke?" Fu hesitated. "He's cooperating. For now." Danzo gave a rare smile. "Then everything is proceeding, as it should. The exams and the alliance." The first 2 rounds of the Chunin exams had gone off without a hitch. The desert arena roared with life as shinobi from across the 5 great nations competed under the watchful eyes of dignitaries, kage, and commanders alike. To the joy of the home crowd, all of Konoha's genin had made it to the final round. The effects of the brutal boot camp, clearly visible in their precision and control, did not go unnoticed. Niji Hyuga, sharp-eyed and poised. Tenten, focused and steady. Choji, moving with surprising grace and power. Kiba and Akamaru, overwhelming their opponents with speed. Shino, calculating and cool. Sakura, wielding Tsunade's destructive strength like a controlled earthquake. Yukiko Yuzuki, blending Kenjutsu mastery with calm, elegant strategy. And of course, Rock Lee, with fire in his fists and flames in his heart. Meanwhile, the foreign genin proved formidable. Suna, Iwa, and Kiri each had strong contenders, though only a few had made it past the preliminary rounds. Most of the minor villages had already been knocked out, skilled, but undertrained. Still, the spirit of the alliance was strong. Each match was observed not with hostility, but with hopeful intensity. And as the final match roster solidified, Naruto and Gaara stood atop the stadium stands, watching it all unfold with quiet pride. The signing of the pact. In a domed council chamber of white stone and etched gold, the official signing ceremony commenced. Each head of state stepped forward in turn, Meitorimi, Inoki, Gaara, on behalf of Wind, and the appointed dignitaries of Kusa, Taki, and Oto. Scrolls were signed. Hands were shaken. Seals were pressed to parchment. The Golden Allied Shinobi Treaty was renewed, no longer as a temporary wartime ceasefire, but a formal, living accord. Naruto stood before them all, steady and composed. "In unity," he said, voice clear, "we find the strength to rise together." Applause filled the chamber. And the next day, that strength was given its first true symbol. The Suna ceremonial gardens had been transformed. Under a wide canopy of fluttering silver and red banners, the courtyard shimmered with polished stone mosaics and hand-woven flower garlands imported from every major village in the alliance. The whole affair felt like something sacred and political, but intimate all the same. At the center of it all stood Naruto Uzumaki and Kuratsuchi. Naruto wore his Hokage robes with the air of someone who never expected them to feel this natural. His red hair, tied back with a thin obsidian cord, glinted under the lantern light. His expression was calm, but his eyes never left Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi stood proudly in a sleek slate-gray gown lined with silver embroidery. A decorative metal sash, forged in Iwa and engraved with both her clan's symbol and Konoha's, cinched around her waist. It didn't hide the kunai discreetly strapped beneath. Her short hair was brushed to one side, windblown, and effortlessly stunning. The guests formed a half-moon around the stage, leaders and envoys from every great village, shinobi elite from every corner of the continent. Yet despite the weight of history bearing down on the moment, Naruto only saw her. Jiraiya and Tsunade stood behind him. Not just spectators, family. Jiraiya wore his formal sage vest and a rare serious expression, while Tsunade, dressed in ceremonial crimson, tried to appear composed even as she subtly wiped at the corner of her eye. On Kuratsuchi's side stood Inoki, his frail form seated in a floating platform, and Katsuchi, massive arms folded, wearing an expression of pride he didn't bother hiding. A Asuna priest stepped forward, offering both Naruto and Kuratsuchi a length of red and gold ribbon. They took it together and, under the watch of nations, tied each other's wrists, a traditional binding of intent and unity. The priest's voice rang out over the garden. 2 hearts, 2 shadows. Now one purpose, one path. There was no kiss, it wasn't that kind of ceremony. But there was a moment. Naruto leaned in slightly. You sure about this? Kuratsuchi arched a brow. You're the one who's stuck with me, remember? Naruto smiled. Lucky me. The applause erupted, dignified but enthusiastic. The moment wasn't just political, it was personal. And every guest knew it. The Hokage of the Leaf and the granddaughter of the Stone, united in name, treaty, and heart. The final match. The heat of the arena bore down on the gathered shinobi, but the stands were packed with excitement. Flags waved, chants rang out, and across the platform, the finalists stood tall. In the first match of the day, Yukiko Yuzuki faced Niji Hyuga. It was a dance of precision, his Byakugan and gentle fist technique against her rapid, calculated kenjutsu. She didn't overpower him, she outmaneuvered him. She used the terrain, the shadows, the rhythm of his strikes. When her sword stopped half an inch from his throat and his chakra points collapsed in fatigue, Niji bowed, sweating, breathless, but not bitter. Smart move, he muttered. Yukiko nodded. You're strong. But you're predictable. Niji smiled faintly. The next match was chaos. Sakura versus Lee. She had trained under Tsunade. She was no longer the girl crying at the back of a battlefield. She had power now, earth-shaking, bone-jarring, terrifying. When she hit the ground with Tsunade's earth-shaker impact, half the arena crumbled. Lee, smiling wide and shouting praises mid-dodge, activated the 4th gate and met her head-on. The crowd roared. It was a clash of ideals, power versus speed, brilliance versus burning will. Lee won by inches. The final match, Lee versus Yukiko, was respectful and sharp. Yukiko analyzed every move, countered with flawless form, but in the end, she made a deliberate choice. She surrendered. I can win, she said plainly. But I'd rather show restraint than break someone I respect. Lee blinked, surprised. Then he bowed, eyes gleaming with admiration. You are truly a shinobi of wisdom and honor! The crowd erupted. Naruto, watching from the stands, could only smile. They've grown, he said quietly. Tsunade stood beside him, arms crossed. They still have more to do. He nodded. So do we. A dance and a promise. The party was brighter than the stars. The entire diplomatic plaza was strung with lanterns that floated upward on tiny threads of chakra. Music drifted through the air, a blend of fire country shamisen and wind country flute. Platters of food, regional drinks, and sweets lined the tables. Laughter echoed through every corner. But in one corner, away from the chaos, Naruto and Kuratsuchi danced in a slow, quiet rhythm. They said little. Their eyes said more. Kuratsuchi rested her forehead against his chest as they swayed. This is nice, she murmured. I'd give anything to stay here a while longer. You have to go. He nodded. Something's coming, she said. I feel it. You're right, Naruto said. But I'll end it quickly. Kuratsuchi lifted her head. Come back to me. I always will. He held her tighter. Then she pulled back slightly and teased. Promise me one thing before you run off and break someone's ribcage. Name it. When we get back, gifts. All of them. Together. Naruto grinned. Even the weird ones? Especially the weird ones. They kissed again, no ceremony, no spectators. Just them. And then Naruto slipped away. His hand lingered on hers one moment longer before he joined Sasuke and Sai, both dressed and ready for war. His smile faded. Are you ready? He asked. They nodded once. Naruto gave Kuratsuchi one last look from the edge of the firelight. And then, with a flash of red, they vanished into the night. The air beneath Konoha was filled with the copper scent of blood. Danzo's base was in ruins, bodies unconscious, some bleeding, some bound. Kakashi, flanked by Beta, Delta, Gamma, and Sierra squads, stood at the center, his blade sheathed, mask in place. Danzo, missing an arm, the Sharingan in his right eye socket torn away, was slumped against the wall. Breathing but beaten. Naruto appeared in a flicker of red flash, landing in the center of the chamber where one of Kakashi's Hiraishin marks had been placed. He looked down at Danzo. The air was still. And then Naruto said, voice low and unrelenting. Now what was that about shadows disappearing in the daylight? Last chapter of The Embers of Alliance Part 2. Chapter 40, Operation Ghost Lantern. The Spark flashback begins. Location, Hokage Tower, late night, 6 months ago. The corridors of the Hokage Tower were dark, lit only by a few amber lamps flickering against the walls. The village was silent at this hour, but Sasuke Uchiha moved with purpose. He wore his standard gear, but there was something different in his eyes. A heaviness. The kind that had sat with him for years. He stopped in front of the Hokage's office. He hadn't been summoned. He had come because he needed answers. But the door was cracked open, and voices filtered through. Inside, Naruto stood with his back to the window, arms crossed, cloak draped loosely over one shoulder. His face was unreadable. Across from him, Kakashi leaned over a table, laying out a series of faded Root-era documents. If this is accurate, Kakashi was saying, it means Danzo's reach wasn't just political. It was surgical. Naruto exhaled slowly. We always suspected. But if this confirms it. Sasuke pushed the door open the rest of the way. You're talking about him? He asked. Both men turned, unsurprised. Naruto gestured him in. Yeah. We figured you'd come sooner or later. Sasuke entered cautiously. I was approached by this guy Dash. Naruto glanced at Kakashi, then nodded once. We're waiting for one more, he said, simply stopping him. They knew exactly what was going on with Danzo's approach, without him continuing. Sasuke blinked. One more? Just then, a soft, familiar chakra signature approached, faint, but unmistakably deliberate. Hiruzen Sarutobi, aged but sharp, stepped into the room in full robes. His eyes were tired, but focused. When the door shut behind him, Naruto turned and formed a quick seal. The air shimmered around the room, sound seals, privacy barriers, chakra dampeners. Everything locked tight. You're not just talking about Danzo, Sasuke said. This is something else. Naruto nodded. This is what's been poisoning the village since long before I was born. He took a breath. Let's talk about the truth. Hiruzen sat slowly in one of the chairs near the center table, exhaling like the years had finally caught up to him. Kakashi rolled up a scroll and leaned against the wall. Naruto remained standing, arms folded, his eyes flicking to Sasuke. You said someone approached you recently? Naruto asked. Sasuke nodded, stepping closer. A man, older. Wrapped in bandages. Had some kind of root signature. Said his name was Danzo. The room went still. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He told me you were hiding something from me. About Itachi. About the massacre. He said you were holding me back. That I'd never be strong enough unless I stopped trusting you. He looked directly at Naruto. I didn't believe him. But I wanted to know why he thought I would. Naruto exchanged a glance with Kakashi. Then he sighed and looked at Hiruzen. The old man nodded slowly. It's time. Hiruzen folded his hands in his lap and looked at Sasuke, not as the Hokage of old, not as the professor, but as a weary man who had watched too many things rot under his leadership. Danzo Shimura was once a founding member of the Leaf's original ANBU division, he began. He was my counterpart, and my greatest regret. A man obsessed with order, control, and sacrifice in the name of the greater good. Sasuke listened silently. When the Nine Tails attacked, Hiruzen continued, I resumed the title of Hokage to stabilize the village. But it was Danzo who manipulated the clan leaders, the council, and even some of the other elders into fearing a coup. He paused. Then looked straight at Sasuke. He forced my hand, and Itachi's. Sasuke didn't speak. He made sure no clan, not even the Sarutobi, could adopt Naruto. He believed Naruto should be raised as a weapon, not as a boy. And he did the same to others. Root was his private army, and no one, not even the council, truly understood its reach. Sasuke stood silent for a long time after hearing the name, Danzo Shimura. It was still unfamiliar, but the weight in the room had shifted so drastically that even the name alone now carried poison. His brow furrowed slightly. I don't understand. What does any of this have to do with my family? He turned toward Hiruzen, confused but guarded. You said he was part of Root. That he manipulated the council. But why would that matter? There was a beat of silence. Hiruzen looked down at his weathered hands for a moment. And then he spoke, his voice slow, heavy, each word costing something. Because Sasuke, it was Danzo who pushed the Uchiha clan toward isolation. It was Danzo who cornered your brother. Sasuke blinked. My brother? Hiruzen raised a hand to stop him. Let me tell it. All of it. And so he did. After the Nine Tails attacked, suspicion fell on the Uchiha. Their Sharingan was rumored to control the beast. I argued against it, but Danzo fed those fears. Whispers turned to accusations. The Uchiha were relocated. Watched. Marginalized. And slowly, they began to consider revolution. I tried to buy time. To de-escalate. But Danzo, he was always 2 steps ahead. He leaked false intelligence to the council. Made it seem like the coup was moments away. I believed I had more time. I was wrong. Sasuke's hands were trembling now. Why are you telling me this now? He asked, his voice sharp, cracking at the edges. Hiruzen looked at him with infinite sadness. Because you need to know what Itachi did, what he suffered through, to protect you. Sasuke's breath caught. Danzo approached Itachi, Hiruzen said quietly. Offered him a solution. The massacre in exchange for your life. Itachi came to me. Begged me to find another way. But Danzo had already manipulated the records, secured Root's position, and made it appear like the coup was imminent. The council was days from declaring civil war. He made Itachi choose. Kill his clan, or let the village burn. Kakashi turned pale beneath his mask. Naruto's hand had unconsciously curled into a fist. Sasuke looked like the floor had been ripped out from under him. You're lying, he whispered. I wish I were. No. Itachi killed them. I saw it. He smiled. He spared you, Hiruzen said softly. He joined the Akatsuki not because he hated the leaf, but because he wanted to keep watch. From the shadows. As Danzo taught him to. As I led him. Naruto looked up. You knew? I knew enough, Hiruzen said bitterly. But not everything. Not what Danzo took. Not what he did to Sure Sway. Not the seals. Not the experimentation. Kakashi placed the scroll with the Sharingan schematics on the table again, quietly. Sasuke didn't move. He was staring into nothing. Like his entire life had just twisted. All this time. He whispered. I hated him. I swore I'd kill him. But he did it for me? Naruto stepped forward, slowly. He loved you. Even when he left. Especially then. Sasuke looked at them both, Naruto, Kakashi, Hiruzen, and for the first time in years, there was no cold defiance in his face. Just devastation. I don't know who I am without that hate, he said, voice cracking. I don't know how to forgive him. You don't have to, Naruto said. Not yet. But you do have a choice. You can find out why he did it, and make sure no one ever has to do something like that again. Sasuke clenched his jaw. Kakashi unrolled a second scroll and placed it on the table. It was old, brittle, stained at the edges. This, he said, was buried in a root strongbox I recovered from a site in the outskirts. Even you didn't know about it, Lord Third. Hiruzen leaned forward, eyes narrowing. The scroll showed images, Sharingan schematics, twisted chakra channeling designs, implantation diagrams for ocular grafts. Shursui Uchiha, Kakashi said grimly. Danzo took his eye. I believe he murdered him to get it. Sasuke's fists clenched. I thought Itachi, but no, he said Shursui had taken his own life. He might have tried, Naruto said softly. But Danzo made sure he succeeded. Kakashi stepped forward. We want to send someone in. Deep. Someone Danzo would try to recruit. Someone who could act like they were disillusioned, furious with Konoha, with Naruto, with the system. Sasuke realized it immediately. You want it to be me. You're the only one he's approached, Naruto said. And I trust you. Sasuke exhaled, mind spinning. If I go in, what happens to me? Naruto stepped forward. I protect you. I will guide you. And when the time comes, I bring you back. Kakashi smiled slightly behind his mask. And I make sure no one sees the dagger in your hand until it's already at their throat. For the first time, Sasuke's eyes burned with purpose, not revenge, but clarity. I'll do it. Few months later. The torchlight hissed against the stone, casting shadows like scars across the walls of the root training hall. Sasuke moved through his kata with mechanical precision, each step, each cut of his blade cleaner than the last. He was alone in practice, but not alone in presence. He knew he was being watched. Your form is precise, came a voice from the far edge of the room. Sigh. Ever silent. Ever still. Sasuke didn't respond immediately. He finished the sequence, sheathed the training blade, then looked toward the pale operative. You've been following me for days, he said simply. Sai's expression remained neutral. Observation is part of root protocol. Sasuke took a slow step forward. Is thinking? Sai didn't answer. A beat passed. You act like you're empty, Sasuke said, but I've watched you watching them. The children. The recruits. The failures. You're not empty. You're angry. Sai's jaw tightened just slightly. Sasuke stepped closer. You ever wonder what Danzo's protocol would ask of you next? Would he send you to die if it bought him an extra hour in power? I do not question commands, Sai replied evenly. To question is to hesitate. To hesitate is to fail. That's not loyalty. That's fear. Sai's eyes flicked toward him. There was no rebuttal. I've read some of the files, Sasuke continued. Shursui Uchiha. The Sharingan experiments. His SEAL program. You were involved in some of them, weren't you? Sai didn't nod. He didn't deny it either. I was a child, he said at last. So was I, Sasuke replied. And Danzo uses both of us. One from a famous name, the other stripped of one. But it's the same story. Sai was quiet for a long time. Then, why tell me this? Because, Sasuke said, voice low but steady, I think you're not as blind as you pretend to be. And I think you want out. Sai blinked slowly, like something foreign had been spoken aloud. No one leaves root, he said. You can't, Sasuke said. With me. A pause. I've already made my decision. I'm taking him down. But I'm not stupid enough to do it alone. Sai looked at him long and hard, like he was staring at a blank page and trying to decide what to draw on it. You trust Naruto? Sasuke nodded. More than anyone. Sai's voice was softer than usual. That's rare. Then, without a word, he reached into his vest and withdrew a small, wrapped folder. Not official route records, but sketches. Notes. Things he wasn't supposed to keep. Things he wasn't supposed to care about. He handed it to Sasuke. I have more, he said. But if we do this, I want to choose how I help. No orders. No seals. No commands. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. That's the only way this works. A long breath escaped Sai, as if he'd finally exhaled after years of silence. Then take me to him. Few days later. Hokage Medical Annex, sealed laboratory, flashback continues. The room was cold, lined with reinforced steel walls and chakra-sealed drawers. It wasn't the hospital. It was a covert lab beneath the Hokage Tower, a place Tsunade only used when silence mattered more than status. Kakashi stood near a wide medical table, a thick scroll unfurled beside him. Symbols for tissue bonding, chakra pulse diagrams, nerve relay transcriptions, all carefully copied from Sai's intel and the files Sasuke had stolen. Across from him, Tsunade had pulled on gloves, sleeves rolled, her golden hair tied into a high tail. I've seen shinobi implant foreign chakra systems before, she muttered, eyes scanning the notes. But this is obsessive. Ritualized. Like he was collecting power, not wielding it. Kakashi nodded. We believe he has an entire arm full of Sharingan, grafted and stabilized through artificial sealing networks. Tsunade's mouth tightened. And Shursei's eye, Kakashi added grimly. Her hands froze. Shursei Uchiha? She said, voice lowering. That boy he had more heart than half the council combined. We think Danzo had him killed. Faked his suicide and took the eye. Tsunade set down the chakra analysis sheet, slower now. More deliberate. Then that means, he has the Kodo Amatsukami. One of the most dangerous genjutsu in the shinobi world. A power that could alter memories, override free will. She met Kakashi's gaze sharply. And you're telling me he's walking around with that, and an arm of active Sharingan, and no one has noticed? That's why we're here now, Kakashi replied. We've confirmed everything through Sai and Sasuke. Danzo's only pretending to be old and broken. But he's faster than most Jonin, and his reserves are terrifying. Tsunade stepped back from the table, her shoulders squared. I'll prep chakra suppression tags. But you'll need more than that. Kakashi nodded. We're assembling Beta, Delta, and Gamma squads. Tenzo will lead the infiltration. And what about Naruto? Tsunade asked. Kakashi smiled behind the mask. He'll arrive when we need him most. Tsunade crossed her arms, frowning. This is more than a takedown, isn't it? Kakashi's voice was quiet. This is an exorcism. Kazekage Tower, Suna, arrival for the Chunin exams. Naruto stood at one end of the round table, dressed in a sleeveless black tunic. His Hokage cloak lay draped neatly over the back of a chair, forgotten in the gravity of the moment. Across from him stood Gaara, calm and composed in desert robes, no longer the blood-stained weapon of his youth. He said little, but his eyes were sharp. Baki lingered beside him, arms folded, jaw tense. He understood what this kind of meeting meant. Naruto's voice was low, measured. I want to send a message. One that's not true. Baki raised a brow. Go on, Gaara said. Naruto leaned forward, tapping a finger against the thin stretch of ink on the map. Route F, a minor wind country smuggler's road that cut close to Taki and Kusa. This route, Naruto said, is tapped. One of Danzo's information streams runs through it, disguised as a trade report channel. You're certain? Baki asked. Naruto nodded. It's how he's been staying ahead of the Alliance schedule. That's the channel we use. Gaara folded his arms. What's the message? Naruto looked him in the eye. That the assassination succeeded. That Kuratsuchi was killed during the Chunin exam celebration. That I blamed Mei. That the alliance erupted into chaos, and that I lost control. Baki stared at him. You want him to think you failed? I want him to believe he won, Naruto said simply. Gaara's expression didn't change. And what then? Then he'll come into the light. He'll think the time is right to move on the council and take power. His guard will drop. Root will rally behind a victory that doesn't exist. And that's when you strike, Gaara said quietly. Kakashi and Tenzo are waiting with 4 full ANBU squads. Naruto confirmed. Once Root exposes itself, we cut the head off the snake. Silence hung for a moment. Then Baki exhaled slowly. It's clean. Dangerous, but clean. Gaara gave a faint nod. You've thought this through. Naruto's voice was steady, but there was steel behind it. I've waited my whole life to pull shadows into daylight. Root Command Chamber, Konoha. Flashback continues. The chamber was silent, lit only by flickering blue seals etched into the walls, chakra suppressing, scrying blocking, sound dampening. A place built for secrecy and war. Danzo Shimura sat alone at a thick ironwood desk, his fingers clasped, his lone eye reading the latest intercepted report. It was perfect. Confirmed, Kuratsuchi killed in Suna. Naruto blamed the Mizukage. Chunin exams disrupted. Hostilities escalating. Uzumaki detained by Sand Council for political instability. Danzo read it twice. He did not smile. Instead, he rose slowly, tugging his long sleeves over his sealed arm. His right eye glinted beneath the edge of his bandages, the faintest shimmer of Shursue's Sharingan active behind it. He pressed one finger to the communication seal embedded in the wall. All units, he said calmly. Phase transition. Prepare the council chamber. Begin route mobilization. His voice dropped. It's time to reclaim Konoha. Beneath Konoha, ANBU raid deployment, simultaneous. At the same time, deep beneath the village, 4 ANBU squads swept through Root's labyrinthine tunnels. Beta, Gamma, Delta, and Sierra teams moved in tandem, massed, coordinated, deadly. At the front, Captain Kakashi Hatake and Tenzo, dressed in jet-black tactical gear. Chakra masking seals flared faintly across their necks and forearms. They moved like shadows between corridors lined with sleeping quarters, holding cells, sealed chambers where young operatives had been trained like dogs. Team Beta, secure the West Wing. Kakashi's voice crackled over the calm. Gamma and Delta, suppress and detain. If they resist, drop them. Tenzo placed a hand against the wall and whispered. Root suppression field activated. He won't be summoning backup. Screams and chakra bursts echoed from the lower corridors, Root operatives overwhelmed and subdued. Kakashi turned to Tenzo. Danzo's personal chamber? 3 levels down. Armored. Reinforced. Trapped to hell. Sounds like him. Kakashi muttered, adjusting his headband. Let's knock. The chamber cracked apart as Tenzo's wood release shattered the entry seal. Smoke poured into the room, curling around scroll racks and weapons cabinets that lined the sanctum. Danzo stood at its center, his arm unwrapped, revealing a gnarled, bandage-covered limb lined with 10 Sharingan, each blinking independently. His chakra flared, the room warping with the pressure. He didn't hesitate. 5 seal barrier release, vacuum fong! He exhaled, a dozen wind blades shot forward, scything through the air in irregular, jagged spirals. Kakashi flickered forward, drawing his blade, the white fong's chakra saber igniting with a haunting glow. He spun and deflected 2 wind blades, then ducked beneath a third, letting it slice across his flak jacket. Tenzo, close the vents! Tenzo slammed his hands to the floor, wooden spears erupting around the chamber, sealing exits and reinforcing the room. Danzo moved again, fast, deceptively so. He teleported using a customized body flicker, appearing behind Tenzo, a kunai humming with cursed chakra already in hand. Tenzo barely raised a wall of bark-like defense, but Danzo blasted through it with an explosive palm strike, slamming Tenzo backward into a scroll rack. Kakashi was there in an instant, blade meeting Danzo's kunai mid-swing, both men locked for one heartbeat, Sharingan-I meeting Sharingan-I. You're not Minato's prodigy. Danzo spat. You're Sakumo's shame. Kakashi pushed off with a burst of chakra. That shame's about to cut you in half. Danzo surged chakra into his right eye, Shursue's Sharingan, and activated the unthinkable. Izanagi. Reality twisted. For a moment, it looked as if Kakashi had sliced Danzo's throat, only for the body to shimmer and vanish. Genjutsu's not the only thing this eye controls, Danzo muttered. Kakashi landed, blade still glowing, barely able to track the distortion. He heard it, a whisper of movement, then twisted as Danzo reappeared behind him and slammed a seal-tagged fist into his ribs. Boom! Kakashi flew across the room, crashing into Tenzo's wooden wall with a grunt. Tenzo stood, blood at the corner of his mouth. He's using the eye to rewrite death. I counted 4 eyes burned already, Kakashi muttered. 6 left. Danzo charged again. This time with chakra threads trailing from his fingertips, puppeteer-like seals designed to hijack movement. Tenzo intercepted, launching dozens of wooden spears and using his vines to collapse the ceiling supports. Danzo dodged midair, but Kakashi was already there. The white Fang's blade cut upward in a brilliant arc. Danzo twisted, but one of his embedded Sharingan was severed, clean down the forearm. Danzo screamed, the pain real even if the eye could fake death. Izanagi's nearly gone, Tenzo whispered. Danzo staggered back, his chakra surging, one eye in his arm burned out, smoke rising from his left side. You don't understand what I sacrificed, he hissed. You think power is earned? It's taken. He flashed a seal. Binding seal, corpse marionette. Chakra ropes lashed out toward Kakashi, aimed at his limbs and heart. A technique designed to forcibly seize a living shinobi's body for use as a puppet. Kakashi's Sharingan flared, then he vanished in a blur, reappearing above Danzo mid-chant. With a roar, he plunged down, blade first, channeling lightning chakra into the white Fang's saber. The glow intensified from cold white to a blinding flare. Steel met sealing flesh. Kakashi severed Danzo's mutated arm at the shoulder, blood and chakra exploding in all directions. Danzo howled. Tenzo's would release wrapped the severed limb, sealing each remaining Sharingan in tandem with explosive tags that incinerated the remnants midair. Danzo spun, one hand to his side, but Kakashi was already there again, blade up. No more illusions. He drove the glowing blade straight into Danzo's right eye, the cursed Sharingan of Shursuke crushed beneath steel and raw wool. Danzo dropped to his knees, blood trailing down his face. His arm gone. His eye dead. His illusions broken. His last whisper was not of rage. It was of disbelief. I was supposed to win. Kakashi stood over him, breathing hard, blade still humming with residual chakra. Tenzo limped forward beside him, hands trembling. Is it done? Tenzo asked. Kakashi's voice was a rasp. Let's ask Naruto. Present day. The space was filled with blood, smoke, and silence. Danzo knelt, barely upright, his arm severed, Shursue's eye destroyed, sealing smoke still curling from the remnants of chakra tags. His breath came ragged. His robes were soaked crimson. The great manipulator of Konoha was nothing more than a husk now, stripped of his power, his soldiers, his secrets. Kakashi, sword lowered, stood just ahead, body tense, watching. Tenzo leaned against a scorched pillar, exhausted but upright, eyes sharp. And then Naruto appeared in a flicker of red flash, landing in the center of the chamber where one of Kakashi's Hiroshin marks had been placed. He looked down at Danzo. The air was still. And then Naruto said, voice low and unrelenting. Now what was that about shadows disappearing in the daylight? He wore no cloak now, just his sleeveless black combat tunic, etched with a faint Uzumaki spiral. No flourish. No fanfare. Only fury. He looked around, ANBU bodies still in motion cleaning up operatives, unconscious root initiates being dragged out and tagged for sealing. Then his eyes found Danzo. The silence stretched taut. Naruto approached slowly. Step by step. Danzo didn't lift his head. You look surprised, Naruto said quietly. Danzo chuckled, blood running down his chin. I was told you were in prison. I lied. The next step echoed. You're more your father's son than I thought, Danzo rasped. Naruto crouched in front of him. No, he said. I'm my mother's. He reached out, and with a single flare of chakra, slammed his palm into Danzo's chest and activated a suppression seal, paralyzing him further. Danzo gasped, twitching. Naruto's voice dropped to a whisper. Let's talk about the night I lost them. Danzo's lone eye twitched. You knew about the man in the mask, Naruto said. The one who attacked the village. Who killed my parents. Who released the 9 tails. Danzo was silent. Naruto pressed his palm harder. Who was he? Danzo finally looked up. He called himself Madara. But he wasn't. Not truly. Just another relic behind a mask. Naruto's stomach turned. You helped him? I gave Orochimaru his first routes into the village. I gave the Akatsuki space to grow, long enough to weaken the elders. So yes, Danzo wheezed. I helped make the world you inherited. And I'd burn it again, if it meant keeping Konoha strong. Naruto stood. You kept it quiet. Controlled. Diseased. Danzo's lips trembled. Someone had to. Naruto turned to Sasuke and gave him a pointed look to go ahead. Footsteps echoed from the corridor. Lightly armored. Deliberate. Sasuke emerged from the shadows, his face blank, but his eyes burning like twin coals. He said nothing at first. Danzo didn't look at him. You've come to finish me? Danzo asked hoarsely. Sasuke didn't respond. Instead, he stepped forward and crouched, mirroring what Naruto had done just minutes before. You forced him to do it, Sasuke said quietly. Didn't you? Danzo's head tilted slightly. Sasuke's voice rose, not with volume, but venom. My brother. You forced him to slaughter our clan. You told him it was for peace. That it would protect the village. Danzo exhaled, a tired rasp. I didn't lie. Sasuke's jaw tightened. You made him a traitor, he said, voice trembling now. You made him, alone. Danzo chuckled, though it sounded more like a wheeze. He begged me to let you live. Sasuke froze. He said you were kind? Soft-hearted. He said he'd carry the stain of the massacre on his soul if it meant you could grow up free. He sacrificed everything. His name. His pride. His place in the village. Danzo turned his head toward him at last. But what he never gave up was you. Sasuke stared. I asked him why? Danzo rasped. Do you know what he said? Sasuke didn't move. Danzo's eye flickered. Because he is better than me. And if he lives long enough, he will never have to be like me. The silence between them stretched. Then Sasuke stood slowly. His voice was razor thin. He was wrong. Danzo blinked. Sasuke turned and began to walk away. I already am. Naruto turned to Kakashi after hearing everything. Take him to the council. Barefoot. Bleeding. If he resists, hurt him. Kakashi nodded. And send Sasuke to Shikaku, Naruto added. Tell him it's time to summon the council. Danzo was lifted roughly to his feet, bound with Tenzo's chakra-rooted vines. His feet dragged through his own blood. Naruto watched him go, eyes unreadable. Then, finally, he turned and faced the camera of history. Konoha Council Chamber, present morning. The council hall was never meant for silence. And yet, as the gathered members of Konoha's civilian and shinobi leadership took their seats, no one dared speak. Clan heads lined the left, Hayashi Hyuga, Shibi Aburame, Inoichi Yamanaka, Chozo Akimichi, Suminazuka, Shikaku Nara, and more. The civilian council, financiers, merchants, and a few advisors once handpicked by the third Hokage, sat on the right. At the center, the great dais stood empty. Then a door opened, and Naruto Uzumaki stepped into view. He wore no Hokage cloak today. Only black A&BU standard gear, sleeves rolled to the elbow, and his father's Hiraishin kunai holstered at his hip. No ceremony. Just gravity. He stood at the center. Behind him, Kakashi, Tenzo, Sasuke, and Sai flanked the wall. All silent. Then came Danzo Shimura, shackled and barefoot, dragged forward under A&BU guard. His severed arm was sealed. His eye gone. He looked half dead. But the silence his presence brought was louder than his wounds. Gasps. One civilian council member stood in disbelief. Hokage-sama, what is the meaning of— Sit, Naruto said flatly. They did. He turned toward them slowly. And began. For decades, Naruto said, voice calm but lethal, this village has operated under the illusion that the old ways still kept us safe. That silence and secrecy bought peace. He gestured toward Danzo. This man ran an illegal military division beneath your noses. He kidnapped children, orphans and clanborn alike, and trained them into Root, a faction that has committed dozens of unauthorized assassinations, torture campaigns, and infiltration missions across every major nation. The room stirred, civilian leaders pale, clan heads grim. He faked reports. Robbed Uchiha graves. Implanted stolen Sharingan into his body, one of them belonging to Shursui Uchiha. The boy you thought died in defection? He was murdered. By Danzo. Koharu stood. This is outrageous. Naruto's eyes snapped to her. Sit down. She faltered. Hamura opened his mouth to protest next. I said sit down? The force of chakra in his voice cracked the air. They obeyed. Naruto's eyes swept the room. Danzo planned to assassinate my fiancée, Kuratsuchi, during the Chunin exams. He meant to frame the Mizukage. Destabilize the alliance. Trigger war. He let that settle. Some of you in this room funded him. Civilian council members looked around, eyes wide, some sweating. You thought you were supporting Konoha's defense. What you were doing was enabling child soldiers, bioweapon research, and high treason. No one dared speak. Then Naruto turned to the clan side of the room, and fixed his gaze on Hayashi Hyuga. I found Root members with Hyuga heritage. Main branch. Hayashi's eyes narrowed. They were subdued using the caged bird seal. Forced into compliance. A ripple passed through the council. Naruto took a step forward. From this day forward, any use of a control-based seal on another citizen of Konoha will be punishable by death. Hayashi paled. If the elders of your clan object, Naruto added, tell them they are free to leave the village. They will be hunted. Hayashi slowly bowed his head. I will relay the message. Naruto nodded once. He turned to the room again. This village does not belong to the shadows. Not anymore. He raised his voice. I am the Godaime Hokage. If you have a problem with how this village is run, you take it to me. And if you betray this village... He turned to Danzo, who was still on his knees, barely breathing. You end like this. Naruto summoned a chakra blade. Danzo's ruined eye met his. For the first time, there was fear. But no mercy. With a clean, effortless strike, Naruto beheaded Danzo Shimura in front of the council. Blood pooled across the tile. Gasps rang out. One civilian counselor fainted. Naruto dropped the blade and faced the room. Clean your house. Or I will. The air had gone still. The only sound in the hall was the slow, deliberate steps of Kakashi Hatake as he moved to the center of the floor, a long black scroll in hand. He unrolled it with quiet care. Behind him, two A&BU operatives removed Danzo's body. No one looked away. Even Koharu and Hamura, pale and trembling, sat frozen, silenced by blood. Kakashi glanced up. Per the Godaime's orders, the following is the verified record of Root operatives detained, killed, or missing in action. He began to read. Operative C221, deceased. Age 16. No clan registry. Operative D449 captured. Inoshika ancestry confirmed through dental chakra patterning. Operative X311 deceased. Cause chakra burn from implanted eye rejection. Operative F110 subdued. Confirmed to be Fu Yamanaka, presumed dead for over a decade. Brother of Inoichi Yamanaka. A sharp inhale broke the silence. Inoichi, stunned, bowed his head. His fists were clenched beneath the table. Kakashi continued. Operative T023 deceased. Cause poison triggered suicide seal. Identity confirmed, Torian Aburame, cousin of Shibi Aburame. Shibi's glasses hid his expression. But he nodded once, sharply, acknowledgement and grief contained like a sealed scroll. Kakashi's voice was steady, but his eyes burned. Operative K000 confirmed Kia while attempting defection. Identity, Kiba Inuzuka's father, formerly presumed dead on foreign mission. Body was recovered, sealed beneath root archive housing. The sound that escaped Sam Inuzuka was not a scream. It was lower. Sharper. The breath of a predator in mourning. She turned away, unable to face the room. Kakashi finished the list. 37 root operatives dead. 22 captured alive. 8 in critical condition. 4 pending extraction from long-term genjutsu conditioning. We will be issuing names to affected clans within the day. He closed the scroll. No one applauded. No one thanked him. That was not what this was for. Naruto stepped forward again. This is the cost of secrecy. His gaze swept the room, this time with something deeper than rage. It was grief. Resolve. And beneath it, warning. We will move forward. We will not be ruled by ghosts. From this day on, Konoha stands in the daylight. Then, more softly. To the families affected, we will support you. And to those still bound by this system, you have one chance to come clean. He turned toward Kakashi, Tenzo, Sasuke, and Sai. We move at dawn. Private hall, Hokage Tower, later that morning. The formal council had ended, but no one truly left. In a quieter chamber within the Hokage Tower, the clan heads gathered, still in shock, still trying to process the scale of what had been exposed. Shikaku Nara sat with his elbows on the table, his fingers steepled in front of his mouth. The normally unreadable strategist looked pale. Haunted. This, he muttered, was happening right under our noses. Hayashi Hyuga stood near the far wall, arms folded, eyes sharp with guilt and shame. Some of those seals were ours. Clan-born. Pressured into service used against their will. Inoichi Yamanaka sat motionless, his eyes locked on a document he hadn't read for the last 10 minutes. Fu was my brother. I thought he died on a mission in the grass border war. Sam Inuzuka's fists were trembling, her chair scraped back as she paced the edge of the room. They killed my mate. And I never even knew. Shibi Aburame, silent as always, finally spoke. Toryun was a good man. Gentle. Thoughtful. And they turned him into a weapon. The room fell into a heavy silence. Then Shikaku spoke again, his voice low. All of us, we failed. We were so focused on diplomacy, territory, economics, that we let a monster root himself into our foundations. Hayashi slowly bowed his head. The Hyuga clan offers full support for the new directive. We will begin dismantling the caged bird seal, effective immediately. The elders don't have a choice anymore. Inoichi, Shibi, and Choza followed with solemn nods. Shikaku's eyes sharpened. We throw the full weight of the clans behind Naruto. He's not just the Hokage now. Sam's voice was low but firm. He's our anchor, and he will never lack support from us again. Private Hokage office, later that afternoon. Naruto stood by the window, arms crossed, watching the sun arc toward noon. The door opened. Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Midokado entered, escorted by Anbu, either restrained, but watched closely. Naruto, Koharu began. What you did was a disgrace. Hamura finished. Public executions? In front of the council? Naruto didn't turn. Children were kidnapped. Trained to kill. Clans were infiltrated. People were murdered. Koharu's voice sharpened. We understand that Danzo went too far, but… No! Naruto snapped, turning now. His voice was steel. You don't understand anything. You watched him manipulate this village for decades. You helped. You knew. Hamira's face twisted. He did what was necessary. Naruto stepped forward, eyes blazing. What was necessary? Torturing orphans? Stealing from graves? Experimenting on our own shinobi? Koharu flinched. You've become emotional. I've become aware, Naruto said coldly. And I have the full support of the council, the clans, and the people. A beat. Hiruzen knew, he added. He approved this operation. And he agreed, if you defended Danzo after everything, you had no place in this village's future. The silence hit like a hammer. What are you saying? Koharu asked, her voice dry. Naruto stared them down. I'm relieving you both of your duties as village elders. Effective immediately. Hamira staggered. You can't. I just did, Naruto said unmoved. You're dismissed. And under investigation. You'll cooperate fully with intelligence. Or you'll join Danzo. Anbiyu stepped forward. Koharu opened her mouth, but Naruto cut her off. Get out. And just like that, the last shadows of the third Hokage's era left the room. The Honeymoon Arc. Chapter 41, Daylight. The first light of dawn spilled across the Hokage Tower. It crept in slow, delicate beams over the wide windows of Naruto's private quarters, dust motes drifting lazily in the still air. The room smelled faintly of parchment, leather, and the distant metallic scent of cooling chakra seals. Naruto stirred awake, eyes blinking against the unfamiliar quiet. No alarms. No hurried A&B reports. No sense of imminent threat clawing at the back of his mind. Just silence. He lay there for a long moment, one arm slung loosely over his forehead, staring up at the ceiling. The tension he hadn't realized was coiled in his chest began to unwind, slow, uncertain, like a wound that wasn't sure it had stopped bleeding. The memories of yesterday drifted back unbidden. Danzo's body collapsing in the council hall. Koharu and Hamira's horrified faces as they were stripped of their titles. The blood staining the council tiles, wiped away but lingering still in the walls. Naruto sat up slowly. He pulled on a simple black undershirt and loose shinobi pants, leaving his feet bare against the cold tile floor. No Hokage robes today. No fanfare. Just a man with too many scars, some on the outside, but most stitched deep into the soul. Outside his window, the village was waking up. Children's laughter floated up from the academy streets. Vendors rolled carts through the market lanes, calling out their wares. Birds wheeled lazily above the rooftops where old A&B lookout posts once stood. For the first time in years, Naruto realized Konoha was breathing freely. It was strange. He made his way to the small kitchen nook, poured a cup of tea, letting the warmth soak into his hands. A photo frame caught his eye. On the side table, dusted clean just yesterday, sat a single picture. A much younger Naruto, about 12, grinning with missing teeth beside Jiraiya, Tsunade, Hiruzen, and Ichiraku, all smiling stiffly, trying to keep the boy still for the camera. Naruto smiled faintly. He traced a thumb across the glass. Old man, he murmured. There was still so much left to do. So many threats lingering beyond the walls. Akatsuki was moving. The minor villages were restless. And Konoha's wounds, though healing, ran deep. But for today, just today, he allowed himself to breathe. To exist without needing to fight. To be Naruto Uzumaki, son of Minato and Kushina, 5th Hokage of Konoha, and builder of a new future. He finished his tea, savoring the simple peace of the moment. Because soon, the real work would begin. The Hokage's private war room was tucked deep behind the tower's main council chamber, small, shielded by jutsu seals, and reserved for only the most critical strategy meetings. Kakashi Hatake stood near one of the wide, curtained windows, mask in place but posture casual as always. Despite the air of calm, Naruto knew him well enough to sense the coiled readiness beneath the surface. Across the table, Shikaku Nara slouched lazily, one hand twirling a sharpened ink brush over an untouched mission scroll. His eyes, however, were razor-sharp. Naruto entered without fanfare, closing the door behind him with a soft thud. Kakashi straightened slightly. Shikaku offered a small nod. Naruto sat at the head of the table, hands steepled in front of him. "Report," he said simply. Kakashi went first. "Root's command structure is broken," he said. "About 20 operatives captured alive. 18 already turned themselves over for rehabilitation processing under the Yamanaka department. 4 are resisting, we've sedated them for now. Beta and Delta teams are sweeping the last known Root safehouses in the outer districts." He paused. "No major civilian casualties. A few property damages we're quietly repairing." Naruto nodded. "And the council?" Kakashi's lone visible eye crinkled slightly. "They're terrified. But compliant. Most of them have realized they backed a monster without knowing." "Some did know," Naruto murmured. Neither Kakashi nor Shikaku disagreed. Shikaku shifted forward, setting down the ink brush with a soft clack. "Clan side stable," he reported. "They're rattled, sure. Embarrassed, even. But the Hyuga, Aburame, Inuzuka, Akimichi, Sarutobi, Kurama, Yamanaka, and I have agreed and already pledged our full support to your leadership moving forward." Naruto arched an eyebrow. "And the civilian council?" "Still reorganizing. We'll need to appoint temporary replacements until a new oversight structure is in place." Shikaku smirked faintly. "Not everyone's happy about that, but they'll live." Naruto sat back, thinking. He had moved quickly to decapitate the old power networks, but Konoha needed more than broken chains, it needed new foundations. New trust. New hope. "We'll start a new advisory committee," Naruto said. "Half civilian, half shinobi. Selected based on merit, not politics. Get some Shibi and Hayashi to nominate candidates." Shikaku nodded, impressed. "Efficient." Naruto's voice was firm, but not unkind. "I don't want to rule by fear. But they need to understand." His fingers tapped the table once, twice. "I will protect this village by any means necessary. From enemies outside, and within." Kakashi's mask crinkled again, faint pride in his voice. "Sounds like a real Hokage talking." Naruto cracked a small smile. "Don't tell the old man. He'll get smug about it." They shared a brief, light chuckle, the first in days. Then Naruto leaned forward again. "We're not done." Both Kakashi and Shikaku straightened. "Akatsuki's moving," Naruto said quietly. "I can feel it. I want counterintelligence set up immediately. Every major border route. I want to know who sneezes near fire country before the dust settles." Kakashi gave a mock salute. "Already mobilizing." Naruto nodded. "And start preparing defensive missions. We need to seal up our neighboring alliances. I want Shikamaru heading tactical deployments with Temari's embassy team by the end of the month." Shikaku gave a rare full nod. "Good call." Naruto stood. "Good. Then let's get to work." As they rose, Kakashi tilted his head thoughtfully. "You know," he said casually, "the old you would have run out the gates swinging kunai at everything until the dust settled." Naruto paused by the door, glancing back. "Yeah," he said quietly. "But the old me didn't have anyone to protect." And with that, he left. Naruto's boots echoed down the marble corridor of the Hokage Tower. Behind him, Kakashi and Shikaku matched his stride without comment. No wasted breath. No hesitation. The council was dealt with. Now it was time to rebuild. Naruto pushed open the doors to the Hokage's Situation Room, a sprawling circular command center bristling with new intel scrolls, updated border maps, and live messenger lines to key outposts. Inside, a few trusted figures were already waiting. Shizen, clutching a medical log, her expression grim but composed. Yugao Yuzuki, head of Konoha's internal security, standing at attention. Tenzo, arms folded, already reading updated patrol routes. Naruto moved to the central table and planted both hands flat on the surface. "Listen up," he said, voice cutting clean across the room. Silence fell. He began immediately. "Kakashi, full A and B restructuring is your priority. Beta, Delta, and Gamma teams stay active. Sierra team remains attached to village defense. Focus first on internal stability, then border operations. Find and root out any surviving root sympathizers." Kakashi gave a sharp nod. "Understood. Tenzo, oversee the reallocation of seals and surveillance grids. Danzo's private networks need to be wiped clean. Replace everything. I want every inch of Konoha mapped and locked within the month." Tenzo gave a quiet, serious nod. Naruto turned to Shikaku. "You'll oversee foreign intelligence. Akatsuki will make a move sooner or later. I want advance warning. Utilize the alliance networks through Suna, Taki, and Kusa. Tap old trade routes. No more surprises." Shikaku smirked faintly, the kind of grim approval only men used to war carried. "Already moving." Naruto's gaze shifted to Shizen. "Medical corps is stretched thin. I want a new rehabilitation center set up for the root orphans and survivors. Prioritize deconditioning therapy and chakra stabilization." Shizen, ever efficient, dipped her head. "I'll organize it immediately." Naruto stepped back, surveying the room. "For now, keep things quiet," he said. "We don't need parades or declarations. The village will heal if we just do the work." Another round of nods. Then he added, voice low but firm. "And I'll be personally handling the Hyuga situation." Shikaku raised an eyebrow but said nothing. No one questioned it. Naruto straightened. "This isn't a sprint. It's a rebuild. One step at a time." He let the words hang in the air. "If you see fear out there, replace it with hope. If you see doubt, replace it with action. If you see darkness, light a fire." They all saluted. Naruto offered a small smile, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Let's get to it." A few days later, the Hokage Tower's main assembly hall was bathed in late morning sunlight, the tall windows casting golden beams across polished stone floors. Fresh banners, crimson and white, fluttered along the walls, proudly bearing the spiral crest of Konoha. The doors opened wide, and one by one, the returning Chunin exam teams filed in. Sakura Haruno, her pink hair tied neatly, carried herself with a poise she hadn't possessed before. Yukiko Yuzuki, calm and silent as ever, her hand resting lightly on the hilt of her short sword. Ino Yamanaka, bouncing on her toes but wearing a rare look of genuine pride, not just vanity. Rock Lee, standing so straight it seemed his spine might snap from youthful vigor. Niji Hyuga, serene and intense, a quiet storm behind pale eyes. Tenten smiling modestly, but her fingers flexing restlessly, already eager for the next mission. Shino Abirame, stoic behind his glasses, radiating calm certainty. Kiba Inuzuka, dragging a yawning Akamaru, who was nearly as large as he was. Hinata Hyuga, walking quietly but with noticeable new strength in her steps, head higher, eyes more confident than before. They filled the center of the hall, nervous, excited, exhausted. Waiting. At the head of the room, Naruto Uzumaki stepped forward. He wore no Hokage cloak today, just a black combat tunic, the gold Konoha insignia gleaming proudly on his chest. His expression was calm, but his blue eyes shone. Flanking him were their respective sensei. Asuma Sarutobi, casual but proud. Kurina Yuhi, composed, her red eyes softer than usual. Might Guy, practically vibrating with barely contained enthusiasm. Naruto let the silence stretch for a long moment. Then he smiled, the kind of warm, real smile that lit up the whole room. "You made it back," he said. Simple words, but they carried weight. The young shinobi straightened unconsciously. Naruto stepped down from the dais, walking slowly among them. "You fought hard. You trained harder. And you represented Konoha with strength and honor. He turned, addressing the sensei. And you three, Asuma, Kurenai Guy, your plan worked. 3 weeks of hell, and it paid off. Every single one of your students made it through. A 100% promotion rate. Guy gave a thumbs up so violently that his entire arm trembled. Asuma chuckled under his breath, lighting a cigarette with a proud smirk. Kurenai simply bowed her head in acknowledgement. Naruto turned back to the gathered young shinobi. You're not kids anymore, he said quietly. You're Chunin of the Hidden Leaf. He withdrew a slim scroll from within his vest, unrolling it with a sharp flick of his wrist. By the authority of the Hokage, I hereby promote Sakura Haruno, Yukiko Yuzuki, Ino Yamanaka, Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga, Tenten, Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, and Hinata Hyuga to the rank of Chunin. The hall echoed with a ripple of breath, half gasp, half cheer. Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief. Lee burst into tears immediately, declaring it the most youthful day of his life. Ino shrieked, bouncing on her toes. Niji simply bowed his head, but there was a tiny, private smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Even Shino's glasses glinted with something suspiciously close to pride. Naruto let them bask in the moment for a beat longer before his voice sharpened. But promotions aren't medals you hang on a wall. The celebration quieted immediately. You're Chunin now, Naruto said. That means responsibility. Leadership. Sacrifice. He paused. For the next year, you'll be taking B-rank missions and higher. You'll be training under your sensei and the Jonin advisors. You'll be choosing your specialization paths, intel, combat, medical, logistics, diplomacy, you name it. He folded his arms. This is the year you figure out who you are. No one said a word. They listened. And starting this month, Naruto continued, your sensei will be receiving special briefings. You'll learn about what happened here during the exams. About the danger we faced inside our own walls. He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. Their faces turned serious, understanding that the village they loved was still healing from invisible wounds. You will be Konoha's future, Naruto said softly. And you will be better than the generation that came before. There was a beat of silence. Then Naruto smiled again, smaller this time, but no less real. Congratulations, Chunin. The newly promoted Chunin still lingered in the assembly hall, faces bright with excitement and exhaustion. Naruto allowed them a few more moments of celebration, claps on the back, promises to meet later, excited chatter buzzing like a fresh spring storm through the room. Then he raised his hand. All right. That's enough. Go home. Get some rest. You've earned it. The groups began to disperse with cheerful salutes and wide grins, heading toward the tower doors and the sunny streets beyond. All except two. Niji. Hinata, Naruto called out. Both Hyugas stiffened instinctively, pausing in mid-step. Stay a moment, Naruto said softer. The room emptied until only the three of them remained. Hinata fidgeted with the hem of her sleeve. Niji stood straight but watched Naruto closely. Naruto leaned casually against the main table, arms folded, his voice lighter but edged with something serious. You two did good, he said. Really good. Hinata's cheeks flushed a little, and Niji offered a respectful nod. But, Naruto continued, your day's not over yet. Niji frowned slightly. Sir? Naruto's tone lost all playfulness. I'm meeting with the Hyuga elders, he said bluntly. About the caged bird seal. About ending it. Hinata inhaled sharply. Niji's eyes narrowed. I could do this alone, Naruto added. But it wouldn't be right. He straightened, looking between them. This fight isn't just mine. It's yours too. Niji's jaw tightened slightly, but he gave a slow, determined nod. Hinata swallowed, her fists clenching for a brief moment, then she nodded too. Before Naruto could say more, the door swung open quietly. Hayashi Hyuga entered, regal and composed in a dark formal kimono, the Hyuga clan symbol stitched proudly on his back. He paused when he saw his niece and nephew still present. A rare, faint smile softened the usual severity of his face. I heard, Hayashi said simply, his voice warm with pride. Congratulations, both of you. Hinata's face lit up like a sunrise. She bowed deeply, struggling to hide the happiness that bubbled up. Even Niji allowed himself a small, almost imperceptible smile, a private victory long overdue. Hayashi turned to Naruto, his smile fading into respectful seriousness. I am ready, he said. Naruto nodded once. He turned back to Hinata and Niji. This won't be easy, he said. They'll resist. They'll cling to their old ways like drowning men. He looked at them, steady and calm. But you're not kids anymore. You're Hyuga. You're Konoha. And today, you stand for more than your blood. Niji's hand brushed lightly against the hilt of his sword. Hinata straightened her shoulders. Hayashi gave a small, approving glance to both. Let's go, Naruto said. And with that, the four of them left the Hokage Tower together, heading for the final reckoning that would reshape the future of the Hyuga clan forever. The Hyuga main estate was a fortress of stone and tradition, ancient wood beams supporting cavernous meeting halls, all adorned with the clan's twin-kama crest. Today, the Hall of Ancestry was filled. Dozens of Hyuga elders lined the curved dais at the far end. Their robes were immaculate. Their faces, rigid with barely concealed disdain. At the center of the floor, standing alone like a sentinel between old and new, was Hayashi Hyuga. Flanking him, slightly behind, stood Hinata and Niji, their new Chunin ranks worn with quiet pride. Across from them, stepping through the massive carved doors, came Naruto Uzumaki. He moved with slow, deliberate steps. No Hokage robes. No ANBU escort. Just Naruto, sleeves rolled, eyes cold, scroll tucked under one arm. The room tensed visibly at his arrival. One of the eldest council members, a brittle-looking man with silver hair tied in a strict knot, rose first. Hokage-sama, he said, voice clipped. May I ask why you have summoned this council without the traditional petition process? Naruto's gaze slid over him. You're not here because I summoned you, Naruto said, voice quiet but carrying to every corner of the room. You're here because you failed to change when you should have. Murmurs rippled among the elders. Another elder, a stern-faced woman with lined cheeks, spoke sharply. The caged bird seal is necessary. Without it, the main house and branch house structure collapses. Naruto unrolled the scroll in his hands slowly, deliberately. He read, voice flat. Effective immediately, by decree of the Godaime Hokage, no citizen of Konoha may be bound by a controlling seal, whether by clan, birth, or status. Violation of this decree is punishable by death. The last word rang like a hammer strike. The hall exploded into outrage. You have no right! This is a sacred Hyuga tradition! You defy generations of... Naruto let them roar for a moment. One of the oldest elders, Elder Tatsuro, narrow-eyed and hunched like a vulture, slammed his hand against the dais. You dare issue edicts to our clan like we are commoners? He snarled. We have safeguarded the Byakugan for generations. We have kept the main family and branch family from tearing each other apart. Another elder, Lady Amaya, her silver hair braided intricately, added sharply. If you strip the caged bird seal away, you destroy the balance. The branch house will resent us, revolt against us. Blood will flow through the Hyuga halls. Several of the elders nodded grimly. This decree will sow hatred among our own blood, Amaya hissed. Naruto didn't flinch. He let the words hang there. The fear. The anger. The clinging desperation of people who had built their identities atop a crumbling wall. Only once the last of the muttering died down did Naruto move. He stepped forward slowly, his chakra bleeding into the air again, but colder this time, sharper. You speak of balance, he said, voice deadly calm. You speak of safety. Another step. You built your balance on the backs of children. Another. You kept your safety by branding your kin like cattle. By telling them they were lesser. By telling yourselves they would never rise against you. Tatsuro straightened, puffing up with ancient pride. It was necessary for order. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and the killing intent that surged from him froze the entire hall. Even Hayashi's face tightened slightly in instinctive reaction. You fear revolt? Naruto said, his voice low and slicing like a kunai. You should. The elders recoiled slightly, as if struck. Because the branch house has every right to hate what you've done to them. Naruto continued, voice building, relentless. You abused their loyalty. Their pride. Their blood. The air vibrated. And now you will answer for it. Tatsuro's face twisted. You would have the Hyuga punished? Naruto leaned in slightly, not yelling, not shouting, but commanding, the sheer force of his will pressing down on the hall like an iron hand. You punished yourselves the day you branded your children with chains. Amaya's lips trembled, but she said nothing. Naruto straightened again, glaring across the sea of pale eyes. The only thing that can save the Hyuga now is change. Mercy. Forgiveness. Not more chains. He folded his arms across his chest. But hear this, and remember it. The killing intent rose again, hotter, darker, crackling against the stone pillars like an unseen storm. If I hear of one more mark burned into the skin of a branch member, if I hear of one more attempt to force compliance. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. I will tear your clan apart myself. A heavy silence dropped over the hall. The elders could see it, not just in his words, but in the absolute certainty in his stance. The Godaime Hokage was not bluffing. He would do it. Because he was strong enough to do it. And because he would not hesitate, not for tradition, not for fear, not for blood. Tatsuro faltered, then bowed his head stiffly, the fight finally draining from his posture. One by one, the others followed, slow and stiff and bitter, but breaking all the same. Hayashi stood straighter beside Naruto, a flicker of profound respect in his eyes. Neji and Hinata, standing behind them, exchanged a glance filled with something close to awe. And just like that, the Hyuga's ancient, poisonous legacy began to end. The wide stone courtyard outside the Hall of Ancestry was bathed in soft afternoon light. The ancient cherry trees that bordered the Hyuga estate swayed gently in the breeze, their petals falling like soft rain. For a long while, none of them spoke. Naruto stood with his hands in his pockets, breathing slowly, staring up at the open blue sky, as if seeing it for the first time without walls. Beside him, Hayashi Hyuga exhaled slowly, a sound less of exhaustion and more of release. Neji and Hinata lingered just behind them, still too stunned by what had transpired. Hayashi was the first to break the silence. You fought for us, he said quietly, voice carrying the weight of 100 years of shame and pride mixed together. Even when we did not deserve it. Naruto shrugged slightly, glancing sideways at him. I didn't do it for you, he said, voice light but honest. I did it for them. He tilted his head toward Hinata and Neji, and beyond them, toward every branch house child who would never know the burn of a cursed seal again. Hayashi gave a soft, dry chuckle, almost a cough. Then you have honored us better than we honored ourselves. Naruto didn't respond immediately. He just let the moment settle, the realization that something ancient, something poisoned, had truly broken today. Neji stepped forward then, hands clasped behind his back in a soldier's posture, but his voice softer than usual. Thank you, Hokage-sama, he said. Naruto turned to him, surprised by the formal address, but said nothing, allowing him the dignity of the moment. Hinata moved next, bowing deeply, almost to the waist. Thank you? Naruto-kun, she said, her voice trembling slightly, not from fear, but from emotion barely held in check. Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Don't thank me yet, he muttered. There's still a lot of work left. Hayashi's gaze sharpened, not unkindly. And we will do it. Another long silence stretched, not uncomfortable this time, but filled with possibility. Naruto let his hands drop to his sides. You've got a clean slate now, he said. Don't waste it. Hayashi inclined his head gravely. We won't. Naruto smiled, a small, tired thing, but it was real. Good. He turned, starting to walk away down the stone path, the breeze ruffling his golden hair. As he passed them, he clapped a hand briefly on Niji's shoulder, then Hinata's, the touch light but strong. You too, he said without looking back, are the real future of the Hyuga. And with that, Naruto disappeared into the winding streets of Konoha, leaving petals fluttering in his wake, a quiet promise that this time, things would be different. As Naruto turned to leave, he paused, as if remembering something. He reached into his vest and withdrew a small, lacquered wooden box. Turning back, he tossed it lightly toward Hayashi, who caught it reflexively. The clan had glanced down, then carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a simple red cloth, lay a seal matrix scroll, intricate, woven with silver ink and layered chakra threads, pulsing faintly with restrained energy. Hayashi's brows furrowed in confusion. What is this? He asked. Naruto smiled faintly, but his eyes were serious. A gift, he said. Niji and Hinata stepped closer, peering into the box with curiosity. Naruto folded his arms loosely. I spent the last 6 months working on it, he explained. Based on Uzumaki sealing theory, and some modifications I'd borrowed from Jiraiya-sensei's old containment designs. Hayashi's fingers tightened around the box slightly. It's a counter-seal, Naruto continued. Specifically designed to override the caged bird seal without triggering the fail-safe kill switch embedded inside. There was a sharp intake of breath from Niji. Hinata's eyes widened. You can undo it? She whispered. Naruto shook his head slightly. Not undo, he corrected gently. But bypass. He stepped forward, voice low and certain. The caged bird seal binds loyalty and restricts power by force. This seal overlays a second matrix on top of it, isolating the chakra pathways that trigger pain, paralysis, and death. He tapped the box lightly. It essentially locks the old seal inside a cage of its own. Hayashi stared at him, speechless. Apply it to each branch house member, Naruto said. One by one. It's not a cure. It doesn't remove the original seal completely. His smile faded, replaced by iron resolve. But it breaks the control. Forever. Hinata looked like she might cry. Niji swallowed hard, then bowed deeply, fists clenched in silent gratitude. Hayashi stood frozen for a long moment. Then, in a rare, visible act of emotion, he bowed. Not just a tilt of the head. A full, formal bow, clan head to Hokage. One man to another. When Hayashi straightened, his voice was hoarse but strong. On behalf of the Hyuga, he said. Thank you? Naruto gave a small, lopsided grin. Make sure they know what it means, he said, turning again. This time, he didn't look back as he left, walking away into a Konoha no longer weighed down by invisible chains. The streets of Konoha were strangely peaceful. No fanfare greeted the returning alliance leaders. No banners. No crowds. Just the familiar creak of shop windows closing for the evening, the scent of warm street food curling into the cooling air. Naruto, still carrying the weight of long days and heavier decisions, found his steps unconsciously steering him toward a particular neighborhood, the guest district near the west wall. Toward her. He paused outside the modest house assigned to the IWA embassy, a small 2-story place, its garden wild from neglect. Warm light spilled from the open windows. He knocked once, lightly. Inside, a loud clatter sounded, the unmistakable crash of something falling over. Shit! I mean, just a second! Kuratsuchi's voice rang out, rough and unpolished, but unmistakably hers. Naruto chuckled softly to himself, feeling the knot in his chest ease for the first time in days. The door swung open moments later. Kuratsuchi stood there barefoot, her jacket slung half off her shoulders, sleeves rolled up, smudges of dust on her cheeks. A half-unpacked crate teetered dangerously behind her. She froze when she saw him, a flicker of something vulnerable crossing her face before she masked it under a crooked grin. You, she said simply. Me, Naruto echoed, smiling. Without waiting for an invitation, he stepped inside, kicking the door shut gently behind him. She gave a mock scowl, wiping her dusty hands on her cargo pants. "If you're here to critique my unpacking skills, you're too late," she said. "I already cursed this place a dozen times over." Naruto laughed under his breath and reached out, casually brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead. "No critiques, Kuro-chan," he said warmly. She blinked, thrown off balance by the softness in his tone. It was rare for him to use nicknames. Even rarer for her to hear her name said like that, low, affectionate, like she was something precious. Naruto stepped back slightly, glancing around the chaotic mess of unpacked crates and half-assembled furniture. "You setting up camp?" he teased lightly. Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes and shoved a small box with her foot. "Trying. Half the crap they sent me is broken." Naruto smiled, tired but full of something stronger than exhaustion now. "I was thinking," he said casually as he picked up a toppled photo frame and set it back upright. "Maybe you should move out of here." She quirked an eyebrow, hands on her hips. "Yeah? Where to? One of the hotels?" He shook his head. "My place," he said simply. She froze. Naruto scratched the back of his head, his cheeks dusting faint pink. "Not the Hokage's residence," he added quickly. "The old Namikaze house. My parents' place. It's still there, just a little dusty." He glanced at her, blue eyes open, unguarded. "I want it to be ours," he said. "A real home. Not just mine. Not just yours. Ours." For a long moment, Kuratsuchi said nothing. Just stared at him, the way he was standing there, awkward and proud, offering her not just a room, not just a place to sleep, but a future. Slowly, her mouth curved into a grin that softened her whole face. "You're such a dork," she said fondly, stepping closer until their foreheads nearly touched. "But you're my dork," she whispered, stealing the words from his earlier promise. Naruto laughed, a low, rough sound, and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her flush against him. "So, is that a yes?" he murmured into her hair. Kuratsuchi snorted against his chest. "You think you can get rid of me that easy, Kuro-chan?" she teased. He laughed again, this time brighter, freer. She leaned up on tiptoe and kissed him, slow, deep, claiming. When they finally pulled apart, she grinned lazily. "I'll start packing." Naruto didn't let her go right away. Instead, he sank down onto the low couch, tugging her down with him until she was half sprawled against his chest, her head resting just over his heart. Kuratsuchi huffed, pretending to grumble about his neediness, but she didn't move. She just listened to the steady, calming beat beneath her ear. Naruto, for once, let himself simply be, no orders, no battles, no burdens. Just a man in the arms of the woman he loved. Tomorrow could wait. Tonight, he was finally home. The next morning dawned bright and warm, a rare day of pure, unburdened sunshine. For once, Naruto didn't show up at the tower at sunrise, didn't drown himself in reports or mission scrolls. Today was his day off. Today was about them. The late morning sun poured across Konoha, warming every rooftop and dusty road with lazy summer light. Naruto stood in front of the old Namikaze home, sleeves rolled up, a wide grin stretching across his face as he watched Kuratsuchi stalk up the garden path, carrying a box half her size. She was muttering curses under her breath, a scowl fixed on her face as she kicked a loose stone aside. "You know," Naruto called, folding his arms smugly. "Most people ask their fiancé to help carry heavy stuff. I don't need help," Kuratsuchi snapped, shoving past him. "Unlike you, Bakakage, I have actual muscles." Naruto snorted, stepping out of her way with exaggerated deference. Yes, Kuro-chan, all hail the strongest woman alive." Kuratsuchi shot him a glare over the box, but there was no real heat behind it. "Keep running your mouth, Naru," she grumbled. "I'll make you carry the couch alone." "You say that like it's a threat." Naruto grinned, grabbing another box from the stack beside the gate and following her inside. They spent hours lugging dusty furniture around, arguing over where to put everything. Why does the bed have to face the window? Kuratsuchi demanded, hands on her hips. Because the sun hits it perfectly at sunrise, Naruto declared, setting the frame down with a thud. And that's good. Why? You want to go blind every morning? It's romantic. It's stupid. They were breathless from laughing halfway through the argument, Naruto chasing her around the living room with a pillow after she threw a sock at his head. Later, Kuratsuchi found herself elbow-deep in a kitchen cabinet, yanking out old, half-rusted pans and grumbling under her breath. Naruto leaned against the counter, chin in hand, openly admiring the way her messy ponytail swayed with each frustrated movement. You know, he said casually, you're pretty cute when you're losing a fight to cookware. Kuratsuchi whirled around, brandishing a dented frying pan like a weapon. Say that again, Bakakage, she warned, but her cheeks betrayed her, flushed pink against the dust and heat. Naruto just laughed, easily ducking the mock swing. You're adorable, he said, grinning like a fool. And damn it if she didn't smile despite herself, rough edges and all. By evening, the living room was livable, the kitchen semi-functional, and the bedroom. Well, Naruto stood in the doorway, surveying the bedroom with a wide, satisfied grin. One large futon had been laid out across the newly cleaned floor, soft new bedding waiting in a neat pile nearby. He turned toward her, eyes bright with mischief. So, he said casually, how do you want to do this? Kuratsuchi, sweaty, dusty, and halfway through tying her hair back, blinked at him suspiciously. Do what? He made an exaggerated, innocent face. Sleeping arrangements. She stared at him for a long, suspicious moment. Then realization dawned, and she flushed so fast it was like a bomb had gone off. Naruto, sensing weakness, pounced. You know, Kuro-chan, he drawled, stepping closer. This futon is pretty big. He leaned in, dropping his voice to a teasing murmur. I could always sleep on one side, and you could have the other, unless… He grinned wickedly. You're scared you might accidentally roll over. Kuratsuchi's eye twitched. You're an idiot, she muttered, backing up a step, but not too far. Naruto smirked, crowding her lightly against the doorframe. Come on, he said, voice softening. It's not like we haven't slept near each other before. Missions, remember? Kuratsuchi scowled, shoving at his chest half-heartedly. That was different. We had like 6 feet of rock between us. Technicalities, Naruto said breezily, catching her wrist before she could retreat again. There was a beat of tension. Then Kuratsuchi huffed, grabbed the collar of his shirt, and yanked him down into a kiss that was more challenge than romance. Messy, hot, perfect. Naruto groaned low in his throat, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her flush against him. When they finally broke apart, she punched his chest lightly. You better not snore, she warned, cheeks still pink. Naruto grinned wide. No promises, Kuro-chan. She rolled her eyes, shoving him toward the futon. Move your ass, Hokage. He flopped down dramatically onto the bed, arms spread wide. You sure you don't want to snuggle your Bakakage tonight? He teased shamelessly. Kuratsuchi stalked over, climbed onto the futon, and promptly dropped a pillow onto his face. Dream on. But she didn't move far. She settled beside him, not touching, but close enough that her warmth seeped into his skin. Naruto pulled the pillow away, peeking at her. In the soft half-light of the old house, with the scent of clean sheets and worn wood around them, he realized he'd never felt so at home in his life. Kuratsuchi tucked her hands behind her head, eyes closed, breathing slow. After a moment, she cracked one eye open. You're staring, she said without accusation. Naruto smiled. Just memorizing, he said. She snorted, tossing the pillow back over his head. Idiot. But when Naruto reached for her hand under the covers, she didn't pull away. She laced her fingers through his, strong and certain. And just like that, the last empty pieces of the house fell into place, not with paint or hammers, but with laughter, teasing, stubbornness, and love. Their home. Their life. Beginning together. The next few weeks drifted by in a quiet sort of miracle. Naruto still worked, he was Hokage, after all, but the hours he spent at the tower grew shorter in the evenings, and longer at home. Their home. They finished setting up the living room first. Or rather, Naruto did, because Kuratsuchi had strong opinions about furniture, and no actual sense of aesthetics. "You seriously want a couch made out of rock?" Naruto asked one day, staring at the catalog she'd been flipping through. "It would be durable," she said defensively. "It would be a death trap." She kicked him under the table. They compromised. Soft, oversized couches that swallowed them whole, perfect for lazy nights spent sprawled across each other with half-eaten takeout boxes and mission scrolls forgotten at their feet. The kitchen was another story. Kuratsuchi, bless her stubborn heart, tried. Once. Naruto still shuddered when he remembered the stew incident, the one that ended with black smoke pouring out of the windows and him heroically wrestling the pot into the backyard to douse it with a garden hose. "You almost poisoned me, Kuro-chan," he said weakly, coughing soot. She threw a towel at his head. "If you're so picky, you cook." So he did. Naruto turned out to be surprisingly good at it. Simple, hearty meals, the kind you learn how to make when you spent half your childhood fending for yourself. Bowls of steaming ramen topped with fresh vegetables. Grilled fish with miso broth. Crispy rice cakes drizzled with honey. Sometimes, he caught Kuratsuchi sneaking second helpings when she thought he wasn't looking. He never said anything. He just smiled. They fought over silly things, whether the laundry should be folded the right way, his way, or the weird way, hers. Over which side of the bed was better, he lost that one, she sprawled like a conqueror across most of it. Over who forgot to pick up extra soap from the market, they both did, 3 days in a row. But they also built quiet rituals. Morning coffee together on the back porch, sleepy and unbothered. Kuratsuchi stealing Naruto's sweatshirts, claiming they were strategic layering, but never giving them back. Naruto slipping little sketches and stupid jokes into her mission scrolls when she had to leave for brief assignments. Kuratsuchi leaving packs of his favorite instant ramen hidden in his desk drawer at the tower. Every small thing knitted them closer. No grand fireworks. No dramatic confessions. Just life. And it was perfect. One night, after a rare lazy evening spent tangled together on the couch, Kuratsuchi sprawled half on top of him, snoring lightly into his shoulder. Naruto leaned back, staring at the ceiling fan lazily turning overhead. He tightened his arms around her slightly, breathing in the wildflower scent that always clung to her hair. "I could stay like this forever," he whispered to the quiet. Kuratsuchi stirred, mumbling something incoherent, and nuzzled deeper against him. Naruto smiled, so soft and private it almost hurt. He didn't know when exactly it happened. Maybe it had been building all along. But somewhere between the arguments, the burnt soup, the laughter, and the late-night kisses, he had fallen completely, helplessly in love with her. A few days later, as Naruto was flipping through mission briefings at the tower, a small scroll landed lightly on his desk. It was tied with the symbol of the Earth Country. Naruto unrolled it, eyebrows raising slightly. Inside, written in formal but warmly respectful language, was an invitation. The Tsuchikage formally requests the honor of hosting the wedding ceremony of Naruto Uzumaki, Godaime Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, and Kuratsuchi of the Hidden Stone, within the ancestral gardens of the Wagakure. Naruto leaned back in his chair, staring at the neat black ink. He felt a slow, brilliant grin stretch across his face. So it was official now. The wedding was coming. And he had never been more ready for anything in his life. The house was quiet when Naruto got home. The sunset spilled gold and crimson across the worn floors, bathing everything in a soft, almost holy light. He found Kuratsuchi in the living room, barefoot, sitting cross-legged on the couch, sorting through a stack of battered scrolls and laughing softly at something she read. For a moment he didn't move. He just watched her. Her hair was pulled up messily, a smudge of dust still clinging to her cheek from where she'd unpacked earlier. She looked stubborn and fierce and beautiful, completely unguarded, completely herself. And for the 1000th time, Naruto felt his heart trip over itself just looking at her. He cleared his throat lightly. Kuratsuchi looked up, grinning. Hey, Bakakage. You forget the groceries again? Naruto snorted and tossed the scroll he was carrying onto the table. Got something better? She tilted her head, curious. He flopped down beside her on the couch, close enough that their knees brushed. I got a letter from IWA, he said casually. Her face froze slightly. She set the scrolls aside carefully. Yeah? She said, voice carefully neutral. Naruto pulled the IWA scroll from his jacket, unrolling it. They're offering to host our wedding. He watched her reaction carefully. For a heartbeat, she was silent. Then she huffed, that stubborn little sound he had come to love, and shrugged one shoulder. Figures, she said lightly. Better security. Familiar ground. Gramps probably wants to make sure we have a decent wedding. I think my parents got married there. Naruto laughed quietly. I'm marrying a total idiot. He teased, but he was smiling edge to edge. Kuratsuchi gave him a dry look. Yeah, well, I've made worse decisions too than marrying a Bakakage like you. But her voice was trembling slightly at the edges now, and when she looked at him, there was something soft and scared flickering behind her eyes. Something she didn't know how to name. Naruto sobered. He reached out, brushing his knuckles lightly against her cheek. You ever think, he said softly, how weird it is that we ended up here? Kuratsuchi let out a breath that was almost a laugh, almost a sigh. I didn't think I'd ever end up anywhere, she admitted. Not really. Naruto smiled, but it was tinged with sadness. I get that, he said. He shifted, reaching into his jacket pocket again, pulling out a small bundle wrapped in soft blue cloth. Kuratsuchi stared at it. What's that? Naruto scratched the back of his head, suddenly sheepish. I was gonna wait. He met her eyes, blue meeting dark brown, both suddenly bare. But I don't want to wait anymore. He unwrapped the cloth slowly, revealing a simple band of silver, no gemstones, no flourishes, just a smooth, sturdy ring. Etched around the outside were tiny seals, spiraling like a quiet promise. The Reignition mark was quite obvious to her now, too. Inside it there was one single word carved carefully by hand. Home. Kuratsuchi's breath hitched audibly. Naruto held it out, his hand steady even though his heart was hammering against his ribs. I know we're already engaged, he said, voice rough with emotion. I know the wedding's happening. But, he swallowed hard, I wanted to ask you properly. For real. No politics. No alliances. Just you and me. He took a breath. Kuratsuchi, he said, voice breaking slightly on her name. In such a short time you've become my best friend. My partner, who knows me better than the guys I grew up around. You're my pain in the ass. She choked on a laugh that turned into something dangerously close to a sob. Naruto smiled, blinking fast. You make me feel like I can breathe, he whispered. Like maybe I'm not just the Hokage. Or the Jinchuriki. Or the kid who lost everything. He looked at her, so open it almost hurt. You make me feel like I'm Naruto. He set the ring gently in her hand. So, he said, voice barely above a whisper now, will you marry me? Not because of the alliance. Not because anyone expects it. But because I'm yours. And I want you to be mine. The silence stretched, long and trembling. Kuratsuchi stared down at the ring, her fingers shaking. For a long moment she couldn't find her voice. Then she lunged at him, nearly knocking him off the couch, and kissed him so fiercely he gasped against her mouth. When she pulled back, she was crying, real tears slipping hot down her cheeks. And for once, she didn't wipe them away. I'm in love with you, you idiot, she whispered fiercely. I'm so goddamn in love with you. And I didn't even know it could feel like this. Naruto laughed, broken and beautiful, pulling her tightly against him. She pressed her forehead to his, both of them shaking slightly from the force of everything they couldn't say fast enough. I didn't think I'd ever get this, she whispered. I didn't think I'd ever be good enough. Soft enough. Wanted enough. Naruto cupped her face in his hands, wiping away her tears with the callous pads of his thumbs. You're more than enough, he said, voice cracking. You're everything. They stayed like that for a long time, breathing the same air, clinging to each other like lifelines, as the last light of sunset died behind the windows. Two broken, stubborn, beautiful souls. And that concludes part 4 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Will of Fire, Reignition, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Shay1819, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.